Book 6. Containing about 3 weeks. Chapter 1. Of Love. In our last book, we have been obliged to deal pretty much with the passion of love, and in our succeeding book shall be forced to handle this subject still more largely. It may not therefore in this place be improper to apply ourselves to the examination of that modern doctrine, by which certain philosophers, among many other wonderful discoveries, pretend to have found out that there is no such passion in the human breast. Whether these philosophers be the same with that surprising sect, who are honorably mentioned by the late Dr. Swift, as having, by the mere force of genius alone, without the least assistance of any kind of learning, or even reading, discovered that profound and invaluable secret that there is no God, or whether they are not rather the same with those who some years since very much alarmed the world, by showing that there were no such things as virtue or goodness really existing in human nature, and who deduced our best actions from pride, I will not here presume to determine. In reality, I am inclined to suspect that all these several finders of truth are the very identical men who are by others called the finders of gold, the method used in both these searches after truth and after gold, being indeed one and the same, viz., the searching, rummaging, and examining into a nasty place. Indeed, in the former instances, into the nastiest of all places, a bad mind. But though in this particular, and perhaps in their success, the truth finder and the gold finder may very properly be compared together, yet in modesty surely there can be no comparison between the two. For who ever heard of a gold finder that had the impudence or folly to assert, from the ill success of his search, that there was no such thing as gold in the world? Whereas the truth finder, having raked out that Jake's, his own mind, and being there capable of tracing no ray of divinity, nor anything virtuous or good, or lovely, or loving, very fairly, honestly, and logically concludes that no such things exist in the whole creation. To avoid, however, all contention, if possible, with these philosophers, if they will be called so, and to show our own disposition to accommodate matters peaceably between us, we shall here make them some concessions, which may possibly put an end to the dispute. First, we will grant that many minds, and perhaps those of the philosophers, are entirely free from the least traces of such a passion. Secondly, that what is commonly called love, namely, the desire of satisfying a voracious appetite with a certain quantity of delicate white human flesh, is by no means that passion for which I here contend. This is indeed more properly hunger. And as no glutton is ashamed to apply the word love to his appetite, and to say he loves such and such dishes, so may the lover of this kind, with equal propriety, say, he hungers after such and such women. Thirdly, I will grant, which I believe will be a most acceptable concession, that this love for which I am an advocate, though it satisfies itself in a much more delicate manner, doth nevertheless seek its own satisfaction as much as the grossest of all our appetites. And lastly, that this love, when it operates towards one of a different sex, is very apt, towards its complete gratification, to call in the aid of that hunger which I have mentioned above, and which it is so far from abating, that it heightens all its delights to a degree scarce imaginable by those who have never been susceptible of any other emotions than what have proceeded from appetite alone. In return to all these concessions, I desire of the philosophers to grant that there is in some, I believe in many, human breasts a kind and benevolent disposition, which is gratified by contributing to the happiness of others, that in this gratification alone, as in friendship, in parental and filial affection, as indeed in general philanthropy, there is a great and exquisite delight, that if we will not call such disposition love, we have no name for it, that though the pleasures arising from such pure love may be heightened and sweetened by the assistance of amorous desires, yet the former can subsist alone, nor are they destroyed by the intervention of the latter. Lastly, that esteem and gratitude are the proper motives to love, as youth and beauty are to desire, and therefore, though such desire may naturally cease when age or sickness overtakes its object, yet these can have no effect on love, nor ever shake or remove, from a good mind, that sensation or passion which hath gratitude and esteem for its basis. To deny the existence of a passion of which we often see manifest instances seems to be very strange and absurd, and can indeed proceed only from that self-admonition which we have mentioned above. But how unfair is this! Doth the man who recognizes in his own heart no traces of avarice or ambition conclude, therefore, that there are no such passions in human nature? Why will we not modestly observe the same rule in judging of the good, as well as the evil of others? Or why, in any case, will we, as Shakespeare phrases it, put the world in our own person? Predominant vanity is, I am afraid, too much concerned here. This is one instance of that adulation which we bestow on our own minds, and this almost universally, for there is scarce any man, how much soever he may despise the character of a flatterer, but will condescend in the meanest manner to flatter himself. To those therefore I apply for the truth of the above observations, whose own minds can bear testimony to what I have advanced. Examine your heart, my good reader, and resolve whether you do believe these matters with me. If you do, you may now proceed to their exemplification in the following pages. If you do not, you have, I assure you, already read more than you have understood, and it would be wiser to pursue your business or your pleasures, such as they are, than to throw away any more of your time in reading what you can neither taste nor comprehend. To treat of the effects of love to you must be as absurd as to discourse on colors to a man born blind, since possibly your idea of love may be as absurd as that which we are told such blind man once entertained of the color scarlet. That color seemed to him to be very much like the sound of a trumpet, and love probably may, in your opinion, very greatly resemble a dish of soup or a sirloin of roast beef. Chapter 2. The character of Mrs. Western, her great learning and knowledge of the world, and an instance of the deep penetration which she derived from those advantages. The reader hath seen Mr. Western, his sister and daughter, with young Jones and the parson, going together to Mr. Western's house, where the greater part of the company spent the evening with much joy and festivity. Sophia was indeed the only grave person. For as to Jones, though love had now gotten entire possession of his heart, yet the pleasing reflection on Mr. Allworthy's recovery, and the presence of his mistress, joined to some tender looks which she now and then could not refrain from giving him, so elevated our hero, that he joined the mirth of the other three, who were perhaps as good-humored people as any in the world. Sophia retained the same gravity of countenance the next morning at breakfast, when she retired likewise earlier than usual. Leaving her father and aunt together, the squire took no notice of this change in his daughter's disposition. To say the truth, though he was somewhat of a politician, and had been twice a candidate in the country interest at an election, he was a man of no great observation. His sister was a lady of a different turn. She had lived about the court, and had seen the world. Hence she had acquired all that knowledge which the said world usually communicates, and was a perfect mistress of manners, customs, ceremonies, and fashions. Nor did her erudition stop here. She had considerably improved her mind by study. She had not only read all the modern plays, operas, oratorios, poems, and romances, in all which she was a critic, but had gone through Rapin's History of England, Eachard's Roman History, and many French memoirs pour servir à l'histoire. To these she had added most of the political pamphlets and journals published within the last 20 years, from which she had attained a very competent skill in politics, and could discourse very learnedly on the affairs of Europe. She was, moreover, excellently well skilled in the doctrine of amour, and knew better than anybody who and who were together, a knowledge which she the more easily attained, as her pursuit of it was never diverted by any affairs of her own. For either she had no inclinations, or they had never been solicited, which last is indeed very probable, for her masculine person, which was near 6 foot high, added to her manner and learning, possibly prevented the other sex from regarding her, notwithstanding her petticoats, in the light of a woman. However, as she had considered the matter scientifically, she perfectly well knew, though she had never practiced them, all the arts which fine ladies use when they desire to give encouragement, or to conceal liking, with all the long appendage of smiles, ogles, glances, and as they are at present practiced in the beau monde. To sum the whole, no species of disguise or affectation had escaped her notice. But as to the plain simple workings of honest nature, as she had never seen any such, she could know but little of them. By means of this wonderful sagacity, Mrs. Western had now, as she thought, made a discovery of something in the mind of Sophia. The first hint of this she took from the behavior of the young lady in the field of battle, and the suspicion which she then conceived, was greatly corroborated by some observations which she had made that evening and the next morning. However, being greatly cautious to avoid being found in a mistake, she carried the secret a whole fortnight in her bosom, giving only some oblique hints by simpering, winks, nods, and now and then dropping an obscure word, which indeed sufficiently alarmed Sophia, but did not at all affect her brother. Being at length, however, thoroughly satisfied of the truth of her observation, she took an opportunity, one morning, when she was alone with her brother, to interrupt one of his whistles in the following manner. "Pray, brother, have you not observed something very extraordinary in my niece lately?" "No, not I," answered Western. "Is anything the matter with the girl?" "I think there is," replied she, "and something of much consequence too." "Why, she doth not complain of anything," cries Western, "and she hath had the smallpox." "Brother," returned she, "girls are liable to other distempers besides the smallpox, and sometimes possibly to much worse." Here Western interrupted her with much earnestness and begged her, if anything ailed his daughter, to acquaint him immediately, adding, she knew he loved her more than his own soul, and that he would send to the world's end for the best physician to her. "Nay, nay," answered she, smiling, "the distemper is not so terrible, but I believe, brother, you are convinced I know the world, and I promise you I was never more deceived in my life. If my niece be not most desperately in love—" "How? In love?" cries Western, in a passion. "In love, without acquainting me? I'll disinherit her. I'll turn her out of doors, stark naked, without a farthing. All my kindness for you are, and fondness you are come to this, to fall in love without asking me leave." "But you will not," answered Mrs. Western, "turn this daughter, whom you love better than your own soul, out of doors, before you know whether you shall approve her choice. Suppose she should have fixed on the very person whom you yourself would wish, I hope you would not be angry then?" "No, no," cries Western, "that would make a difference. If she marries the man I would ha her, she may love whom she pleases. I shan't trouble my head about that." "That is spoken," answered the sister, "like a sensible man. But I believe the very person she hath chosen would be the very person you would choose for her. I will disclaim all knowledge of the world, if it is not so, and I believe, brother, you will allow I have some." "Why, look'ee, sister," said Western, "I do believe you have as much as any woman. And to be sure those are women's matters. You know I don't love to hear you talk about politics. They belong to us, and petticoats should not meddle. But come, who is the man?" "Mary," said she, "you may find him out yourself if you please. You, who are so great a politician, can be at no great loss. The judgment which can penetrate into the cabinets of princes and discover the secret springs which move the great state wheels and all the political machines of Europe must surely, with very little difficulty, find out what passes in the rude, uninformed mind of a girl." "Sister," cries the squire, "I have often warned you not to talk the court gibberish to me. I tell you, I don't understand the lingo, but I can read a journal or the London Evening Post. Perhaps, indeed, there may be now and tan a verse which I can't make much of, because half the letters are left out. Yet I know very well what is meant by that, and that our affairs don't go so well as they should do, because of bribery and corruption. I pity your country ignorance from my heart," cries the lady. "Do you?" answered Western, "and I pity your town learning. I had rather be anything than a courtier, and a Presbyterian, and a Hanoverian too, as some people, I believe, are." "If you mean me," answered she, "you know I am a woman, brother, and it signifies nothing what I am besides." "I do know you are a woman," cries the squire, "and it's well for thee that art one. If hadst been a man, I promised thee I had lent thee a flick long ago." "There," said she, "in that flick lies all your fancied superiority. Your bodies, and not your brains, are stronger than ours. Believe me, it is well for you that you are able to beat us. Or, such is the superiority of our understanding, we should make all of you what the brave and wise and witty and polite are already, our slaves." "I am glad I know your mind," answered the squire, "but we'll talk more of this matter another time. At present, do tell me what man is it you mean about my daughter?" "Hold a moment," said she, "while I digest that sovereign contempt I have for your sex, or else I ought to be angry too with you there. I have made a shift to gulp it down, and now, good politic sir, what think you of Mr. Blifil? Did she not faint away on seeing him lie breathless on the ground? Did she not, after he was recovered, turn pale again the moment we came up to that part of the field where he stood? And pray what else should be the occasion of all her melancholy that night at supper, the next morning, and indeed ever since? For George, cries the squire, now you mind me on't, I remember it all, that it is certainly so, and I am glad on't with all my heart. I knew Sophie was a good girl, and would not fall in love to make me angry. I was never more rejoiced in my life. For nothing can lie so handy together as our two estates. I had this matter in my head some time ago. For certainly the two estates are in a manner joined together in matrimony already, and it would be 1,000 pities to part them. It is true, indeed. There be larger estates in the kingdom, but not in this county, and I had rather bate something than marry my daughter among strangers and foreigners. Besides, most such great estates be in the hands of lords, and I heat the very name of them on. Well, but, sister, what would you advise me to do? For I tell you women know these matters better than we do. Oh, your humble servant, sir, answered the lady. We are obliged to you for allowing us a capacity in anything, since you are pleased, then, most politic sir, to ask my advice. I think you may propose the match to Allworthy yourself. There is no indecorum in the proposals coming from the parent of either side. King Alcinous, in Mr. Pope's Odyssey, offers his daughter to Ulysses. I need not caution so politic a person not to say that your daughter is in love. That would indeed be against all rules. Well, said the squire, I will propose it, but I shall certainly lend on a flick, if he should refuse me. Fear not, cries Mrs. Western. The match is too advantageous to be refused. I don't know that, answered the squire. Allworthy is a queer beef, and money hath no effect on. Brother, said the lady, your politics astonish me. Are you really to be imposed on by professions? Do you think Mr. Allworthy hath more contempt for money than other men, because he professes more? Such credulity would better become one of us weak women, than that wise sex which heaven hath formed for politicians. Indeed, brother, you would make a fine plenipot to negotiate with the French. They would soon persuade you that they take towns out of mere defensive principles. Sister, answered the squire with much scorn, let your friends at court answer for the towns taken. As you are a woman, I shall lay no blame upon you. For I suppose they are wiser than to trust women with secrets. He accompanied this with so sarcastical a laugh that Mrs. Western could bear no longer. She had been all this time fretted in a tender part, for she was indeed very deeply skilled in these matters, and very violent in them, and therefore burst forth in a rage, declared her brother to be both a clown and a blockhead, and that she would stay no longer in his house. The squire, though perhaps he had never read Machiavel, was, however, in many points, a perfect politician. He strongly held all those wise tenets, which are so well inculcated in that politico-peripatetic school of Exchange Alley. He knew the just value and only use of money, viz., to lay it up. He was likewise well skilled in the exact value of reversions, expectations, and had often considered the amount of his sister's fortune, and the chance which he or his posterity had of inheriting it. This he was infinitely too wise to sacrifice to a trifling resentment. When he found, therefore, he had carried matters too far, he began to think of reconciling them, which was no very difficult task, as the lady had great affection for her brother, and still greater for her niece, and though too susceptible of an affront offered to her skill in politics, on which she much valued herself, was a woman of a very extraordinary good and sweet disposition. Having first, therefore, laid violent hands on the horses, for whose escape from the stable no place but the window was left open, he next applied himself to his sister, softened and soothed her, by unsaying all he had said, and by assertions directly contrary to those which had incensed her. Lastly, he summoned the eloquence of Sophia to his assistance, who, besides a most graceful and winning address, had the advantage of being heard with great favor and partiality by her aunt. The result of the whole was a kind smile from Mrs. Western, who said, "Brother, you are absolutely a perfect Croat, but as those have their use in the army of the Empress Queen, so you likewise have some good in you. I will therefore once more sign a treaty of peace with you, and see that you do not infringe it on your side." At least, as you are so excellent a politician, I may expect you will keep your leagues, like the French, till your interest calls upon you to break them. Chapter 3. Containing 2 defiances to the critics. The squire, having settled matters with his sister, as we have seen in the last chapter, was so greatly impatient to communicate the proposal to Allworthy that Mrs. Western had the utmost difficulty to prevent him from visiting that gentleman in his sickness for this purpose. Mr. Allworthy had been engaged to dine with Mr. Western at the time when he was taken ill. He was therefore no sooner discharged out of the custody of physic, but he thought, as was usual with him on all occasions, both the highest and the lowest, of fulfilling his engagement. In the interval between the time of the dialogue in the last chapter and this day of public entertainment, Sophia had, from certain obscure hints thrown out by her aunt, collected some apprehension that the sagacious lady suspected her passion for Jones. She now resolved to take this opportunity of wiping out all such suspicion, and for that purpose to put an entire constraint on her behavior. First, she endeavored to conceal a throbbing, melancholy heart with the utmost sprightliness in her countenance, and the highest gaiety in her manner. Secondly, she addressed her whole discourse to Mr. Blifil, and took not the least notice of poor Jones the whole day. The squire was so delighted with this conduct of his daughter that he scarce eat any dinner, and spent almost his whole time in watching opportunities of conveying signs of his approbation by winks and nods to his sister, who was not at first altogether so pleased with what she saw as was her brother. In short, Sophia so greatly overacted her part that her aunt was at first staggered, and began to suspect some affectation in her niece. But as she was herself a woman of great art, so she soon attributed this to extreme art in Sophia. She remembered the many hints she had given her niece concerning her being in love, and imagined the young lady had taken this way to rally her out of her opinion by an overacted civility, a notion that was greatly corroborated by the excessive gaiety with which the whole was accompanied. We cannot here avoid remarking that this conjecture would have been better founded had Sophia lived 10 years in the air of Grosvenor Square, where young ladies do learn a wonderful knack of rallying and playing with that passion, which is a mighty serious thing in woods and groves 100 miles distant from London. To say the truth, in discovering the deceit of others, it matters much that our own art be wound up, if I may use the expression, in the same key with theirs. For very artful men sometimes miscarry by fancying others wiser, or in other words, greater knaves, than they really are at. This observation is pretty deep. I will illustrate it by the following short story. Point 3. Countrymen were pursuing a Wiltshire thief through Brentford. The simplest of them, seeing the Wiltshire house, written under a sign, advised his companions to enter it, for there most probably they would find their countryman. The second, who was wiser, laughed at this simplicity. But the third, who was wiser still, answered, "Let us go in, however, for he may think we should not suspect him of going amongst his own countrymen." They accordingly went in and searched the house, and by that means missed overtaking the thief, who was at that time but a little way before them, and who, as they all knew, but had never once reflected, could not read. The reader will pardon a digression in which so invaluable a secret is communicated, since every gamester will agree how necessary it is to know exactly the play of another, in order to countermine him. This will, moreover, afford a reason why the wiser man, as is often seen, is the bubble of the weaker, and why many simple and innocent characters are so generally misunderstood and misrepresented. But what is most material, this will account for the deceit which Sophia put on her politic aunt. Dinner being ended, and the company retired into the garden, Mr. Western, who was thoroughly convinced of the certainty of what his sister had told him, took Mr. Allworthy aside, and very bluntly proposed a match between Sophia and young Mr. Blifil. Mr. Allworthy was not one of those men whose hearts flutter at any unexpected and sudden tidings of worldly profit. His mind was, indeed, tempered with that philosophy which becomes a man and a Christian. He affected no absolute superiority to all pleasure and pain, to all joy and grief, but was not at the same time to be discomposed and ruffled by every accidental blast, by every smile or frown of fortune he received. Therefore, Mr. Western's proposal, without any visible emotion, or without any alteration of countenance, he said the alliance was such as he sincerely wished, then launched forth into a very just encomium on the young lady's merit, acknowledged the offer to be advantageous in point of fortune, and after thanking Mr. Western for the good opinion he had professed of his nephew, concluded that if the young people liked each other, he should be very desirous to complete the affair. Western was a little disappointed at Mr. Allworthy's answer, which was not so warm as he expected. He treated the doubt whether the young people might like one another with great contempt, saying that parents were the best judges of proper matches for their children, that for his part he should insist on the most resigned obedience from his daughter, and if any young fellow could refuse such a bedfellow, he was his humble servant, and hoped there was no harm done. Allworthy endeavored to soften this resentment by many eulogiums on Sophia, declaring he had no doubt but that Mr. Blifil would very gladly receive the offer, but all was ineffectual. He could obtain no other answer from the squire but, "I say no more. I humbly hope there's no harm done, that's all," which words he repeated at least 100 times before they parted. Allworthy was too well acquainted with his neighbor to be offended at this behavior, and though he was so averse to the rigor which some parents exercise on their children in the article of marriage, that he had resolved never to force his nephew's inclinations, he was nevertheless much pleased with the prospect of this union. For the whole country resounded the praises of Sophia, and he had himself greatly admired the uncommon endowments of both her mind and person, to which I believe we may add the consideration of her vast fortune, which, though he was too sober to be intoxicated with it, he was too sensible to despise. And here, in defiance of all the barking critics in the world, I must and will introduce a digression concerning true wisdom, of which Mr. Allworthy was in reality as great a pattern as he was of goodness. True wisdom, then, notwithstanding all which Mr. Hogarth's poor poet may have writ against riches, and in spite of all which any rich well-fed divine may have preached against pleasure, consists not in the contempt of either of these. A man may have as much wisdom in the possession of an affluent fortune as any beggar in the streets, or may enjoy a handsome wife or a hearty friend, and still remain as wise as any sour popish recluse, who buries all his social faculties, and starves his belly, while he well lashes his back. To say truth, the wisest man is the likeliest to possess all worldly blessings in an eminent degree. For as that moderation which wisdom prescribes is the surest way to useful wealth, so can it alone qualify us to taste many pleasures. The wise man gratifies every appetite and every passion, while the fool sacrifices all the rest to pall and satiate one. It may be objected that very wise men have been notoriously avaricious. I answer, not wise in that instance. It may likewise be said that the wisest men have been in their youth immoderately fond of pleasure. I answer, they were not wise then. Wisdom, in short, whose lessons have been represented as so hard to learn by those who never were at her school, only teaches us to extend a simple maxim universally known and followed even in the lowest life, a little farther than that life carries it, and this is, not to buy at too dear a price. Now, whoever takes this maxim abroad with him into the grand market of the world, and constantly applies it to honors, to riches, to pleasures, and to every other commodity which that market affords, is, I will venture to affirm, a wise man, and must be so acknowledged in the worldly sense of the word. For he makes the best of bargains, since in reality he purchases everything at the price only of a little trouble, and carries home all the good things I have mentioned, while he keeps his health, his innocence, and his reputation, the common prices which are paid for them by others, entire and to himself. From this moderation, likewise, he learns 2 other lessons, which complete his character. First, never to be intoxicated when he hath made the best bargain, nor dejected when the market is empty, or when its commodities are too dear for his purchase. But I must remember on what subject I am writing, and not trespass too far on the patience of a good-natured critic here. Therefore, I put an end to the chapter. Chapter 4. Containing sundry curious matters. As soon as Mr. Allworthy returned home, he took Mr. Blifil apart, and after some preface, communicated to him the proposal which had been made by Mr. Western, and at the same time informed him how agreeable this match would be to himself. The charms of Sophia had not made the least impression on Blifil, not that his heart was pre-engaged, neither was he totally insensible of beauty or had any aversion to women, but his appetites were by nature so moderate that he was able, by philosophy, or by study, or by some other method, easily to subdue them. And as to that passion which we have treated of in the first chapter of this book, He had not the least tincture of it in his whole composition. But though he was so entirely free from that mixed passion, of which we there treated, and of which the virtues and beauty of Sophia formed so notable an object, yet was he altogether as well furnished with some other passions, that promised themselves very full gratification in the young lady's fortune. Such were avarice and ambition, which divided the dominion of his mind between them. He had more than once considered the possession of this fortune as a very desirable thing, and had entertained some distant views concerning it. But his own youth, and that of the young lady, and indeed principally a reflection that Mr. Western might marry again, and have more children, had restrained him from too hasty or eager a pursuit. This last and most material objection was now in great measure removed, as the proposal came from Mr. Western himself. Blifil, therefore, after a very short hesitation, answered Mr. Allworthy that matrimony was a subject on which he had not yet thought, but that he was so sensible of his friendly and fatherly care that he should in all things submit himself to his pleasure. Allworthy was naturally a man of spirit, and his present gravity arose from true wisdom and philosophy, not from any original phlegm in his disposition, for he had possessed much fire in his youth, and had married a beautiful woman for love. He was not therefore greatly pleased with this cold answer of his nephew, nor could he help launching forth into the praises of Sophia, and expressing some wonder that the heart of a young man could be impregnable to the force of such charms, unless it was guarded by some prior affection. Blifil assured him he had no such guard, and then proceeded to discourse so wisely and religiously on love and marriage, that he would have stopped the mouth of a parent much less devoutly inclined than was his uncle. In the end, the good man was satisfied that his nephew, far from having any objections to Sophia, had that esteem for her, which in sober and virtuous minds is the sure foundation of friendship and love, and as he doubted not but the lover would, in a little time, become altogether as agreeable to his mistress, he foresaw great happiness arising to all parties by so proper and desirable an union. With Mr. Blifil's consent, therefore, he wrote the next morning to Mr. Western, acquainting him that his nephew had very thankfully and gladly received the proposal, and would be ready to wait on the young lady, whenever she should be pleased to accept his visit. Western was much pleased with this letter, and immediately returned an answer, in which, without having mentioned a word to his daughter, he appointed that very afternoon for opening the scene of courtship. As soon as he had dispatched this messenger, he went in quest of his sister, whom he found reading and expounding the Gazette to Parson Supple. To this exposition he was obliged to attend near a quarter of an hour, though with great violence to his natural impetuosity, before he was suffered to speak. At length, however, he found an opportunity of acquainting the lady that he had business of great consequence to impart to her, to which she answered, "Brother, I am entirely at your service. Things look so well in the north, that I was never in a better humor." The parson then withdrawing, Western acquainted her with all which had passed, and desired her to communicate the affair to Sophia, which she readily and cheerfully undertook, though perhaps her brother was a little obliged to that agreeable northern aspect which had so delighted her, that he heard no comment on his proceedings, for they were certainly somewhat too hasty and violent. Chapter 5, in which is related what passed between Sophia and her aunt. Sophia was in her chamber, reading, when her aunt came in. The moment she saw Mrs. Western, she shut the book with so much eagerness that the good lady could not forbear asking her what book that was which she seemed so much afraid of showing. "Upon my word, madam," answered Sophia, "it is a book which I am neither ashamed nor afraid to own I have read. It is the production of a young lady of fashion, whose good understanding, I think, doth honor to her sex, and whose good heart is an honor to human nature." Mrs. Western then took up the book, and immediately after threw it down, saying, "Yes, the author is of a very good family, but she is not much among people one knows. I have never read it, for the best judges say there is not much in it." "I dare not, madam, set up my own opinion," says Sophia, "against the best judges, but there appears to me a great deal of human nature in it, and in many parts so much true tenderness and delicacy, that it hath cost me many a tear." "Aye, and do you love to cry then?" says the aunt. "I love a tender sensation," answered the niece, "and would pay the price of a tear for it at any time." "Well, but show me," said the aunt, "what was you reading when I came in?" There was something very tender in that, I believe, and very loving too. You blush. My dear Sophia, child, you should read books which would teach you a little hypocrisy, which would instruct you how to hide your thoughts a little better. I hope, madam, answered Sophia, I have no thoughts which I ought to be ashamed of discovering. Ashamed? No, cries the aunt. I don't think you have any thoughts which you ought to be ashamed of. And yet, child, you blushed just now when I mentioned the word loving. Dear Sophie, be assured you have not one thought which I am not well acquainted with. As well, child, as the French are with our motions, long before we put them in execution, did you think, child, because you have been able to impose upon your father, that you could impose upon me? Do you imagine I did not know the reason of your overacting all that friendship for Mr. Blifil yesterday? I have seen a little too much of the world, to be so deceived. Nay, nay, do not blush again. I tell you it is a passion you need not be ashamed of. It is a passion I myself approve, and have already brought your father into the approbation of it. Indeed, I solely consider your inclination. For I would always have that gratified if possible, though one may sacrifice higher prospects. Come, I have news which will delight your very soul. Make me your confidant, and I will undertake you shall be happy, to the very extent of your wishes. La, madam, says Sophia, looking more foolishly than ever she did in her life. I know not what to say. Why, madam, should you suspect? Nay, no dishonesty, returned Mrs. Western. Consider, you are speaking to one of your own sex, to an aunt, and I hope you are convinced you speak to a friend. Consider, you are only revealing to me what I know already, and what I plainly saw yesterday, through that most artful of all disguises, which you had put on, and which must have deceived anyone who had not perfectly known the world. Lastly, consider, it is a passion which I highly approve. La, madam, says Sophia, you come upon one so unawares, and on a sudden. Theo, be sure, madam, I am not blind, and certainly, if it be a fault to see all human perfections assembled together. But is it possible my father and you, madam, can see with my eyes? I tell you, answered the aunt, we do entirely approve, and this very afternoon your father hath appointed for you to receive your lover. My father, this afternoon, cries Sophia, with the blood starting from her face. Yes, child, said the aunt, this afternoon. You know the impetuosity of my brother's temper. I acquainted him with the passion which I first discovered in you that evening when you fainted away in the field. I saw it in your fainting. I saw it immediately upon your recovery. I saw it that evening at supper, and the next morning at breakfast. You know, child, I have seen the world. Well, I no sooner acquainted my brother, but he immediately wanted to propose it to Allworthy. He proposed it yesterday. Allworthy consented, as to be sure he must with joy. And this afternoon, I tell you, you are to put on all your best airs. This afternoon, cries Sophia, dear aunt, you frighten me out of my senses. Oh, my dear, said the aunt, you will soon come to yourself again. For he is a charming young fellow, that's the truth on't. Nay, I will own, says Sophia, I know none with such perfections, so brave, and yet so gentle. So witty, yet so inoffensive. So humane, so civil, so genteel, so handsome. What signifies his being base-born, when compared with such qualifications as these? Base-born? What do you mean? Said the aunt. Mr. Blifil base-born. Sophia turned instantly pale at this name, and faintly repeated it, upon which the aunt cried, Mr. Blifil? I? Mr. Blifil? Of whom else have we been talking? Good heavens, answered Sophia, ready to sink, of Mr. Jones, I thought. I am sure I know no other who deserves. I protest, cries the aunt, you frighten me in your turn. I at Mr. Jones, and not Mr. Blifil, who is the object of your affection. Mr. Blifil, repeated Sophia, sure it is impossible you can be in earnest. If you are, I am the most miserable woman alive. Mrs. Western now stood a few moments silent, while sparks of fiery rage flashed from her eyes. At length, collecting all her force of voice, she thundered forth in the following articulate sounds. And is it possible you can think of disgracing your family by allying yourself to a bastard? Can the blood of the Westerns submit to such contamination? If you have not sense sufficient to restrain such monstrous inclinations, I thought the pride of our family would have prevented you from giving the least encouragement to so base an affection. Much less did I imagine you would ever have had the assurance to own it to my face. Madam, answered Sophia, trembling, what I have said you have extorted from me. I do not remember to have ever mentioned the name of Mr. Jones with approbation to anyone before. Nor should I now had I not conceived he had your approbation, whatever were my thoughts of that poor, unhappy young man. I intended to have carried them with me to my grave, to that grave where only now, I find, I am to seek repose. Here she sunk down in her chair, drowned in her tears, and in all the moving silence of unutterable grief, presented a spectacle which must have affected almost the hardest heart. All this tender sorrow, however, raised no compassion in her aunt. On the contrary, she now fell into the most violent rage, and I would rather, she cried, in a most vehement voice, follow you to your grave, than I would see you disgrace yourself and your family by such a match. O heavens! Could I have ever suspected that I should live to hear a niece of mine declare a passion for such a fellow? You are the first, yes, Miss Western, you are the first of your name who ever entertained so groveling a thought, a family so noted for the prudence of its women. Here she ran on a full quarter of an hour, till, having exhausted her breath rather than her rage, she concluded with threatening to go immediately and acquaint her brother. Sophia then threw herself at her feet, and laying hold of her hands, begged her with tears to conceal what she had drawn from her. Urging the violence of her father's temper, and protesting that no inclinations of hers should ever prevail with her to do anything which might offend him, Mrs. Western stood a moment looking at her, and then, having recollected herself, said that on one consideration only she would keep the secret from her brother, and this was, that Sophia should promise to entertain Mr. Blythe that very afternoon as her lover, and to regard him as the person who was to be her husband. Poor Sophia was too much in her aunt's power to deny her anything positively. She was obliged to promise that she would see Mr. Blythe and be as civil to him as possible, but begged her aunt that the match might not be hurried on. She said Mr. Blythe was by no means agreeable to her, and she hoped her father would be prevailed on not to make her the most wretched of women. Mrs. Western assured her that the match was entirely agreed upon, and that nothing could or should prevent it. I must own, said she, I looked on it as on a matter of indifference. Nay, perhaps had some scruples about it before, which were actually got over by my thinking it highly agreeable to your own inclinations. But now I regard it as the most eligible thing in the world, nor shall there be, if I can prevent it, a moment of time lost on the occasion. Sophia replied, delay at least, madam, I may expect from both your goodness and my father's. Surely you will give me time to endeavor to get the better of so strong a disinclination as I have at present to this person. The aunt answered, she knew too much of the world to be so deceived. That as she was sensible another man had her affections, she should persuade Mr. Western to hasten the match as much as possible. It would be bad politics, indeed, added she, to protract a siege when the enemy's army is at hand, and in danger of relieving it. No, Sophie, said she, as I am convinced you have a violent passion which you can never satisfy with honor. I will do all I can to put your honor out of the care of your family. For when you are married those matters will belong only to the consideration of your husband. I hope, child, you will always have prudence enough to act as becomes you. But if you should not, marriage hath saved many a woman from ruin. Sophia well understood what her aunt meant, but did not think proper to make her an answer. However, she took a resolution to see Mr. Blythe, and to behave to him as civilly as she could, for on that condition only she obtained a promise from her aunt to keep secret the liking which her ill fortune, rather than any scheme of Mrs. Western, had unhappily drawn from her. Chapter 6, containing a dialogue between Sophia and Mrs. Honor, which may a little relieve those tender affections which the foregoing scene may have raised in the mind of a good-natured reader. Mrs. Western, having obtained that promise from her niece which we have seen in the last chapter, withdrew. And presently after arrived Mrs. Honor. She was at work in a neighboring apartment, and had been summoned to the keyhole by some vociferation in the preceding dialogue, where she had continued during the remaining part of it. At her entry into the room, she found Sophia standing motionless, with the tears trickling from her eyes, upon which she immediately ordered a proper quantity of tears into her own eyes, and then began, "O Gemini, my dear lady, what is the matter?" "Nothing," cries Sophia. Nothing. Oh, dear madam, answers Honor, you must not tell me that, when your ladyship is in this taking, and when there hath been such a preamble between your ladyship and Madam Western. Don't tease me, cries Sophia. I tell you nothing is the matter. Good heavens! Why was I born? Nay, madam, says Mrs. Honor, you shall never persuade me that your lordship can lament yourself so for nothing. To be sure I am but a servant, but to be sure I have been always faithful to your lordship, and to be sure I would serve your lordship with my life. My dear Honor, says Sophia, 'tis not in thy power to be of any service to me. I am irretrievably undone. Heaven forbid, answered the waiting woman. But if I can't be of any service to you, pray tell me, madam. It will be some comfort to me to know. Pray, dear ma'am, tell me what's the matter. My father, cries Sophia, is going to marry me to a man I both despise and hate. Oh dear, ma'am, answered the other, who is this wicked man? For to be sure he is very bad, or your lordship would not despise him. His name is poison to my tongue, replied Sophia. Thou wilt know it too soon. Indeed, to confess the truth, she knew it already, and therefore was not very inquisitive as to that point. She then proceeded thus. I don't pretend to give your lordship advice, whereof your lordship knows much better than I can pretend to, being but a servant. But, I fackins, no father in England should marry me against my consent, and, to be sure, the squire is so good, that if he did but know your lordship despises and hates the young man, to be sure he would not desire you to marry him, and if your lordship would but give me leave to tell my master so, to be sure, it would be more proper to come from your own mouth. But as your lordship doth not care to foul your tongue with his nasty name, you are mistaken, Honor, says Sophia. My father was determined before he ever thought fit to mention it to me. More shame for him, cries Honor. You are to go to bed to him, and not master. And though a man may be a very proper man, yet every woman mayn't think him handsome alike. I am sure my master would never act in this manner of his own head. I wish some people would trouble themselves only with what belongs to them. They would not, I believe, like to be served so, if it was their own case. For though I am a maid, I can easily believe as how all men are not equally agreeable, and what signifies your lordship having so great a fortune, if you can't please yourself with the man you think most handsomest? Well, I say nothing, but to be sure it is a pity some folks had not been better born. Nay, as for that matter, I should not mind it myself. But then there is not so much money, and what of that? Your lordship hath money enough for both. And where can your lordship bestow your fortune better? For to be sure, every one must allow that he is the most handsomest, charmingest, finest, tallest, properest man in the world. What do you mean by running on in this manner to me? Cries Sophia, with a very grave countenance. Have I ever given any encouragement for these liberties? Nay, ma'am, I ask pardon. I meant no harm, answered she, but to be sure the poor gentleman hath run in my head ever since I saw him this morning. To be sure, if your lordship had but seen him just now, you must have pitied him, poor gentleman. I wishes some misfortune hath not happened to him, for he hath been walking about with his arms across, and looking so melancholy all this morning. I vow and protest it made me almost cry to see him. To see whom? Says Sophia. Poor Mr. Jones, answered Honor. See him? Why, where did you see him? Cries Sophia. By the canal, ma'am, says Honor. There he hath been walking all this morning, and at last there he laid himself down. I believe he lies there still, to be sure. If it had not been for my modesty, being a maid as I am, I should have gone and spoke to him. Dio, ma'am, let me go and see, only for a fancy, whether he is there still. Pew, says Sophia. There? No, no. What should he do there? He is gone before this time. To be sure, besides, why should you go to see? Besides, I want you for something else. To go. Fetch me my hat and gloves. I shall walk with my aunt in the grove before dinner. Honor did immediately as she was bid, and Sophia put her hat on. When, looking in the glass, she fancied the ribbon with which her hat was tied did not become her, and so sent her maid back again for a ribbon of a different color, and then giving Mrs. Honor repeated charges not to leave her work on any account, as she said it was in violent haste, and must be finished that very day. She muttered something more about going to the grove, and then sallied out the contrary way and walked, as fast as her tender, trembling limbs could carry her, directly towards the canal. Jones had been there as Mrs. Honor had told her. He had indeed spent 2 hours there that morning in melancholy contemplation on his Sophia, and had gone out from the garden at one door the moment she entered it at another, so that those unlucky minutes which had been spent in changing the ribbons had prevented the lovers from meeting at this time. A most unfortunate accident, from which my fair readers will not fail to draw a very wholesome lesson, and here I strictly forbid all male critics to intermeddle with a circumstance which I have recounted only for the sake of the ladies, and upon which they only are at liberty to comment. Chapter 7. A picture of formal courtship in miniature, as it always ought to be drawn, and a scene of a tenderer kind painted at full length. It was well remarked by one, and perhaps by more, that misfortunes do not come single. This wise maxim was now verified by Sophia, who was not only disappointed of seeing the man she loved, but had the vexation of being obliged to dress herself out in order to receive a visit from the man she hated. That afternoon Mr. Western, for the first time, acquainted his daughter with his intention. Telling her, he knew very well that she had heard it before from her aunt, Sophia looked very grave upon this, nor could she prevent a few pearls from stealing into her eyes. "Come, come," says Western, "none of your maidenish airs. I know all. I assure you sister hath told me all." "Is it possible," says Sophia, "that my aunt can have betrayed me already?" I, says Western, "betrayed you? Why, you betrayed yourself yesterday at dinner. You showed your fancy very plainly, I think, but you young girls never know what you would be at, so you cry because I am going to marry you to the man you are in love with. Your mother, I remember, whimpered and whined just in the same manner, but it was all over within 24 hours after we were married. Mr. Blifil is a brisk young man, and will soon put an end to your squeamishness. Come, cheer up, I expect on every minute." Sophia was now convinced that her aunt had behaved honorably to her, and she determined to go through that disagreeable afternoon with as much resolution as possible, and without giving the least suspicion in the world to her father. Mr. Blifil soon arrived, and Mr. Western soon after withdrawing, left the young couple together. Here a long silence of near a quarter of an hour ensued, for the gentleman who was to begin the conversation had all the unbecoming modesty which consists in bashfulness. He often attempted to speak, and as often suppressed his words just at the very point of utterance. At last out they broke in a torrent of far-fetched and high-strained compliments, which were answered on her side by downcast looks, half-bows, and civil monosyllables. Blifil, from his inexperience in the ways of women, and from his conceit of himself, took this behavior for a modest assent to his courtship, and when, to shorten a scene which she could no longer support, Sophia rose up and left the room, he imputed that, too, merely to bashfulness, and comforted himself that he should soon have enough of her company. He was indeed perfectly well satisfied with his prospect of success, for as to that entire and absolute possession of the heart of his mistress which romantic lovers require, the very idea of it never entered his head. Her fortune and her person were the sole objects of his wishes, of which he made no doubt soon to obtain the absolute property. As Mr. Western's mind was so earnestly bent on the match, and as he well knew the strict obedience which Sophia was always ready to pay to her father's will, and the greater still which her father would exact, if there was occasion, this authority, therefore, together with the charms which he fancied in his own person and conversation, could not fail, he thought, of succeeding with a young lady whose inclinations were, he doubted not, entirely disengaged. Of Jones he certainly had not even the least jealousy, and I have often thought it wonderful that he had not. Perhaps he imagined the character which Jones bore all over the country, how justly, let the reader determine, of being one of the wildest fellows in England, might render him odious to a lady of the most exemplary modesty. Perhaps his suspicions might be laid asleep by the behavior of Sophia, and of Jones himself, when they were all in company together. Lastly, and indeed principally, he was well assured there was not another self in the case. He fancied that he knew Jones to the bottom, and had in reality a great contempt for his understanding. For not being more attached to his own interest, he had no apprehension that Jones was in love with Sophia, and as for any lucrative motives, he imagined they would sway very little with so silly a fellow. Blifil, moreover, thought the affair of Molly Seagrim still went on, and indeed believed it would end in marriage. For Jones really loved him from his childhood, and had kept no secret from him, till his behavior on the sickness of Mr. Allworthy had entirely alienated his heart, and it was by means of the quarrel which had ensued on this occasion, and which was not yet reconciled, that Mr. Blythe knew nothing of the alteration which had happened in the affection which Jones had formerly borne towards Molly. From these reasons, therefore, Mr. Blythe saw no bar to his success with Sophia. He concluded her behavior was like that of all other young ladies on a first visit from a lover, and it had indeed entirely answered his expectations. Mr. Western took care to waylay the lover at his exit from his mistress. He found him so elevated with his success, so enamored with his daughter, and so satisfied with her reception of him, that the old gentleman began to caper and dance about his hall, and by many other antic actions to express the extravagance of his joy. For he had not the least command over any of his passions, and that which had at any time the ascendant in his mind hurried him to the wildest excesses. As soon as Blythe was departed, which was not till after many hearty kisses and embraces bestowed on him by Western, the good squire went instantly in quest of his daughter, whom he no sooner found than he poured forth the most extravagant raptures, bidding her choose what clothes and jewels she pleased, and declaring that he had no other use for fortune but to make her happy. He then caressed her again and again with the utmost profusion of fondness, called her by the most endearing names, and protested she was his only joy on earth. Sophia, perceiving her father in this fit of affection, which she did not absolutely know the reason of, for fits of fondness were not unusual to him, though this was rather more violent than ordinary, thought she should never have a better opportunity of disclosing herself than at present, as far at least as regarded Mr. Blythe, and she too well foresaw the necessity which she should soon be under of coming to a full explanation, after having thanked the squire, therefore, for all his professions of kindness, she added, with a look full of inexpressible softness, "And is it possible my papa can be so good to place all his joy in his Sophie's happiness?" Which Western having confirmed by a great oath and a kiss, she then laid hold of his hand, and, falling on her knees, after many warm and passionate declarations of affection and duty, she begged him not to make her the most miserable creature on earth by forcing her to marry a man whom she detested. "This I entreat of you, dear sir," said she, "for your sake as well as my own, since you are so very kind to tell me your happiness depends on mine." "How? What?" says Western, staring wildly. "Oh, sir," continued she, "not only your poor Sophie's happiness, her very life, her being, depends upon your granting her request. I cannot live with Mr. Blythe. Go force me into this marriage would be killing me." "You can't live with Mr. Blythe?" says Western. "No, upon my soul I can't," answered Sophia. "Then die and be d," cries he, spurning her from him. "Oh, sir," cries Sophia, catching hold of the skirt of his coat, "take pity on me. I beseech you, don't look and say such cruel. Can you be unmoved while you see your Sophie in this dreadful condition? Can the best of fathers break my heart? Will he kill me by the most painful, cruel, lingering death?" "Pooh, pooh," cries the squire, "all stuff and nonsense. All maidenish tricks kill you, indeed. Will marriage kill you?" "Oh, sir," answered Sophia, "such a marriage is worse than death. He is not even indifferent. I hate and detest him." "If you detest never so much," cries Western, "you shall ha." This he bound by an oath too shocking to repeat, and after many violent asseverations concluded in these words: "I am resolved upon the match, and unless you consent to it I will not give you a groat, not a single farthing. No, though I saw you expiring with famine in the street, I would not relieve you with a morsel of bread. This is my fixed resolution, and so I leave you to consider on it." He then broke from her with such violence that her face dashed against the floor, and he burst directly out of the room, leaving poor Sophia prostrate on the ground. When Western came into the hall, he there found Jones, who, seeing his friend looking wild, pale, and almost breathless, could not forbear inquiring the reason of all these melancholy appearances, upon which the squire immediately acquainted him with the whole matter, concluding with bitter denunciations against Sophia, and very pathetic lamentations of the misery of all fathers who are so unfortunate to have daughters. Jones, to whom all the resolutions which had been taken in favor of Blitheville were yet a secret, was at first almost struck dead with this relation. But recovering his spirits a little, mere despair, as he afterwards said, inspired him to mention a matter to Mr. Western, which seemed to require more impudence than a human forehead was ever gifted with. He desired leave to go to Sophia, that he might endeavor to obtain her concurrence with her father's inclinations. If the squire had been as quick-sighted as he was remarkable for the contrary, passion might at present very well have blinded him. He thanked Jones for offering to undertake the office, and said, Go, prithee, try what canst do, and then swore many execrable oaths that he would turn her out of doors unless she consented to the match. Chapter 8. The meeting between Jones and Sophia. Jones departed instantly in quest of Sophia, whom he found just risen from the ground, where her father had left her, with the tears trickling from her eyes and the blood running from her lips. He presently ran to her, and with a voice full at once of tenderness and terror, cried, "O my Sophia, what means this dreadful sight?" She looked softly at him for a moment before she spoke, and then said, "Mr. Jones, for heaven's sake, how came you here? Leave me, I beseech you, this moment. Do not," says he, "impose so harsh a command upon me. My heart bleeds faster than those lips. O Sophia, how easily could I drain my veins to preserve one drop of that dear blood." "I have too many obligations to you already," answered she, "for sure you meant them such." Here she looked at him tenderly almost a minute, and then bursting into an agony, cried, "Oh, Mr. Jones, why did you save my life? My death would have been happier for us both." "Happier for us both," cried he, "could racks or wheels kill me so painfully as Sophia's. I cannot bear the dreadful sound. Do I live but for her?" Both his voice and looks were full of inexpressible tenderness when he spoke these words, and at the same time he laid gently hold on her hand, which she did not withdraw from him. To say the truth, she hardly knew what she did or suffered. A few moments now passed in silence between these lovers, while his eyes were eagerly fixed on Sophia, and hers declining towards the ground. At last she recovered strength enough to desire him again to leave her, for that her certain ruin would be the consequence of their being found together, adding, "Oh, Mr. Jones, you know not what hath passed this cruel afternoon." "I know all, my Sophia," answered he. "Your cruel father hath told me all, and he himself hath sent me hither to you." "My father sent you to me," replied she. "Sure you dream?" "Would to heaven," cries he, "it was but a dream." "Oh, Sophia, your father hath sent me to you, to be an advocate for my odious rival, to solicit you in his favor. I took any means to get access to you. Oh, speak to me, Sophia. Comfort my bleeding heart. Sure no one ever loved, ever dote like me. Do not unkindly withhold this dear, this soft, this gentle hand. One moment, perhaps, tears you forever from me. Nothing less than this cruel occasion could, I believe, have ever conquered the respect and awe with which you have inspired me." She stood a moment silent and covered with confusion. Then lifting up her eyes gently towards him, she cried, "What would Mr. Jones have me say?" "Oh, do but promise," cries he, "that you never will give yourself to Blitheville." "Name not," answered she, "the detested sound. Be ye assured I never will give him what is in my power to withhold from him." "Now then," cries he, "while you are so perfectly kind, go a little farther, and add that I may hope." "Alas," says she, "Mr. Jones, whither will you drive me? What hope have I to bestow? You know my father's intentions." "But I know," answered he, "your compliance with them cannot be compelled." "What," says she, "must be the dreadful consequence of my disobedience? My own ruin is my least concern. I cannot bear the thoughts of being the cause of my father's misery." "He is himself the cause," cries Jones, "by exacting a power over you which nature hath not given him. Think on the misery which I am to suffer if I am to lose you, and see on which side pity will turn the balance." "Think of it," replied she. "Can you imagine I do not feel the ruin which I must bring on you, should I comply with your desire? It is that thought which gives me resolution to bid you fly from me forever, and avoid your own destruction. I fear no destruction, cries he, but the loss of Sophia. If you would save me from the most bitter agonies, recall that cruel sentence, indeed. I can never part with you, indeed I cannot. The lovers now stood both silent and trembling, Sophia being unable to withdraw her hand from Jones, and he almost as unable to hold it, when the scene, which I believe some of my readers will think had lasted long enough, was interrupted by one of so different a nature that we shall reserve the relation of it for a different chapter. Chapter 9, being of a much more tempestuous kind than the former. Before we proceed with what now happened to our lovers, it may be proper to recount what had passed in the hall during their tender interview. Soon after Jones had left Mr. Western in the manner above mentioned, his sister came to him, and was presently informed of all that had passed between her brother and Sophia relating to Blifil. This behavior in her niece the good lady construed to be an absolute breach of the condition on which she had engaged to keep her love for Mr. Jones a secret. She considered herself, therefore, at full liberty to reveal all she knew to the squire, which she immediately did in the most explicit terms, and without any ceremony or preface. The idea of a marriage between Jones and his daughter had never once entered into the squire's head, either in the warmest minutes of his affection towards that young man, or from suspicion, or on any other occasion. He did indeed consider a parity of fortune and circumstances to be physically as necessary an ingredient in marriage as difference of sexes or any other essential, and had no more apprehension of his daughter's falling in love with a poor man than with any animal of a different species. He became, therefore, like one thunderstruck at his sister's relation. He was, at first, incapable of making any answer, having been almost deprived of his breath by the violence of the surprise. This, however, soon returned, and, as is usual in other cases after an intermission, with redoubled force and fury. The first use he made of the power of speech, after his recovery from the sudden effects of his astonishment, was to discharge a round volley of oaths and imprecations, after which he proceeded hastily to the apartment where he expected to find the lovers, and murmured, or rather indeed roared forth, intentions of revenge every step he went, as when two doves or two wood-pigeons, or as when Strephon and Phyllis, for that comes nearest to the mark, are retired into some pleasant solitary grove, to enjoy the delightful conversation of love, that bashful boy, who cannot speak in public, and is never a good companion to more than two at a time. Here, while every object is serene, should hoarse thunder burst suddenly through the shattered clouds, and rumbling roll along the sky, the frightened maid starts from the mossy bank or verdant turf. The pale livery of death succeeds the red regimentals in which love had before dressed her cheeks. Fear shakes her whole frame, and her lover scarce supports her trembling, tottering limbs. Or as when two gentlemen, strangers to the wondrous wit of the place, are cracking a bottle together at some inn or tavern at Salisbury, if the great Doughty, who acts the part of a madman as well as some of his setters do that of a fool, should rattle his chains, and dreadfully hum forth the grumbling catch along the gallery. The fright strangers stand aghast. Scared at the horrid sound, they seek some place of shelter from the approaching danger, and if the well-barred windows did admit their exit, would venture their necks to escape the threatening fury now coming upon them. So trembled poor Sophia, so turned she pale at the noise of her father, who, in a voice most dreadful to hear, came on swearing, cursing, and vowing the destruction of Jones. To say the truth, I believe the youth himself would, from some prudent considerations, have preferred another place of abode at this time, had his terror on Sophia's account given him liberty to reflect a moment on what any other ways concerned himself, than as his love made him partake whatever affected her. And now the squire, having burst open the door, beheld an object which instantly suspended all his fury against Jones. This was the ghastly appearance of Sophia, who had fainted away in her lover's arms. This tragical sight Mr. Western no sooner beheld than all his rage forsook him. He roared for help with his utmost violence, ran first to his daughter, then back to the door calling for water, and then back again to Sophia, never considering in whose arms she then was, nor perhaps once recollecting that there was such a person in the world as Jones. For indeed I believe the present circumstances of his daughter were now the sole consideration which employed his thoughts. Mrs. Western and a great number of servants soon came to the assistance of Sophia with water, cordials, and everything necessary on those occasions. These were applied with such success that Sophia in a very few minutes began to recover, and all the symptoms of life to return, upon which she was presently led off by her own maid and Mrs. Western. Nor did that good lady depart without leaving some wholesome admonitions with her brother on the dreadful effects of his passion, or, as she pleased to call it, madness. The squire, perhaps, did not understand this good advice, as it was delivered in obscure hints, shrugs, and notes of admiration. At least, if he did understand it, he profited very little by it. For no sooner was he cured of his immediate fears for his daughter than he relapsed into his former frenzy, which must have produced an immediate battle with Jones, had not Parson Supple, who was a very strong man, been present, and by mere force restrained the squire from acts of hostility. The moment Sophia was departed, Jones advanced in a very suppliant manner to Mr. Western, whom the parson held in his arms, and begged him to be pacified. For that, while he continued in such a passion, it would be impossible to give him any satisfaction. "I will have satisfaction o' thee," answered the squire. "So doff thy clothes thee on half a man, and I'll lick thee as well as wast ever licked in thy life." He then bespattered the youth with abundance of that language which passes between country gentlemen who embrace opposite sides of the question, with frequent applications to him to salute that part which is generally introduced into all controversies that arise among the lower orders of the English gentry at horse races, cock matches, and other public places. Allusions to this part are likewise often made for the sake of the jest, and here, I believe, the wit is generally misunderstood. In reality, it lies in desiring another to kiss your for having just before threatened to kick his. For I have observed very accurately that no one ever desires you to kick that which belongs to himself, nor offers to kiss this part in another. It may likewise seem surprising that in the many thousand kind invitations of this sort, which every one who hath conversed with country gentlemen must have heard, no one, I believe, hath ever seen a single instance where the desire hath been complied with. A great instance of their want of politeness. For in town nothing can be more common than for the finest gentlemen to perform this ceremony every day to their superiors, without having that favor once requested of them. To all such wit, Jones very calmly answered, "Sir, this usage may perhaps cancel every other obligation you have conferred on me, but there is one you can never cancel, nor will I be provoked by your abuse to lift my hand against the father of Sophia." At these words the squire grew still more outrageous than before, so that the parson begged Jones to retire, saying, "You behold, sir, how he waxeth wrath at your abode here. Therefore let me pray you not to tarry any longer. His anger is too much kindled for you to commune with him at present. You had better, therefore, conclude your visit, and refer what matters you have to urge in your behalf to some other opportunity." Jones accepted this advice with thanks, and immediately departed. The squire now regained the liberty of his hands, and so much temper as to express some satisfaction in the restraint which had been laid upon him, declaring that he should certainly have beat his brains out, and adding, "It would have vexed one confoundedly to have been hanged for such a rascal." The parson now began to triumph in the success of his peacemaking endeavors, and proceeded to read a lecture against anger, which might perhaps rather have tended to raise than to quiet that passion in some hasty minds. This lecture he enriched with many valuable quotations from the ancients, particularly from Seneca, who hath indeed so well handled this passion, that none but a very angry man can read him without great pleasure and profit. The doctor concluded this harangue with the famous story of Alexander and Clytus, but as I find that entered in my commonplace under title Drunkenness, I shall not insert it here. The squire took no notice of this story, nor perhaps of anything he said, for he interrupted him before he had finished by calling for a tankard of beer, observing, which is perhaps as true as any observation on this fever of the mind, that anger makes a man dry. No sooner had the squire swallowed a large draught than he renewed the discourse on Jones, and declared a resolution of going the next morning early to acquaint Mr. Allworthy. His friend would have dissuaded him from this, from the mere motive of good nature. But his dissuasion had no other effect than to produce a large volley of oaths and curses, which greatly shocked the pious ears of Supple. But he did not dare to remonstrate against a privilege which the squire claimed as a freeborn Englishman, though say truth. The parson submitted to please his palate at the squire's table, at the expense of suffering now and then this violence to his ears. He contented himself with thinking he did not promote this evil practice, and that the squire would not swear an oath the less, if he never entered within his gates. However, though he was not guilty of ill manners by rebuking a gentleman in his own house, he paid him off obliquely in the pulpit, which had not, indeed, the good effect of working a reformation in the squire himself. Yet it so far operated on his conscience that he put the laws very severely in execution against others, and the magistrate was the only person in the parish who could swear with impunity. Chapter 10. In which Mr. Western visits Mr. Allworthy. Mr. Allworthy was now retired from breakfast with his nephew, well satisfied with the report of the young gentleman's successful visit to Sophia, for he greatly desired the match, more on account of the young lady's character than of her riches, when Mr. Western broke abruptly in upon them, and without any ceremony began as follows. "There, you have done a fine piece of work truly. You have brought up your bastard to a fine purpose. Not that I believe you have had any hand in it neither, that is, as a man may say, designedly. But there is a fine kettle of fish made on up at our house. What can be the matter, Mr. Western?" said Allworthy. "Oh, matter enow of all conscience. My daughter hath fallen in love with your bastard, that's all, but I won't gee her a halfpenny, not the 20th part of a brass varden. I always thought what would come o' breeding up a bastard like a gentleman, and letting un come about to Vox houses, it's well vor un I could not get it un. I'd a licked un. I'd a spoiled his caterwauling. I'd a taught the son of a whore to meddle with meat for his master. Shan't ever have a morsel of meat of mine, or a varden to buy it. If she will ha un, one smock shall be her portion. I'd sooner gee my estate to the zinkying fund, that it may be sent to Hanover to corrupt our nation with." "I am heartily sorry," cries Allworthy. "Pox o' your sorrow," says Western. "It will do me abundance of good when I have lost my only child, my poor Sophy, that was the joy of my heart, and all the hope and comfort of my age. But I am resolved I will turn her out o' doors. She shall beg and starve, and rot in the streets, not one halfpenny. Not a halfpenny shall she ever hae. Oh my, the son of a bitch was always good at finding a hare sitting, and be rotted to in. I little thought what puss he was, looking after, but it shall be the worst he ever vound in his life. She shall be no better than carrion. The skin o'er is all he shall ha, and zo you may tell a—" "I am in amazement," cries Allworthy, "at what you tell me, after what passed between my nephew and the young lady no longer ago than yesterday." "Yes, sir," answered Western. "It was after what passed between your nephew and she that the whole matter came out. Mr. Blifil there was no sooner gone than the son of a whore came lurching about the house. Little did I think, when I used to love him for a sportsman, that he was all the while a poaching after my daughter. Why, truly," says Allworthy, "I could wish you had not given him so many opportunities with her. And you will do me the justice to acknowledge that I have always been averse to his staying so much at your house, though I own I had no suspicion of this kind." "Why, zounds," cries Western, "who could have thought it? What the devil had she to do wine? He did not come there according to her. He came there a-hunting with me." "But was it possible," says Allworthy, "that you should never discern any symptoms of love between them, when you have seen them so often together?" "Never in my life, as I hope to be saved," cries Western. "I never so much as zeed him kiss her in all my life, and so far from courting her, he used rather to be more silent when she was in company than at any other time. And as for the girl, she was always less civil to in than to any young man that came to the house. As to that matter, I am not more easy to be deceived than another. I would not have you think I am, neighbor." Allworthy could scarce refrain laughter at this, but he resolved to do a violence to himself, for he perfectly well knew mankind, and had too much good breeding and good nature to offend the squire in his present circumstances. He then asked Western what he would have him do upon this occasion. To which the other answered, that he would have him keep the rascal away from his house, and that he would go and lock up the wench, for he was resolved to make her marry Mr. Blifil in spite of her teeth. He then shook Blifil by the hand, and swore he would have no other son-in-law, presently after which he took his leave, saying his house was in such disorder that it was necessary for him to make haste home, To take care his daughter did not give him the slip, and as for Jones, he swore if he caught him at his house, he would qualify him to run for the gelding's plate. When Allworthy and Blifil were again left together, a long silence ensued between them, all which interval the young gentleman filled up with sighs, which proceeded partly from disappointment, but more from hatred. For the success of Jones was much more grievous to him than the loss of Sophia. At length his uncle asked him what he was determined to do, and he answered in the following words, "Alas, sir, can it be a question what step a lover will take, when reason and passion point different ways? I am afraid it is too certain he will, in that dilemma, always follow the latter reason dictates to me, to quit all thoughts of a woman who places her affections on another. My passion bids me hope she may in time change her inclinations in my favor. Here, however, I conceive an objection may be raised, which, if it could not fully be answered, would totally deter me from any further pursuit. I mean the injustice of endeavoring to supplant another in a heart of which he seems already in possession. But the determined resolution of Mr. Western shows that, in this case, I shall, by so doing, promote the happiness of every party. Not only that of the parent, who will thus be preserved from the highest degree of misery, but of both the others, who must be undone by this match. The lady, I am sure, will be undone in every sense. For, besides the loss of most part of her own fortune, she will be not only married to a beggar, but the little fortune which her father cannot withhold from her will be squandered on that wench with whom I know he yet converses. Nay, that is a trifle, for I know him to be one of the worst men in the world. For had my dear uncle known what I have hitherto endeavored to conceal, he must have long since abandoned so profligate a wretch." "How?" said Allworthy. "Hath he done anything worse than I already know? Tell me, I beseech you." "No," replied Blifil. "It is now past, and perhaps he may have repented of it." "I command you, on your duty," said Allworthy, "to tell me what you mean." "You know, sir," says Blifil, "I never disobeyed you. But I am sorry I mentioned it, since it may now look like revenge, whereas, I thank heaven, no such motive ever entered my heart. And if you oblige me to discover it, I must be his petitioner to you for your forgiveness." "I will have no conditions," answered Allworthy. "I think I have shown tenderness enough towards him, and more perhaps than you ought to thank me for. More, indeed, I fear, than he deserved," cries Blifil. "For in the very day of your utmost danger, when myself and all the family were in tears, he filled the house with riot and debauchery. He drank, and sung, and roared. And when I gave him a gentle hint of the indecency of his actions, he fell into a violent passion, swore many oaths, called me rascal, and struck me." "How?" cries Allworthy. "Did he dare to strike you?" "I am sure," cries Blifil, "I have forgiven him that long ago. I wish I could so easily forget his ingratitude to the best of benefactors. And yet even that I hope you will forgive him, since he must have certainly been possessed with the devil. For that very evening, as Mr. Thwackum and myself were taking the air in the fields, and exulting in the good symptoms which then first began to discover themselves, we unluckily saw him engaged with a wench in a manner not fit to be mentioned. Thwackum, with more boldness than prudence, advanced to rebuke him, when, I am sorry to say it, he fell upon the worthy man, and beat him so outrageously that I wish he may have yet recovered the bruises, nor was I without my share of the effects of his malice, while I endeavored to protect my tutor, but that I have long forgiven. Nay, I prevailed with Mr. Thwackum to forgive him too, and not to inform you of a secret which I feared might be fatal to him. And now, sir, since I have unadvisedly dropped a hint of this matter, and your commands have obliged me to discover the whole, let me intercede with you for him." "O child," said Allworthy, "I know not whether I should blame or applaud your goodness in concealing such villainy a moment. But where is Mr. Thwackum? Not that I want any confirmation of what you say, but I will examine all the evidence of this matter, to justify to the world the example I am resolved to make of such a monster." Thwackum was now sent for, and presently appeared. He corroborated every circumstance which the other had deposed. Nay, he produced the record upon his breast, where the handwriting of Mr. Jones remained very legible in black and blue. He concluded with declaring to Mr. Allworthy that he should have long since informed him of this matter, had not Mr. Blifil, by the most earnest interpositions, prevented it. He is, says he, an excellent youth, though such forgiveness of enemies is carrying the matter too far. In reality, Blifil had taken some pains to prevail with the parson, and to prevent the discovery at that time, for which he had many reasons. He knew that the minds of men are apt to be softened and relaxed from their usual severity by sickness. Besides, he imagined that if the story was told when the fact was so recent, and the physician about the house, who might have unraveled the real truth, he should never be able to give it the malicious turn which he intended. Again, he resolved to hoard up this business, till the indiscretion of Jones should afford some additional complaints, for he thought the joint weight of many facts falling upon him together would be the most likely to crush him, and he watched, therefore, some such opportunity as that with which fortune had now kindly presented him. Lastly, by prevailing with Thwackum to conceal the matter for a time, he knew he should confirm an opinion of his friendship to Jones, which he had greatly labored to establish in Mr. Allworthy. Chapter 11, a short chapter, but which contains sufficient matter to affect the good-natured reader. It was Mr. Allworthy's custom never to punish anyone, not even to turn away a servant, in a passion. He resolved, therefore, to delay passing sentence on Jones till the afternoon. The poor young man attended at dinner, as usual, but his heart was too much loaded to suffer him to eat. His grief, too, was a good deal aggravated by the unkind looks of Mr. Allworthy, whence he concluded that Western had discovered the whole affair between him and Sophia. But as to Mr. Blifil's story, he had not the least apprehension, for of much the greater part he was entirely innocent, and for the residue, as he had forgiven and forgotten it himself, so he suspected no remembrance on the other side. When dinner was over and the servants departed, Mr. Allworthy began to harangue. He set forth, in a long speech, the many iniquities of which Jones had been guilty, particularly those which this day had brought to light, and concluded by telling him that unless he could clear himself of the charge, he was resolved to banish him his sight forever. Many disadvantages attended poor Jones in making his defense. Nay, indeed, he hardly knew his accusation. For as Mr. Allworthy, in recounting the drunkenness and while he lay ill, out of modesty sunk everything that related particularly to himself, which indeed principally constituted the crime. Jones could not deny the charge. His heart was, besides, almost broken already, and his spirits were so sunk that he could say nothing for himself, but acknowledged the whole, and, like a criminal in despair, threw himself upon mercy, concluding that though he must own himself guilty of many follies and inadvertencies, he hoped he had done nothing to deserve what would be to him the greatest punishment in the world. Allworthy answered that he had forgiven him too often already, in compassion to his youth and in hopes of his amendment, that he now found he was an abandoned reprobate, and such as it would be criminal in anyone to support and encourage. Nay, said Mr. Allworthy to him, your audacious attempt to steal away the young lady calls upon me to justify my own character in punishing the world, who have already censured the regard I have shown for you, may think, with some color at least of justice, that I connive at so base and barbarous an action of which you must have known my abhorrence, and which, had you had any concern for my ease and honor, as well as for my friendship, you would never have thought of undertaking. Fie upon it, young man. Indeed, there is scarce any punishment equal to your crimes, and I can scarce think myself justifiable in what I am now going to bestow on you. However, as I have educated you like a child of my own, I will not turn you naked into the world when you open this paper. Therefore, you will find something which may enable you, with industry, to get an honest livelihood. But if you employ it to worse purposes, I shall not think myself obliged to supply you farther, being resolved, from this day forward, to converse no more with you on any account. I cannot avoid saying, there is no part of your conduct which I resent more than your ill treatment of that good young man, meaning Blifil, who hath behaved with so much tenderness and honor towards you. These last words were a dose almost too bitter to be swallowed. A flood of tears now gushed from the eyes of Jones, and every faculty of speech and motion seemed to have deserted him. It was some time before he was able to obey Allworthy's peremptory commands of departing, which he at length did, having first kissed his hands with a passion difficult to be affected, and as difficult to be described. The reader must be very weak, if, when he considers the light in which Jones then appeared to Mr. Allworthy, he should blame the rigor of his sentence, and yet all the neighborhood, either from this weakness or from some worse motive, condemned this justice and severity as the highest cruelty, nay, the very persons who had before censured the good man for the kindness and tenderness shown to a bastard, his own, according to the general opinion, now cried out as loudly against turning his own child out of doors. The women especially were unanimous in taking the part of Jones, and raised more stories on the occasion than I have room, in this chapter, to set down. One thing must not be omitted, that, in their censures on this occasion, none ever mentioned the sum contained in the paper which Allworthy gave Jones, which was no less than £500. But all agreed that he was sent away penniless, and some said naked, from the house of his inhuman father. Chapter 12. Containing love letters, and c. Jones was commanded to leave the house immediately, and told that his clothes and everything else should be sent to him whithersoever he should order them. He accordingly set out, and walked above a mile, not regarding and indeed scarce knowing whither he went. At length a little brook obstructing his passage, he threw himself down by the side of it, nor could he help muttering with some little indignation, "Sure my father will not deny me this place to rest in." Here he presently fell into the most violent agonies, tearing his hair from his head, and using most other actions which generally accompany fits of madness, rage, and despair. When he had in this manner vented the first emotions of passion, he began to come a little to himself. His grief now took another turn, and discharged itself in a gentler way, till he became at last cool enough to reason with his passion, and to consider what steps were proper to be taken in his deplorable condition. And now the great doubt was, how to act with regard to Sophia. The thoughts of leaving her almost rent his heart asunder, but the consideration of reducing her to ruin and beggary still racked him, if possible, more. And if the violent desire of possessing her person could have induced him to listen one moment to this alternative, still he was by no means certain of her resolution to indulge his wishes at so high an expense. The resentment of Mr. Allworthy, and the injury he must do to his quiet, argued strongly against this latter. And lastly, the apparent impossibility of his success, even if he would sacrifice all these considerations to it, came to his assistance. And thus honor at last backed with despair, with gratitude to his benefactor, and with real love to his mistress, got the better of burning desire, and he resolved rather to quit Sophia than pursue her to her ruin. It is difficult for any who have not felt it to conceive the glowing warmth which filled his breast on the first contemplation of this victory over his passion. Pride flattered him so agreeably that his mind perhaps enjoyed perfect happiness. But this was only momentary. Sophia soon returned to his imagination, and allayed the joy of his triumph with no less bitter pangs than a good-natured general must feel when he surveys the bleeding heaps, at the price of whose blood he hath purchased his laurels. For thousands of tender ideas lay murdered before our conqueror. Being resolved, however, to pursue the paths of this giant honor, as the gigantic poetry calls it, he determined to write a farewell letter to Sophia, and accordingly proceeded to a house not far off, where, being furnished with proper materials, he wrote as follows. "Madam, when you reflect on the situation in which I write, I am sure your good nature will pardon any inconsistency or absurdity which my letter contains. For everything here flows from a heart so full that no language can express its dictates. I have resolved, madam, to obey your commands, in flying forever from your dear, your lovely sight. Cruel indeed those commands are, but it is a cruelty which proceeds from fortune, not from my Sophia. Fortune hath made it necessary to your preservation, to forget there ever was such a wretch as I am. Believe me, I would not hint all my sufferings to you, if I imagined they could possibly escape your ears. I know the goodness and tenderness of your heart, and would avoid giving you any of those pains which you always feel for the miserable. Oh, let nothing, which you shall hear of my hard fortune, cause a moment's concern. For, after the loss of you, everything is to me a trifle. Oh, Sophia, it is hard to leave you. It is harder still to desire you to forget me. Yet the sincerest love obliges me to both pardon my conceiving that any remembrance of me can give you disquiet. But if I am so gloriously wretched, sacrifice me every way to your relief. Think I never loved you, or think truly how little I deserve you, and learn to scorn me for a presumption which can never be too severely punished. I am unable to say more. May guardian angels protect you forever. He was now searching his pockets for his wax, but found none, nor indeed anything else therein. For in truth he had, in his frantic disposition, tossed everything from him, and amongst the rest, his pocketbook, which he had received from Mr. Allworthy, which he had never opened, and which now first occurred to his memory. The house supplied him with a wafer for his present purpose, with which, having sealed his letter, he returned hastily towards the brook side, in order to search for the things which he had there lost. In his way he met his old friend Black George, who heartily condoled with him on his misfortune. For this had already reached his ears, and indeed those of all the neighborhood. Jones acquainted the gamekeeper with his loss, and he as readily went back with him to the brook, where they searched every tuft of grass in the meadow, as well where Jones had not been as where he had been. But all to no purpose, for they found nothing. For, indeed, though the things were then in the meadow, they omitted to search the only place where they were deposited, to wit, in the pockets of the said George, for he had just before found them, and being luckily apprised of their value, had very carefully put them up for his own use. The gamekeeper, having exerted as much diligence in quest of the lost goods, as if he had hoped to find them, desired Mr. Jones to recollect if he had been in no other place. For sure, said he, if you had lost them here so lately, the things must have been here still, for this is a very unlikely place for anyone to pass by. And indeed it was by great accident that he himself had passed through that field, in order to lay wires for hares, with which he was to supply a poulterer at Bath the next morning. Jones now gave over all hopes of recovering his loss, and almost all thoughts concerning it, and turning to Black George, asked him earnestly if he would do him the greatest favor in the world. George answered with some hesitation, Sir, you know you may command me whatever is in my power, and I heartily wish it was in my power to do you any service. In fact, the question staggered him, for he had, by selling game, amassed a pretty good sum of money in Mr. Western's service, and was afraid that Jones wanted to borrow some small matter of him. But he was presently relieved from his anxiety by being desired to convey a letter to Sophia, which with great pleasure he promised to do. And indeed I believe there are few favors which he would not have gladly conferred on Mr. Jones, for he bore as much gratitude towards him as he could, and was as honest as men who love money better than any other thing in the universe generally are. Mrs. Honor was agreed by both to be the proper means by which this letter should pass to Sophia. They then separated. The gamekeeper returned home to Mr. Western's, and Jones walked to an alehouse at half a mile's distance, to wait for his messenger's return. George no sooner came home to his master's house than he met with Mrs. Honor, to whom, having first sounded her with a few previous questions, he delivered the letter for her mistress, and received at the same time another from her, for Mr. Jones, which Honor told him she had carried all that day in her bosom, and began to despair of finding any means of delivering it. The gamekeeper returned hastily and joyfully to Jones, who, having received Sophia's letter from him, instantly withdrew, and eagerly breaking it open, read as follows. Sir, it is impossible to express what I have felt since I saw your submitting on my account to such cruel insults from my father, lays me under an obligation I shall ever owe W.N. S. You know his temper. I beg you will, for my sake, avoid him. I wish I had any comfort to send you. But believe this, that nothing but the last violence shall ever give my hand or heart where you would be sorry to see them bestowed. Jones read this letter 100 times over, and kissed it 100 times as often. His passion now brought all tender desires back into his mind. He repented that he had writ to Sophia in the manner we have seen above, but he repented more that he had made use of the interval of his messenger's absence to write and dispatch a letter to Mr. Allworthy, in which he had faithfully promised and bound himself to quit all thoughts of his love. However, when his cool reflections returned, he plainly perceived that his case was neither mended nor altered by Sophia's billet, unless to give him some little glimpse of hope, from her constancy, of some favorable accident hereafter. He therefore resumed his resolution, and taking leave of Black George, set forward to a town about 5 miles distant, whither he had desired Mr. Allworthy, unless he pleased to revoke his sentence, to send his things after him. Chapter 13. The behavior of Sophia on the present occasion, which none of her sex will blame, who are capable of behaving in the same manner, and the discussion of a knotty point in the court of conscience. Sophia had passed the last 24 hours in no very desirable manner. During a large part of them she had been entertained by her aunt with lectures of prudence, recommending to her the example of the polite world, where love, so the good lady said, is at present entirely laughed at, and where women consider matrimony, as men do offices of public trust, only as the means of making their fortunes and of advancing themselves in the world. In commenting on which text Mrs. Western had displayed her eloquence during several hours. These sagacious lectures, though little suited either to the taste or inclination of Sophia, were, however, less irksome to her than her own thoughts, that formed the entertainment of the night, during which she never once closed her eyes. But though she could neither sleep nor rest in her bed, yet, having no avocation from it, she was found there by her father at his return from Allworthy's, which was not till past 10 o'clock in the morning. He went directly up to her apartment, opened the door, and seeing she was not up, cried, "Oh, you are safe then, and I am resolved to keep you so." He then locked the door, and delivered the key to Honor, having first given her the strictest charge, with great promises of rewards for her fidelity, and most dreadful menaces of punishment in case she should betray her trust. Honor's orders were, not to suffer her mistress to come out of her room without the authority of the squire himself, and to admit none to her but him and her aunt. But she was herself to attend her with whatever Sophia pleased, except only pen, ink, and paper, of which she was forbidden the use. The squire ordered his daughter to dress herself and attend him at dinner, which she obeyed, and having sat the usual time, was again conducted to her prison. In the evening the jailer Honor brought her the letter which she received from the gamekeeper. Sophia read it very attentively twice or thrice over, and then threw herself upon the bed, and burst into a flood of tears. Mrs. Honor expressed great astonishment at this behavior in her mistress, nor could she forbear very eagerly begging to know the cause of this passion. Sophia made her no answer for some time, and then, starting suddenly up, caught her maid by the hand, and cried, "Oh, Honor, I am undone." "Mary forbid," cries Honor. "I wish the letter had been burnt before I had brought it to your la'ship. I'm sure I thought it would have comforted your la'ship, or I would have seen it at the devil before I would have touched it." "Honor," says Sophia, "you are a good girl, and it is vain to attempt concealing longer my weakness from you. I have thrown away my heart on a man who hath forsaken me." "And is Mr. Jones," answered the maid, "such a perfidy man?" "He hath taken his leave of me," says Sophia, "for ever in that letter. Nay, he hath desired me to forget him. Could he have desired that if he had loved me? Could he have borne such a thought? Could he have written such a word?" "No, certainly, ma'am," cries Honor. "And to be sure, if the best man in England was to desire me to forget him, I'd take him at his word. Mary, come up. I am sure your la'ship hath done him too much honor ever to think on him. A young lady who may take her choice of all the young men in the country, and to be sure, if I may be so presumptuous as to offer my poor opinion, there is young Mr. Blifil, who, besides that he is come of honest parents, and will be one of the greatest squires all hereabouts, he is, to be sure, in my poor opinion, a more handsomer and a more politer man by half, and besides, he is a young gentleman of a sober character, and who may defy any of the neighbors to say black is his eye. He follows no dirty trollops, nor can any bastards be laid at his door. Forget him, indeed. I thank heaven I myself am not so much at my last prayers as to suffer any man to bid me forget him twice. If the best he that wears a head was for to go for to offer to say such an affronting word to me, I would never give him my company afterwards. If there was another young man in the kingdom, and as I was a-saying, to be sure, there is young Mr. Blifil. Name not his detested name, cries Sophia. Nay, ma'am, says Honor, if your la'ship doth not like him, there be more jolly handsome young men that would court your la'ship. If they had but the least encouragement, I don't believe there is arrow young gentleman in this county, or in the next to it, that if your la'ship was but to look as if you had a mind to him, would not come about to make his offers directly. What a wretch dost thou imagine me, cries Sophia, by affronting my ears with such stuff? I detest all mankind. Nay, to be sure, ma'am, answered Honor, your la'ship hath had enough to give you a surfeit of them. To be used ill by such a poor, beggarly, bastardly fellow. Hold your blasphemous tongue, cries Sophia. How dare you mention his name with disrespect before me? He used me ill? No, his poor bleeding heart suffered more when he writ the cruel words than mine from reading them. He is all heroic virtue and angelic goodness. I am ashamed of the weakness of my own passion, for blaming what I ought to admire. Oh, honor! It is my good only which he consults. Though my interest he sacrifices both himself and me, the apprehension of ruining me hath driven him to despair. I am very glad, says Honor, to hear your lordship takes that into your consideration. For to be sure, it must be nothing less than ruin to give your mind to one that is turned out of doors, and is not worth a farthing in the world. Turned out of doors, cries Sophia hastily. How? What dost thou mean? Why, to be sure, ma'am, my master no sooner told Squire Allworthy about Mr. Jones having offered to make love to your lordship than the squire stripped him stark naked, and turned him out of doors. Ha, says Sophia, I have been the cursed, wretched cause of his destruction. Turned naked out of doors. Here, Honor, take all the money I have. Take the rings from my fingers here, my watch. Carry him all, go find him immediately. For heaven's sake, ma'am, answered Mrs. Honor, do but consider, if my master should miss any of these things, I should be made to answer for them. Therefore let me beg your lordship not to part with your watch and jewels. Besides, the money, I think, is enough of all conscience. And as for that, my master can never know anything of the matter. Here, then, cries Sophia, take every farthing I am worth, find him out immediately, and give it him. Go, lose not a moment. Mrs. Honor departed according to orders, and finding Black George below stairs, delivered him the purse, which contained 16 guineas, being indeed the whole stock of Sophia. For though her father was very liberal to her, she was much too generous to be rich. Black George, having received the purse, set forward towards the alehouse. But in the way a thought occurred to him, whether he should not detain this money likewise. His conscience, however, immediately started at this suggestion, and began to upbraid him with ingratitude to his benefactor. To this his avarice answered, that his conscience should have considered the matter before, when he deprived poor Jones of his £500, that having quietly acquiesced in what was of so much greater importance, it was absurd, if not downright hypocrisy, to affect any qualms at this trifle. In return to which, conscience, like a good lawyer, attempted to distinguish between an absolute breach of trust, as here, where the goods were delivered, and a bare concealment of what was found. As in the former case, avarice presently treated this with ridicule, called it a distinction without a difference, and absolutely insisted that when once all pretensions of honor and virtue were given up in any one instance, that there was no precedent for resorting to them upon a second occasion. In short, poor conscience had certainly been defeated in the argument, had not fear stepped in to her assistance, and very strenuously urged that the real distinction between the two actions did not lie in the different degrees of honor but of safety, for that the secreting the £500 was a matter of very little hazard, whereas the detaining the 16 guineas was liable to the utmost danger of discovery. By this friendly aid of fear, conscience obtained a complete victory in the mind of Black George, and, after making him a few compliments on his honesty, forced him to deliver the money to Jones. Chapter 14. A short chapter, containing a short dialogue between Squire Western and his sister. Mrs. Western had been engaged abroad all that day. The squire met her at her return home, and when she inquired after Sophia, he acquainted her that he had secured her safe enough. She is locked up in chamber, cries he, and Honor keeps the key. As his looks were full of prodigious wisdom and sagacity when he gave his sister this information, it is probable he expected much applause from her for what he had done. But how was he disappointed when, with a most disdainful aspect, she cried, Sure, brother, you are the weakest of all men. Why will you not confide in me for the management of my niece? Why will you interpose? You have now undone all that I have been spending my breath in order to bring about, while I have been endeavoring to fill her mind with maxims of prudence. You have been provoking her to reject them. English women, brother, I thank heaven, are no slaves. We are not to be locked up like the Spanish and Italian wives. We have as good a right to liberty as yourselves. We are to be convinced by reason and persuasion only, and not governed by force. I have seen the world, brother, and know what arguments to make use of, and if your folly had not prevented me, should have prevailed with her to form her conduct by those rules of prudence and discretion which I formerly taught her. To be sure, said the squire, I am always in the wrong. Brother, answered the lady, you are not in the wrong, unless when you meddle with matters beyond your knowledge. You must agree that I have seen most of the world, and happy had it been for my niece if she had not been taken from under my care. It is by living at home with you that she hath learnt romantic notions of love and nonsense. You don't imagine, I hope, cries the squire, that I have taught her any such things. Your ignorance, brother, returned she, as the great Milton says, almost subdues my patience. D. in Milton, answered the squire. If he had the impudence to say so to my face, I'd lend him a douse. Though he was never so great a man patience. And you come to that, sister, I have more occasion of patience, to be used like an overgrown schoolboy, as I am by you, though you think no one hath any understanding, unless he hath been about at court pox. The world is come to a fine pass indeed, if we are all fools, except a parcel of Roundheads and Hanover rats pox. I hope the times are a-coming when we shall make fools of them, and every man shall enjoy his own. That's all, sister. And every man shall enjoy his own. I hope to see it, sister, before the Hanover rats have eat up all our corn, and left us nothing but turnips to feed upon. I protest, brother, cries she, you are now got beyond my understanding. Your jargon of turnips and Hanover rats is to me perfectly unintelligible. I believe, cries he, you don't care to hear O.M. But the country interest may succeed one day or other for all that. I wish, answered the lady, you would think a little of your daughter's interest. For, believe me, she is in greater danger than the nation. Just now, said he, you chid me for thinking on her, and would ha her left to you. And if you will promise to interpose no more, answered she, I will, out of my regard to my niece, undertake the charge. Well, do then, said the squire, for you know I always agreed that women are the properest to manage women. The reader may, perhaps, subdue his own patience, if he searches for this in Milton. Mrs. Western then departed, muttering something with an air of disdain. Concerning women and management of the nation, she immediately repaired to Sophia's apartment, who was now, after a day's confinement, released again from her captivity. Book 7. Containing 3 days. Chapter 1. A comparison between the world and the stage. The world hath been often compared to the theatre, and many grave writers, as well as the poets, have considered human life as a great drama, resembling, in almost every particular, those scenical representations which Thespis is first reported to have invented, and which have been since received with so much approbation and delight in all polite countries. This thought hath been carried so far, and is become so general, that some words proper to the theatre, and which were at first metaphorically applied to the world, are now indiscriminately and literally spoken of both. Thus stage and scene are by common use grown as familiar to us, when we speak of life in general, as when we confine ourselves to dramatic performances. And when transactions behind the curtain are mentioned, St. James's is more likely to occur to our thoughts than Drury Lane. It may seem easy enough to account for all this, by reflecting that the theatrical stage is nothing more than a representation, or, as Aristotle calls it, an imitation of what really exists, and hence, perhaps, we might fairly pay a very high compliment to those who by their writings or actions have been so capable of imitating life, as to have their pictures in a manner confounded with, or mistaken for, the originals. But, in reality, we are not so fond of paying compliments to these people, whom we use as children frequently do the instruments of their amusement, and have much more pleasure in hissing and buffeting them than in admiring their excellence. There are many other reasons which have induced us to see this analogy between the world and the stage. Some have considered the larger part of mankind in the light of actors, as personating characters no more their own, and to which in fact they have no better title than the player hath to be in earnest thought the king or emperor whom he represents. Thus the hypocrite may be said to be a player, and indeed the Greeks called them both by one and the same name. The brevity of life hath likewise given occasion to this comparison. O the immortal Shakespeare! Life's a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. For which hackneyed quotation I will make the reader amends by a very noble one, which few, I believe, have read. It is taken from a poem called The Deity, published about 9 years ago, and long since buried in oblivion. A proof that good books, no more than good men, do always survive the bad. From the asterisk, all human actions take their springs, the rise of empires and the fall of kings. See the vast theater of time displayed, while o'er the scene succeeding heroes tread. With pomp the shining images succeed. What leaders triumph, and what monarchs bleed. Perform the parts thy providence assigned, their pride, their passions, to thy ends inclined. Awhile they glitter in the face of day, then at thy nod the phantoms pass away. No trace is left of all the busy scene, but that remembrance says, the things have been. Asterisk, the Deity. In all these, however, and in every other similitude of life to the theater, the resemblance hath been always taken from the stage. Only none, as I remember, have at all considered the audience at this great drama. But as nature often exhibits some of her best performances to a very full house, so will the behavior of her spectators no less admit the above-mentioned comparison than that of her actors. In this vast theater of time are seated the friend and the critic. Here are claps and shouts, hisses and groans. In short, everything which was ever seen or heard at the Theatre Royal. Let us examine this in one example. For instance, in the behavior of the great audience on that scene which nature was pleased to exhibit in the 12th chapter of the preceding book, where she introduced Black George running away with the £500 from his friend and benefactor. Those who sat in the world's upper gallery treated that incident, I am well convinced, with their usual vociferation, and every term of scurrilous reproach was most probably vented on that occasion. If we had descended to the next order of spectators, we should have found an equal degree of abhorrence, though less of noise and scurrility. Yet here the good women gave Black George to the devil, and many of them expected every minute that the cloven-footed gentleman would fetch his own. The pit, as usual, was no doubt divided. Those who delight in heroic virtue and perfect character objected to the producing such instances of villainy, without punishing them very severely for the sake of example. Some of the author's friends cried, "Look ye, gentlemen, the man is a villain, but it is nature for all that." And all the young critics of the age, the clerks, apprentices, and called it low and fell a-groaning. As for the boxes, they behaved with their accustomed politeness. Most of them were attending to something else. Some of those few who regarded the scene at all declared he was a bad kind of man, while others refused to give their opinion till they had heard that of the best judges. Now we, who are admitted behind the scenes of this great theater of nature, and no author ought to write anything besides dictionaries and spelling books who hath not this privilege, can censure the action, without conceiving any absolute detestation of the person, whom perhaps nature may not have designed to act an ill part in all her dramas. For in this instance life most exactly resembles the stage, since it is often the same person who represents the villain and the hero, and he who engages your admiration today will probably attract your contempt to Moro de Garrick, whom I regard in tragedy to be the greatest genius the world hath ever produced, sometimes condescends to play the fool. So did Scipio the Great and Laelius the Wise, according to Horace, many years ago. Nay, Cicero reports them to have been incredibly childish. These, it is true, played the fool, like my friend Garrick, in jest only. But several eminent characters have, in numberless instances of their lives, played the fool egregiously in earnest, so far as to render it a matter of some doubt whether their wisdom or folly was predominant, or whether they were better entitled to the applause or censure, the admiration or contempt, the love or hatred of mankind. Those persons, indeed, who have passed any time behind the scenes of this great theater, and are thoroughly acquainted not only with the several disguises which are there put on, but also with the fantastic and capricious behavior of the passions, who are the managers and directors of this theater, for as to reason, the patentee, he is known to be a very idle fellow and seldom to exert himself, may most probably have learned to understand the famous nil admirari of Horace, or in the English phrase, to stare at nothing. A single bad act no more constitutes a villain in life than a single bad part on the stage. The passions, like the managers of a playhouse, often force men upon parts without consulting their judgment, and sometimes without any regard to their talents. Thus the man, as well as the player, may condemn what he himself acts. Nay, it is common to see vice sit as awkwardly on some men, as the character of Iago would on the honest face of Mr. William Mills. Upon the whole, then, the man of candor and of true understanding is never hasty to condemn. He can censure an imperfection, or even a vice, without rage against the guilty party. In a word, they are the same folly, the same childishness, the same ill-breeding, and the same ill nature, which raise all the clamors and uproars both in life and on the stage. The worst of men generally have the words rogue and villain most in their mouths, as the lowest of all wretches are the optest to cry out low in the pit. Chapter 2. Containing a conversation which Mr. Jones had with himself. Jones received his effects from Mr. Allworthy's early in the morning, with the following answer to his letter. Sir, I am commanded by my uncle to acquaint you, that as he did not proceed to those measures he had taken with you, without the greatest deliberation, and after the fullest evidence of your unworthiness, so will it be always out of your power to cause the least alteration in his resolution. He expresses great surprise at your presumption in saying you have resigned all pretensions to a young lady, to whom it is impossible you should ever have had any, her birth and fortune having made her so infinitely your superior. Lastly, I am commanded to tell you, that the only instance of your compliance with my uncle's inclinations which he requires, is your immediately quitting this country. I cannot conclude this without offering you my advice, as a Christian, that you would seriously think of amending your life, that you may be assisted with grace so to do, will be always the prayer of your humble servant, W. Blythe. Many contending passions were raised in our hero's mind by this letter, but the tender prevailed at last over the indignant and irascible, and a flood of tears came seasonably to his assistance, and possibly prevented his misfortunes from either turning his head or bursting his heart. He grew, however, soon ashamed of indulging this remedy, and starting up, he cried, Well then, I will give Mr. Allworthy the only instance he requires of my obedience. I will go this moment. But whither? Why, let fortune direct. Since there is no other who thinks it of any consequence what becomes of this wretched person, it shall be a matter of equal indifference to myself, shall I alone regard what no other. Have I not reason to think there is another? One whose value is above that of the whole world. I must imagine my Sophia is not indifferent to what becomes of me. Shall I then leave this only friend, and such a friend? Shall I not stay with her? Where? How can I stay with her? Have I any hopes of ever seeing her, though she was as desirous as myself, without exposing her to the wrath of her father, and to what purpose? Can I think of soliciting such a creature to consent to her own ruin? Shall I indulge any passion of mine at such a price? Shall I lurk about this country like a thief, with such intentions? No, I disdain. I detest the thought. Farewell, Sophia. Farewell, most lovely, most beloved. Here passion stopped his mouth, and found a vent at his eyes. And now, having taken a resolution to leave the country, he began to debate with himself whither he should go. The world, as Milton phrases it, lay all before him. And Jones, no more than Adam, had any man to whom he might resort for comfort or assistance. All his acquaintance were the acquaintance of Mr. Allworthy, and he had no reason to expect any countenance from them, as that gentleman had withdrawn his favor from him. Men of great and good characters should indeed be very cautious how they discard their dependents, for the consequence to the unhappy sufferer is being discarded by all others. What course of life to pursue, or to what business to apply himself, was a second consideration. And here the prospect was all a melancholy void. Every profession and every trade required length of time, and what was worse, money. For matters are so constituted that nothing out of nothing is not a truer maxim in physics than in politics, and every man who is greatly destitute of money is on that account entirely excluded from all means of acquiring it. At last the ocean, that hospitable friend to the wretched, opened her capacious arms to receive him, and he instantly resolved to accept her kind invitation. To express myself less figuratively, he determined to go to sea. This thought indeed no sooner suggested itself than he eagerly embraced it, and having presently hired horses, he set out for Bristol to put it in execution. But before we attend him on this expedition, we shall resort awhile to Mr. Western's, and see what further happened to the charming Sophia. Chapter 3. Containing several dialogues. The morning in which Mr. Jones departed, Mrs. Western summoned Sophia into her apartment, and having first acquainted her that she had obtained her liberty of her father, she proceeded to read her a long lecture on the subject of matrimony, which she treated not as a romantic scheme of happiness arising from love, as it hath been described by the poets, nor did she mention any of those purposes for which we are taught by divines to regard it as instituted by sacred authority. She considered it rather as a fund in which prudent women deposit their fortunes to the best advantage, in order to receive a larger interest for them than they could have elsewhere. When Mrs. Western had finished, Sophia answered that she was very incapable of arguing with a lady of her aunt's superior knowledge and experience, especially on a subject which she had so very little considered, as this of matrimony. "Argue with me, child," replied the other. "I do not indeed expect it. I should have seen the world to very little purpose truly. If I am to argue with one of your years, I have taken this trouble, in order to instruct you. The antient philosophers, such as Socrates, Alcibiades, and others, did not use to argue with their scholars. You are to consider me, child, as Socrates, not asking your opinion, but only informing you of mine." From which last words the reader may possibly imagine that this lady had read no more of the philosophy of Socrates than she had of that of Alcibiades, and indeed we cannot resolve his curiosity as to this point. "Madam," cries Sophia, "I have never presumed to controvert any opinion of yours, and this subject, as I said, I have never yet thought of, and perhaps never may." "Indeed, Sophie," replied the aunt, "this dissimulation with me is very foolish. The French shall as soon persuade me that they take foreign towns in defense only of their own country, as you can impose on me to believe you have never yet thought seriously of matrimony. How can you, child, affect to deny that you have considered of contracting an alliance, when you so well know I am acquainted with the party with whom you desire to contract it? An alliance as unnatural and contrary to your interest, as a separate league with the French would be to the interest of the Dutch. But however, if you have not hitherto considered of this matter, I promise you it is now high time, for my brother is resolved immediately to conclude the treaty with Mr. Blifil, and indeed I am a sort of guarantee in the affair, and have promised your concurrence." "Indeed, madam," cries Sophia, "this is the only instance in which I must disobey both yourself and my father, for this is a match which requires very little consideration in me to refuse." "If I was not as great a philosopher as Socrates himself," returned Mrs. Western, "you would overcome my patience. What objection can you have to the young gentleman?" "A very solid objection, in my opinion," says Sophia. "I hate him." "Will you never learn a proper use of words?" answered the aunt. "Indeed, child, you should consult Bailey's dictionary. It is impossible you should hate a man from whom you have received no injury. By hatred, therefore, you mean no more than dislike, which is no sufficient objection against your marrying of him. I have known many couples, who have entirely disliked each other, lead very comfortable genteel lives. Believe me, child, I know these things better than you. You will allow me, I think, to have seen the world, in which I have not an acquaintance who would not rather be thought to dislike her husband than to like him. The contrary is such out-of-fashion romantic nonsense, that the very imagination of it is shocking." "Indeed, madam," replied Sophia, "I shall never marry a man I dislike. If I promise my father never to consent to any marriage contrary to his inclinations, I think I may hope he will never force me into that state contrary to my own inclinations," cries the aunt, with some warmth. "Inclinations? I am astonished at your assurance, a young woman of your age, and unmarried, to talk of inclinations. But whatever your inclinations may be, my brother is resolved. Nay, since you talk of inclinations, I shall advise him to hasten the treaty." "Inclinations?" Sophia then flung herself upon her knees, and tears began to trickle from her shining eyes. She entreated her aunt to have mercy upon her, and not to resent so cruelly her unwillingness to make herself miserable, often urging that she alone was concerned, and that her happiness only was at stake. As a bailiff, when well authorized by his writ, having possessed himself of the person of some unhappy debtor, views all his tears without concern. In vain the wretched captive attempts to raise compassion. In vain the tender wife bereft of her companion, the little prattling boy or fright girl, are mentioned as inducements to reluctance. The noble bumtrap, blind and deaf to every circumstance of distress, greatly rises above all the motives to humanity, and into the hands of the jailer, resolves to deliver his miserable prey. Not less blind to the tears, or less deaf to every entreaty of Sophia was the politic aunt, nor less determined was she to deliver over the trembling maid into the arms of the jailer Blifil. She answered with great impetuosity, "So far, madam, from your being concerned alone, your concern is the least, or surely the least important. It is the honor of your family which is concerned in this alliance. You are only the instrument. Oh, you conceive, mistress, that in an intermarriage between kingdoms, as when a daughter of France is married into Spain, the princess herself is alone considered in the match? No, it is a match between two kingdoms, rather than between two persons. The same happens in great families such as ours. The alliance between the families is the principal matter. You ought to have a greater regard for the honor of your family than for your own person. And if the example of a princess cannot inspire you with these noble thoughts, you cannot surely complain at being used no worse than all princesses are used. I hope, madam, cries Sophia, with a little elevation of voice, I shall never do anything to dishonor my family. But as for Mr. Blifil, whatever may be the consequence, I am resolved against him, and no force shall prevail in his favor." Western, who had been within hearing during the greater part of the preceding dialogue, had now exhausted all his patience. He therefore entered the room in a violent passion, crying, "D—n me then if shatn't han, d—n me if shatn't, that's all, d—n me if shatn't." Mrs. Western had collected a sufficient quantity of wrath for the use of Sophia, but she now transferred it all to the squire. "Brother," said she, "it is astonishing that you will interfere in a matter which you had totally left to my negotiation. Regard to my family hath made me take upon myself to be the mediating power, in order to rectify those mistakes in policy which you have committed in your daughter's education. For, brother, it is you. It is your preposterous conduct which hath eradicated all the seeds that I had formerly sown in her tender mind. It is you yourself who have taught her disobedience." "Blood," cries the squire, foaming at the mouth, "you are enough to conquer the patience of the devil. Have I ever taught my daughter disobedience? Here she stands. Speak honestly, girl. Did ever I bid you be disobedient to me? Have not I done everything to humor and to gratify you, and to make you obedient to me? And very obedient to me she was when a little child, before you took her in hand and spoiled her, by filling her head with a pack of court notions. Why? Did I not overhear you telling her she must behave like a princess? You have made a wig of the girl, and how should her father, or anybody else, expect any obedience from her?" "Brother," answered Mrs. Western, with an air of great disdain, "I cannot express the contempt I have for your politics of all kinds. But I will appeal likewise to the young lady herself, whether I have ever taught her any principles of disobedience. On the contrary, niece, have I not endeavored to inspire you with a true idea of the several relations in which a human creature stands in society? Have I not taken infinite pains to show you that the law of nature hath enjoined a duty on children to their parents? Have I not told you what Plato says on that subject? A subject on which you was so notoriously ignorant when you came first under my care, that I verily believe you did not know the relation between a daughter and a father." "'Tis a lie," answered Western. "The girl is no such fool as to live to 11 years old without knowing that she was her father's relation." "Oh, more than Gothic ignorance," answered the lady, "and as for your manners, brother, I must tell you, they deserve a cane." "Why then you may gi at me, if you think you are able," cries the squire. "Nay, I suppose your niece there will be ready enough to help you." "Brother," said Mrs. Western, "though I despise you beyond expression, yet I shall endure your insolence no longer. So I desire my coach may be got ready immediately, for I am resolved to leave your house this very morning." "And a good riddance too," answered he. "I can bear your insolence no longer, and you come to that. Blood. It is almost enough of itself to make my daughter undervalue my sense, when she hears you telling me every minute you despise me, "It is impossible. It is impossible," cries the aunt. "No one can undervalue such a boor." "Boor," answered the squire. "I am no boor. No, nor ass. No, nor rat neither, madam. Remember that. I am no rat, I am a true Englishman, and not of your Hanover breed, that have eat up the nation. Thou art one of those wise men," cries she, "whose nonsensical principles have undone the nation. By weakening the hands of our government at home, and by discouraging our friends and encouraging our enemies abroad. Ho! Are you come back to your politics?" cries the squire. "As for those, I despise them as much as I do A.F.T." Which last words he accompanied and graced with the very action, which, of all others, was the most proper to it, and whether it was this word or the contempt expressed for her politics, which most affected Mrs. Western, I will not determine. But she flew into the most violent rage, uttered phrases improper to be here related, and instantly burst out of the house. Nor did her brother or her niece think proper either to stop or to follow her. For the one was so much possessed by concern, and the other by anger, that they were rendered almost motionless. The squire, however, sent after his sister the same holloa which attends the departure of a hare, when she is first started before the hounds. He was indeed a great master of this kind of vociferation, and had a holla proper for most occasions in life. Women who, like Mrs. Western, know the world, and have applied themselves to philosophy and politics, would have immediately availed themselves of the present disposition of Mr. Western's mind, by throwing in a few artful compliments to his understanding at the expense of his absent adversary. But poor Sophia was all simplicity, by which word we do not intend to insinuate to the reader that she was silly, which is generally understood as a synonymous term with simple, for she was indeed a most sensible girl, and her understanding was of the first rate. But she wanted all that useful art which females convert to so many good purposes in life, and which, as it rather arises from the heart than from the head, is often the property of the silliest of women. Chapter 4. A picture of a country gentlewoman, taken from the life. Mr. Western, having finished his holla and taken a little breath, began to lament, in very pathetic terms, the unfortunate condition of men, who are, says he, always whipped in by the humors of some D&D or other. "I think I was hard run enough by your mother for one man. But after giving her a dodge, here's another follows me upon the foil. But curse my jacket if I will be run down in this manner by any oum." Sophia never had a single dispute with her father, till this unlucky affair of Blifil on any account, except in defense of her mother, whom she had loved most tenderly, though she lost her in the 11th year of her age. The squire, to whom that poor woman had been a faithful upper servant all the time of their marriage, had returned that behavior by making what the world calls a good husband. He very seldom swore at her, perhaps not above once a week, and never beat her. She had not the least occasion for jealousy, and was perfect mistress of her time, for she was never interrupted by her husband, who was engaged all the morning in his field exercises, and all the evening with bottle companions. She scarce indeed ever saw him but at meals, where she had the pleasure of carving those dishes which she had before attended at the dressing. From these meals she retired about 5 minutes after the other servants, having only stayed to drink the king over the water. Such were, it seems, Mr. Western's orders, for it was a maxim with him that women should come in with the first dish and go out after the first glass. Obedience to these orders was perhaps no difficult task, for the conversation, if it may be called so, was seldom such as could entertain a lady. It consisted chiefly of hallowing, singing, relations of sporting adventures, and abuse of women, and of the government. These, however, were the only seasons when Mr. Western saw his wife, for when he repaired to her bed, he was generally so drunk that he could not see, and in the sporting season he always rose from her before it was light. Thus was she perfect mistress of her time, and had besides a coach and 4 usually at her command. Though unhappily, indeed, the badness of the neighborhood and of the roads made this of little use, for none who had set much value on their necks would have passed through the one, or who had set any value on their hours, would have visited the other. Now, to deal honestly with the reader, she did not make all the return expected to so much indulgence, for she had been married against her will by a fond father, the match having been rather advantageous on her side. For the squire's estate was upward of £3,000 a year, and her fortune no more than a bare pound 8,000. Hence, perhaps she had contracted a little gloominess of temper, for she was rather a good servant than a good wife. Nor had she always the gratitude to return the extraordinary degree of roaring mirth with which the squire received her. Even with a good-humored smile, she would, moreover, sometimes interfere with matters which did not concern her, as the violent drinking of her husband, which in the gentlest terms she would take some of the few opportunities he gave her of remonstrating against, and once in her life she very earnestly entreated him to carry her for 2 months to London, which he peremptorily denied. Nay, was angry with his wife for the request ever after, being well assured that all the husbands in London are cuckolds. For this last and many other good reasons, Western at length heartily hated his wife, and as he never concealed this hatred before her death, so he never forgot it afterwards. But when anything in the least soured him, as a bad scenting day, or a distemper among his hounds, or any other such misfortune, he constantly vented his spleen by invectives against the deceased, saying, if my wife was alive now, she would be glad of this. These invectives he was especially desirous of throwing forth before Sophia, for as he loved her more than he did any other, so he was really jealous that she had loved her mother better than him, and this jealousy Sophia seldom failed of heightening on these occasions. For he was not contented with violating her ears with the abuse of her mother, but endeavored to force an explicit approbation of all this abuse, with which desire he never could prevail upon her by any promise or threats to comply. Hence some of my readers will, perhaps, wonder that the squire had not hated Sophia as much as he had hated her mother. But I must inform them that hatred is not the effect of love, even through the medium of jealousy. It is, indeed, very possible for jealous persons to kill the objects of their jealousy, but not to hate them, which sentiment being a pretty hard morsel, and bearing something of the air of a paradox, we shall leave the reader to chew the cud upon it to the end of the chapter. Chapter 5. The generous behavior of Sophia towards her aunt. Sophia kept silence during the foregoing speech of her father, nor did she once answer otherwise than with a sigh. But as he understood none of the language, or, as he called it, lingo of the eyes, so he was not satisfied without some further approbation of his sentiments, which he now demanded of his daughter. Telling her, in the usual way, he expected she was ready to take the part of everybody against him, as she had always done that of her mother. Sophia remaining still silent, he cried out, "What, art dumb? Why dost not speak? Was not thy mother a d.b. to me? Answer me that. What, I suppose you despise your father too, and don't think him good enough to speak to?" "For heaven's sake, sir," answered Sophia, "do not give so cruel a turn to my silence. I am sure I would sooner die than be guilty of any disrespect towards you. But how can I venture to speak, when every word must either offend my dear papa, or convict me of the blackest ingratitude as well as impiety to the memory of the best of mothers? For such, I am certain, my mamma was always to me." "And your aunt, I suppose, is the best of sisters too," replied the squire. "Will you be so kind as to allow that she is a.b.?" "I may fairly insist upon that, I think." "Indeed, sir," says Sophia, "I have great obligations to my aunt. She hath been a second mother to me." "And a second wife to me too," returned Western. "So you will take her part too? You won't confess that she hath acted the part of the vilest sister in the world?" "Upon my word, sir," cries Sophia, "I must belie my heart wickedly if I did. I know my aunt, and you differ very much in your ways of thinking. But I have heard her 1,000 times express the greatest affection for you, and I am convinced, so far from her being the worst sister in the world, there are very few who love a brother better. The English of all which is," answered the squire, "that I am in the wrong. Certainly. To be sure the woman is in the right, and the man in the wrong always." "Pardon me, sir," cries Sophia, "I do not say so." "What don't you say?" answered the father. "You have the impudence to say she's in the right. Doth it not follow then of course that I am in the wrong? And perhaps I am in the wrong to suffer such a Presbyterian Hanoverian to come into my house. She may indict me of a plot for anything I know, and give my estate to the government. So far, sir, from injuring you or your estate," says Sophia, "if my aunt had died yesterday, I am convinced she would have left you her whole fortune." Whether Sophia intended it or no, I shall not presume to assert, but certain it is, these last words penetrated very deep into the ears of her father, and produced a much more sensible effect than all she had said before. He received the sound with much the same action as a man receives a bullet in his head. He started, staggered, and turned pale, after which he remained silent above a minute, and then began in the following hesitating manner. Yesterday. She would have left me her estate yesterday. Would she? Why yesterday, of all the days in the year? I suppose if she dies tomorrow, she will leave it to somebody else, and perhaps out of the family. My aunt, sir, cries Sophia, hath very violent passions, and I can't answer what she may do under their influence. You can't, returned the father. And pray who hath been the occasion of putting her into those violent passions? Nay, who hath actually put her into them? Was not you and she hard at it before I came into the room? Besides, was not all our quarrel about you? I have not quarreled with sister this many years but upon your account, and now you would throw the whole blame upon me, as though I should be the occasion of her leaving the estate out o' the family. I could have expected no better indeed. This is like the return you make to all the rest of my fondness. I beseech you then, cries Sophia, upon my knees I beseech you, if I have been the unhappy occasion of this difference, that you will endeavor to make it up with my aunt, and not suffer her to leave your house in this violent rage of anger. She is a very good-natured woman, and a few civil words will satisfy her. Let me entreat you, sir. So I must go and ask pardon for your fault. Must I? Answered Western. You have lost the hare, and I must draw every way to find her again. Indeed, if I was certain. Here he stopped, and Sophia, throwing in more entreaties, at length prevailed upon him, so that after venting 2 or 3 bitter sarcastical expressions against his daughter, he departed as fast as he could to recover his sister, before her equipage could be gotten ready. Sophia then returned to her chamber of mourning, where she indulged herself, if the phrase may be allowed me, in all the luxury of tender grief. She read over more than once the letter which she had received from Jones. Her muff, too, was used on this occasion, and she bathed both these, as well as herself, with her tears. In this situation the friendly Mrs. Honor exerted her utmost abilities to comfort her afflicted mistress. She ran over the names of many young gentlemen, and having greatly commended their parts and persons, assured Sophia that she might take her choice of any. These methods must have certainly been used with some success in disorders of the like kind, or so skillful a practitioner as Mrs. Honor would never have ventured to apply them. Nay, I have heard that the College of Chambermaids hold them to be as sovereign remedies as any in the female dispensary. But whether it was that Sophia's disease differed inwardly from those cases with which it agreed in external symptoms, I will not assert. But, in fact, the good waiting woman did more harm than good, and at last so incensed her mistress, which was no easy matter, that with an angry voice she dismissed her from her presence. Chapter 6. Containing great variety of matter. The squire overtook his sister just as she was stepping into the coach, and partly by force and partly by solicitations, prevailed upon her to order her horses back into their quarters. He succeeded in this attempt without much difficulty, for the lady was, as we have already hinted, of a most placable disposition, and greatly loved her brother, though she despised his parts, or rather his little knowledge of the world. Poor Sophia, who had first set on foot this reconciliation, was now made the sacrifice to it. They both concurred in their censures on her conduct, jointly declared war against her, and directly proceeded to counsel how to carry it on in the most vigorous manner. For this purpose, Mrs. Western proposed not only an immediate conclusion of the treaty with Allworthy, but as immediately to carry it into execution, saying that there was no other way to succeed with her niece, but by violent methods, which she was convinced Sophia had not sufficient resolution to resist. Why violent, says she, I mean rather hasty measures. For as to confinement or absolute force, no such things must or can be attempted. Our plan must be concerted for a surprise, and not for a storm. These matters were resolved on. When Mr. Blifil came to pay a visit to his mistress, the squire no sooner heard of his arrival than he stepped aside, by his sister's advice, to give his daughter orders for the proper reception of her lover, which he did with the most bitter execrations and denunciations of judgment on her refusal. The impetuosity of the squire bore down all before him, and Sophia, as her aunt very wisely foresaw, was not able to resist him. She agreed, therefore, to see Blifil, though she had scarce spirits or strength sufficient to utter her assent. Indeed, to give a peremptory denial to a father whom she so tenderly loved was no easy task had this circumstance been out of the case. Much less resolution than what she was really mistress of would, perhaps, have served her, but it is no unusual thing to ascribe those actions entirely to fear, which are in a great measure produced by love. In pursuance, therefore, of her father's peremptory command, Sophia now admitted Mr. Blifil's visit. Scenes like this, when painted at large, afford, as we have observed, very little entertainment to the reader. Here, therefore, we shall strictly adhere to a rule of Horace, by which writers are directed to pass over all those matters which they despair of placing in a shining light. A rule we conceive of excellent use as well to the historian as to the poet, and which, if followed, must at least have this good effect, that many a great evil, for so all great books are called, would thus be reduced to a small one. It is possible the great art used by Blifil at this interview would have prevailed on Sophia to have made another man in his circumstances her confidant, and to have revealed the whole secret of her heart to him. But she had contracted so ill an opinion of this young gentleman that she was resolved to place no confidence in him. For simplicity, when set on its guard, is often a match for cunning. Her behavior to him, therefore, was entirely forced, and indeed such as is generally prescribed to virgins upon the second formal visit from one who is appointed for their husband. But though Blifil declared himself to the squire perfectly satisfied with his reception, yet that gentleman, who, in company with his sister, had overheard all, was not so well pleased. He resolved, in pursuance of the advice of the sage lady, to push matters as forward as possible, and addressing himself to his intended son-in-law in the hunting phrase, he cried, after a loud holla, "Follow her, boy, follow her. Run in, run in. That's it. Honey's dead, dead, dead. Never be bashful, nor stand. Shall I? Shall I? Allworthy and I can finish all matters between us this afternoon, and let us ha the wedding tomorrow." Blifil, having conveyed the utmost satisfaction into his countenance, answered, "As there is nothing, sir, in this world which I so eagerly desire as an alliance with your family, except my union with the most amiable and deserving Sophia, you may easily imagine how impatient I must be to see myself in possession of my two highest wishes. If I have not therefore importuned you on this head, you will impute it only to my fear of offending the lady, by endeavoring to hurry on so blessed an event, faster than a strict compliance with all the rules of decency and decorum will permit. But if, by your interest, sir, she might be induced to dispense with any formalities—" "Formalities? With a pox," answered the squire. "Pooh, all stuff and nonsense. I tell thee, she shall ha thee tomorrow. You will know the world better hereafter. When you come to my age, women never gi their consent, man, if they can help it. 'Tis not the fashion. If I had stayed for her mother's consent, I might have been a bachelor to this day. To her, co to her, that's it. You jolly dog, I tell thee, shat ha her tomorrow morning." Blifil suffered himself to be overpowered by the forcible rhetoric of the squire, and it being agreed that Western should close with Allworthy that very afternoon, the lover departed home, having first earnestly begged that no violence might be offered to the lady by this haste, in the same manner as a popish inquisitor begs the lay power to do no violence to the heretic delivered over to it, and against whom the church hath passed sentence. And, to say the truth, Blifil had passed sentence against Sophia. For, however pleased he had declared himself to Western with his reception, he was by no means satisfied, unless it was that he was convinced of the hatred and scorn of his mistress. And this had produced no less reciprocal hatred and scorn in him. It may, perhaps, be asked, why then did he not put an immediate end to all further courtship? I answer, for that very reason, as well as for several others equally good, which we shall now proceed to open to the reader. Though Mr. Blifil was not of the complexion of Jones, nor ready to eat every woman he saw, yet he was far from being destitute of that appetite which is said to be the common property of all animals. With this, he had likewise that distinguishing taste, which serves to direct men in their choice of the object or food of their several appetites, and this taught him to consider Sophia as a most delicious morsel, indeed to regard her with the same desires which an ortolan inspires into the soul of An epicure, now the agonies which affected the mind of Sophia rather augmented than impaired her beauty, for her tears added brightness to her eyes, and her breasts rose higher with her sighs. Indeed, no one hath seen beauty in its highest luster who hath never seen it in distress. Blifil therefore looked on this human ortolan with greater desire than when he viewed her last. Nor was his desire at all lessened by the aversion which he discovered in her to himself. On the contrary, this served rather to heighten the pleasure he proposed in rifling her charms, as it added triumph to lust. Nay, he had some further views, from obtaining the absolute possession of her person, which we detest too much even to mention. And revenge itself was not without its share in the gratifications which he promised himself. The rivaling poor Jones, and supplanting him in her affections, added another spur to his pursuit, and promised another additional rapture to his enjoyment. Besides all these views, which to some scrupulous persons may seem to savor too much of malevolence, he had one prospect, which few readers will regard with any great abhorrence, and this was the estate of Mr. Western, which was all to be settled on his daughter and her issue. For so extravagant was the affection of that fond parent, that, provided his child would but consent to be miserable with the husband he chose, he cared not at what price he purchased him. For these reasons Mr. Blifil was so desirous of the match that he intended to deceive Sophia, by pretending love to her, and to deceive her father and his own uncle, by pretending he was beloved by her. In doing this he availed himself of the piety of Thwackum, who held that if the end proposed was religious, as surely matrimony is, it mattered not how wicked were the means. As to other occasions, he used to apply the philosophy of square, which taught that the end was immaterial, so that the means were fair and consistent with moral rectitude. To say truth, there were few occurrences in life on which he could not draw advantage from the precepts of one or other of those great masters. Little deceit was indeed necessary to be practiced on Mr. Western, who thought the inclinations of his daughter of as little consequence as Blifil himself conceived them to be, but as the sentiments of Mr. Allworthy were of a very different kind, so it was absolutely necessary to impose on him. In this, however, Blifil was so well assisted by Western that he succeeded without difficulty, for as Mr. Allworthy had been assured by her father that Sophia had a proper affection for Blifil, and that all which he had suspected concerning Jones was entirely false, Blifil had nothing more to do than to confirm these assertions, which he did with such equivocations that he preserved a salvo for his conscience, and had the satisfaction of conveying a lie to his uncle, without the guilt of telling one, when he was examined touching the inclinations of Sophia by Allworthy, who said, he would on no account be accessory to forcing a young lady into a marriage contrary to her own will. He answered, that the real sentiments of young ladies were very difficult to be understood, that her behavior to him was full as forward as he wished it, and that if he could believe her father, she had all the affection for him which any lover could desire. As for Jones, said he, whom I am loath to call villain, though his behavior to you, sir, sufficiently justifies the appellation, his own vanity, or perhaps some wicked views, might make him boast of a falsehood, for if there had been any reality in Miss Western's love to him, the greatness of her fortune would never have suffered him to desert her, as you are well informed he hath. Lastly, sir, I promise you I would not myself, for any consideration, no, not for the whole world, consent to marry this young lady, if I was not persuaded she had all the passion for me which I desire she should have. This excellent method of conveying a falsehood with the heart only, without making the tongue guilty of an untruth, by the means of equivocation and imposture, hath quieted the conscience of many a notable deceiver. And yet, when we consider that it is omniscience on which these endeavor to impose, it may possibly seem capable of affording only a very superficial comfort, and that this artful and refined distinction between communicating a lie and telling one is hardly worth the pains it costs them. Allworthy was pretty well satisfied with what Mr. Western and Mr. Blifil told him, and the treaty was now, at the end of 2 days, concluded. Nothing then remained previous to the office of the priest, but the office of the lawyers, which threatened to take up so much time, that Western offered to bind himself by all manner of covenants, rather than defer the happiness of the young couple. Indeed, he was so very earnest and pressing, that an indifferent person might have concluded he was more a principal in this match than he really was. But this eagerness was natural to him on all occasions, and he conducted every scheme he undertook in such a manner as if the success of that alone was sufficient to constitute the whole happiness of his life. The joint importunities of both father and son-in-law would probably have prevailed on Mr. Allworthy, who brooked but ill any delay of giving happiness to others, had not Sophia herself prevented it, and taken measures to put a final end to the whole treaty, and to rob both church and law of those taxes which these wise bodies have thought proper to receive from the propagation of the human species in a lawful manner, of which in the next chapter. Chapter 7. A strange resolution of Sophia, and a more strange stratagem of Mrs. Honor. Though Mrs. Honor was principally attached to her own interest, she was not without some little attachment to Sophia. To say truth, it was very difficult for anyone to know that young lady without loving her. She no sooner therefore heard a piece of news, which she imagined to be of great importance to her mistress, than, quite forgetting the anger which she had conceived 2 days before, at her unpleasant dismission from Sophia's presence, she ran hastily to inform her of the news. The beginning of her discourse was as abrupt as her entrance into the room. "Oh, dear ma'am," says she, "what doth your la'ship think? To be sure I am frightened out of my wits, and yet I thought it my duty to tell your la'ship, though perhaps it may make you angry, for we servants don't always know what will make our ladies angry. For, to be sure, everything is always laid to the charge of a servant when our ladies are out of humor. To be sure we must be scolded, and to be sure I should not wonder if your la'ship should be out of humor. It must surprise you certainly, aye, and shock you too. Good honor, let me know it without any longer preface," says Sophia. "There are few things, I promise you, which will surprise, and fewer which will shock me." "Dear ma'am," answered Honor, "to be sure, I overheard my master talking to Parson Supple about getting a license this very afternoon. And to be sure I heard him say, your la'ship should be married tomorrow morning." Sophia turned pale at these words, and repeated eagerly, "Tomorrow morning." "Yes, ma'am," replied the trusty waiting woman. "I will take my oath I heard my master say so." "Honor," says Sophia, "you have both surprised and shocked me to such a degree that I have scarce any breath or spirits left. What is to be done in my dreadful situation?" "I wish I was able to advise your la'ship," says she. "Do advise me," cries Sophia. "Pray, dear Honor, advise me. Think what you would attempt if it was your own case." "Indeed, ma'am," cries Honor, "I wish your la'ship and I could change situations. That is, I mean without hurting your la'ship. For to be sure I don't wish you so bad as to be a servant, but because that if so be it was my case, I should find no manner of difficulty in it. For, in my poor opinion, young Squire Blifil is a charming, sweet, handsome man." "Don't mention such stuff," cries Sophia. "Such stuff," repeated Honor. "Why, they're well, to be sure. What's one man's meat is another man's poison, and the same is altogether as true of women." "Honor," says Sophia, "rather than submit to be the wife of that contemptible wretch, I would plunge a dagger into my heart." "Oh, Lud!" "Ma'am," answered the other, "I am sure you frighten me out of my wits now. Let me beseech your la'ship not to suffer such wicked thoughts to come into your head. Oh, Lud! To be sure I tremble every inch of me, dear ma'am. Consider, that to be denied Christian burial, and to have your corpse buried in the highway, and a stake drove through you, as Farmer Halfpenny was served at Ox Cross. And, to be sure, his ghost hath walked there ever since, for several people have seen him. Do be sure it can be nothing but the devil which can put such wicked thoughts into the head of anybody, for certainly it is less wicked to hurt all the world than one's own dear self. And so, I have heard said by more parsons than one, if your la'ship hath such a violent aversion, and hates the young gentleman so very bad, that you can't bear to think of going into bed to him. For to be sure there may be such antipathies in nature, and one had liever touch a toad than the flesh of some people." Sophia had been too much wrapped in contemplation to pay any great attention to the foregoing excellent discourse of her maid. Interrupting her therefore, without making any answer to it, she said, "Honor, I am come to a resolution. I am determined to leave my father's house this very night. And if you have the friendship for me which you have often professed, you will keep me company." "That I will, ma'am, to the world's end," answered Honor. "But I beg your la'ship to consider the consequence before you undertake any rash action. Where can your la'ship possibly go?" "There is," replied Sophia, a lady of quality in London, a relation of mine, who spent several months with my aunt in the country, during all which time she treated me with great kindness and expressed so much pleasure in my company that she earnestly desired my aunt to suffer me to go with her to London. As she is a woman of very great note, I shall easily find her out, and I make no doubt of being very well and kindly received by her. I would not have your lordship too confident of that, cries Honor. For the first lady I lived with used to invite people very earnestly to her house. But if she heard afterwards they were coming, she used to get out of the way besides, though this lady would be very glad to see your lordship, as to be sure anybody would be glad to see your lordship. Yet when she hears your lordship is run away from my master, you are mistaken, Honor, says Sophia. She looks upon the authority of a father in a much lower light than I do. For she pressed me violently to go to London with her, and when I refused to go without my father's consent, she laughed me to scorn, called me silly country girl, and said, I should make a pure loving wife, since I could be so dutiful a daughter, so I have no doubt, but she will both receive me and protect me too, till my father, finding me out of his power, can be brought to some reason. Well, but, ma'am, answered Honor, how doth your lordship think of making your escape? Where will you get any horses or conveyance? For as for your own horse, as all the servants know a little how matters stand between my master and your lordship, Robin will be hanged before he will suffer it to go out of the stable without my master's express orders. I intend to escape, said Sophia, by walking out of the doors when they are open. I thank heaven my legs are very able to carry me, they have supported me many a long evening. Yes, to be sure, cries Honor, I will follow your lordship through the world. But your lordship had almost as good be alone. For I should not be able to defend you, if any robbers or other villains should meet with you, nay, I should be in as horrible a fright as your lordship. For to be certain, they would ravish us. Both besides, ma'am, consider how cold the nights are now. We shall be frozen to death. A good brisk pace, answered Sophia, will preserve us from the cold. And if you cannot defend me from a villain, Honor, I will defend you. For I will take a pistol with me, there are two always charged in the hall. Dear ma'am, you frighten me more and more, cries Honor. Sure your lordship would not venture to fire it off. I had rather run any chance than your lordship should do that. Why so? Says Sophia, smiling. Would not you, Honor, fire a pistol at anyone who should attack your virtue? To be sure, ma'am, cries Honor, one's virtue is a dear thing, especially to us poor servants, for it is our livelihood, as a body may say. Yet I mortally hate firearms, for so many accidents happen by them. Well, well, says Sophia, I believe I may insure your virtue at a very cheap rate, without carrying any arms with us. For I intend to take horses at the very first town we come to, and we shall hardly be attacked in our way thither. Look ye, Honor, I am resolved to go. And if you will attend me, I promise you I will reward you to the very utmost of my power. This last argument had a stronger effect on Honor than all the preceding. And since she saw her mistress so determined, she desisted from any further dissuasions. They then entered into a debate on ways and means of executing their project. Here a very stubborn difficulty occurred, and this was the removal of their effects, which was much more easily got over by the mistress than by the maid. For when a lady hath once taken a resolution to run to a lover, or to run from him, all obstacles are considered as trifles, but Honor was inspired by no such motive. She had no raptures to expect, nor any terrors to shun. And besides the real value of her clothes, in which consisted a great part of her fortune, she had a capricious fondness for several gowns and other things, either because they became her, or because they were given her by such a particular person, because she had bought them lately, or because she had had them long, or for some other reasons equally good, so that she could not endure the thoughts of leaving the poor things behind her exposed to the mercy of Western, who, she doubted not, would in his rage make them suffer martyrdom. The ingenious Mrs. Honor, having applied all her oratory to dissuade her mistress from her purpose, when she found her positively determined, at last started the following expedient to remove her clothes, viz. to get herself turned out of doors that very evening. Sophia highly approved this method, but doubted how it might be brought about. Oh, ma'am, cries Honor, your lordship may trust that to me. We servants very well know how to obtain this favor of our masters and mistresses, though sometimes, indeed, where they owe us more wages than they can readily pay, they will put up with all our affronts, and will hardly take any warning we can give them. But the squire is none of those, and since your lordship is resolved upon setting out tonight, I warrant I get discharged this afternoon." It was then resolved that she should pack up some linen and a nightgown for Sophia, with her own things. And as for all her other clothes, the young lady abandoned them with no more remorse than the sailor feels when he throws over the goods of others, in order to save his own life. Chapter 8. Containing scenes of altercation, of no very uncommon kind. Mrs. Honor had scarce sooner parted from her young lady, than something, for I would not, like the old woman in Quevedo, injure the devil by any false accusation, and possibly he might have no hand in it. But something, I say, suggested itself to her, that by sacrificing Sophia and all her secrets to Mr. Western, she might probably make her fortune. Many considerations urged this discover. The fair prospect of a handsome reward for so great and acceptable a service to the squire tempted her. Avarice, and again, the danger of the enterprise she had undertaken. The uncertainty of its success. Night, cold, robbers, ravishers, all alarmed her fears. So forcibly did all these operate upon her, that she was almost determined to go directly to the squire, and to lay open the whole affair. She was, however, too upright a judge to decree on one side, before she had heard the other, and here, first, a journey to London appeared very strongly in support of Sophia. She eagerly longed to see a place in which she fancied charms short only of those which a raptured saint imagines in heaven. In the next place, as she knew Sophia to have much more generosity than her master, so her fidelity promised her a greater reward than she could gain by treachery. She then cross-examined all the articles which had raised her fears on the other side, and found, on fairly sifting the matter, that there was very little in them, and now both scales being reduced to a pretty even balance, her love to her mistress being thrown into the scale of her integrity, made that rather preponderate, when a circumstance struck upon her imagination which might have had a dangerous effect, had its whole weight been fairly put into the other scale. This was the length of time which must intervene before Sophia would be able to fulfill her promises. For though she was entitled to her mother's fortune at the death of her father, and to the sum of £3,000 left her by an uncle when she came of age, yet these were distant days, and many accidents might prevent the intended generosity of the young lady, whereas the rewards she might expect from Mr. Western were immediate. But while she was pursuing this thought, the good genius of Sophia, or that which presided over the integrity of Mrs. Honor, or perhaps mere chance, sent an accident in her way, which at once preserved her fidelity, and even facilitated the intended business. Mrs. Western's maid claimed great superiority over Mrs. Honor on several accounts. First, her birth was higher, for her great-grandmother by the mother's side was a cousin, not far removed, to an Irish peer. Secondly, her wages were greater, and lastly, she had been at London, and had of consequence seen more of the world. She had always behaved, therefore, to Mrs. Honor with that reserve, and had always exacted of her those marks of distinction which every order of females preserves and requires. In conversation with those of an inferior order, now as Honor did not at all times agree with this doctrine, but would frequently break in upon the respect which the other demanded, Mrs. Western's maid was not at all pleased with her company. Indeed, she earnestly longed to return home to the house of her mistress, where she domineered at will over all the other servants. She had been greatly, therefore, disappointed in the morning, when Mrs. Western had changed her mind on the very point of departure, and had been in what is vulgarly called a glouting humor ever since. In this humor, which was none of the sweetest, she came into the room where Honor was debating with herself in the manner we have above related. Honor no sooner saw her than she addressed her in the following obliging phrase: "So, madam, I find we are to have the pleasure of your company longer, which I was afraid the quarrel between my master and your lady would have robbed us of." "I don't know, madam," answered the other, "what you mean by we and us. I assure you I do not look on any of the servants in this house to be proper company for me. I am company, I hope, for their betters every day in the week. I do not speak on your account, Mrs. Honor, for you are a civilized young woman, and when you have seen a little more of the world, I should not be ashamed to walk with you in St. James's Park." "Hoity-toity," cries Honor. "Madam is in her airs, I protest, Mrs. Honor, forsooth." "Sure, madam, you might call me by my surname, for though my lady calls me Honor, I have a surname as well as other folks. Ashamed to walk with me, quotha. Marry, as good as yourself, I hope. Since you make such a return to my civility, said the other, I must acquaint you, Mrs. Honor, that you are not so good as me I in the country, indeed. One is obliged to take up with all kind of trumpery. But in town I visit none but the women of quality, indeed, Mrs. Honor. There is some difference, I hope, between you and me. I hope so too, answered Honor. There is some difference in our ages, and, I think, in our persons. Upon speaking which last words, she strutted by Mrs. Western's maid with the most provoking air of contempt, turning up her nose, tossing her head, and violently brushing the hoop of her competitor with her own. The other lady put on one of her most malicious sneers, and said, Creature, you are below my anger, and it is beneath me to give ill words to such an audacious saucy trollop. But, hussy, I must tell you, your breeding shows the meanness of your birth as well as of your education, and both very properly qualify you to be the mean serving woman of a country girl. Don't abuse my lady, cries Honor. I won't take that of you. She's as much better than yours as she is younger, and 10,000 times more handsomer. Here ill luck, or rather good luck, sent Mrs. Western to see her maid in tears, which began to flow plentifully at her approach, and of which being asked the reason by her mistress, she presently acquainted her that her tears were occasioned by the rude treatment of that creature there. Meaning Honor, and madam, continued she, I could have despised all she said to me, but she hath had the audacity to affront your ladyship, and to call you ugly. Yes, madam, she called you ugly old cat to my face. I could not bear to hear your ladyship called ugly. Why do you repeat her impudence so often? Said Mrs. Western, and then turning to Mrs. Honor, she asked her how she had the assurance to mention her name with disrespect. Disrespect, madam, answered Honor. I never mentioned your name at all. I said somebody was not as handsome as my mistress, and to be sure you know that as well as I. Hussy, replied the lady, I will make such a saucy trollop as yourself know that I am not a proper subject of your discourse, and if my brother doth not discharge you this moment, I will never sleep in his house again. I will find him out, and have you discharged this moment. Discharged, cries Honor, and suppose I am. There are more places in the world than one, thank heaven. Good servants need not want places, and if you turn away all who do not think you handsome, you will want servants very soon. Let me tell you that. Mrs. Western spoke, or rather thundered, in answer. But as she was hardly articulate, we cannot be very certain of the identical words. We shall therefore omit inserting a speech which at best would not greatly redound to her honor. She then departed in search of her brother, with a countenance so full of rage that she resembled one of the Furies rather than a human creature. The two chambermaids being again left alone, began a second bout at altercation, which soon produced a combat of a more active kind. In this the victory belonged to the lady of inferior rank, but not without some loss of blood, of hair, and of lawn and muslin. Chapter 9. The wise demeanor of Mr. Western in the character of a magistrate. A hint to justices of peace concerning the necessary qualifications of a clerk, with extraordinary instances of paternal madness and filial affection. Logicians sometimes prove too much by an argument, and politicians often overreach themselves in a scheme. Thus had it like to have happened to Mrs. Honor, who, instead of recovering the rest of her clothes, had like to have stopped even those she had on her back from escaping. For the squire no sooner heard of her having abused his sister than he swore 20 oaths he would send her to Bridewell. Mrs. Western was a very good-natured woman, and ordinarily of a forgiving temper. She had lately remitted the trespass of a stage-coachman who had overturned her post-chaise into a ditch. Nay, she had even broken the law in refusing to prosecute a highwayman who had robbed her, not only of a sum of money, but of her earrings, at the same time d-ning her and saying, such handsome b.s. as you don't want jewels to set them off, and b.d.n.d. to you. But now, so uncertain are our tempers, and so much do we at different times differ from ourselves, she would hear of no mitigation. Nor could all the affected penitence of Honor, nor all the entreaties of Sophia for her own servant, prevail with her to desist from earnestly desiring her brother to execute justiceship, for it was indeed a syllable more than justice, on the wench. But luckily the clerk had a qualification, which no clerk to a justice of peace ought ever to be without, namely, some understanding in the law of this realm. He therefore whispered in the ear of the justice that he would exceed his authority by committing the girl to Bridewell, as there had been no attempt to break the peace. For I am afraid, sir, says he, you cannot legally commit anyone to Bridewell only for ill-breeding. In matters of high importance, particularly in cases relating to the game, the justice was not always attentive to these admonitions of his clerk. For, indeed, in executing the laws under that head, many justices of peace suppose they have a large discretionary power, by virtue of which, under the notion of searching for and taking away engines for the destruction of the game, they often commit trespasses, and sometimes felony, at their pleasure. But this offense was not of quite so high a nature, nor so dangerous to the society here. Therefore, the justice behaved with some attention to the advice of his clerk. For, in fact, he had already had 2 informations exhibited against him in the king's bench, and had no curiosity to try a third. The squire, therefore, putting on a most wise and significant countenance, after a preface of several hums and haws, told his sister that upon more mature deliberation he was of opinion that as there was no breaking up of the peace, such as the law, says he, calls breaking open a door or breaking a hedge or breaking a head, or any such sort of breaking, the matter did not amount to a felonious kind of a thing, nor trespasses, nor damages, and therefore there was no punishment in the law for it. Mrs. Western said she knew the law much better, that she had known servants very severely punished for affronting their masters, and then named a certain justice of the peace in London, who, she said, would commit a servant to Bridewell at any time when a master or mistress desired it. Like enough, cries the squire. It may be so in London, but the law is different in the country. Here followed a very learned dispute between the brother and sister concerning the law, which we would insert, if we imagined many of our readers could understand it. This was, however, at length referred by both parties to the clerk, who decided it in favor of the magistrate. And Mrs. Western was, in the end, obliged to content herself with the satisfaction of having honor turned away, to which Sophia herself very readily and cheerfully consented. Thus fortune, after having diverted herself, according to custom, with 2 or 3 frolics, at last disposed all matters to the advantage of our heroine, who indeed succeeded admirably well in her deceit, considering it was the first she had ever practiced, and, to say the truth, I have often concluded that the honest part of mankind would be much too hard for the knavish, if they could bring themselves to incur the guilt, or thought it worth their while to take the trouble. Honor acted her part to the utmost perfection. She no sooner saw herself secure from all danger of Bridewell, a word which had raised most horrible ideas in her mind, than she resumed those airs which her terrors before had a little abated, and laid down her place, with as much affectation of content, and indeed of contempt, as was ever practiced at the resignation of places of much greater importance. If the reader pleases, therefore, we choose rather to say she resigned, which hath, indeed, been always held a synonymous expression with being turned out, or turned away. Mr. Western ordered her to be very expeditious in packing, for his sister declared she would not sleep another night under the same roof with so impudent a slut. Till work therefore she went, and that so earnestly that everything was ready early in the evening, when, having received her wages, away packed bag and baggage, to the great satisfaction of everyone, but of none more than of Sophia, who, having appointed her maid to meet her at a certain place not far from the house, exactly at the dreadful and ghostly hour of 12, began to prepare for her own departure. But first she was obliged to give 2 painful audiences, the one to her aunt, and the other to her father. And in these Mrs. Western herself began to talk to her in a more peremptory style than before. But her father treated her in so violent and outrageous a manner that he frightened her into an affected compliance with his will, which so highly pleased the good squire that he changed his frowns into smiles, and his menaces into promises. He vowed his whole soul was wrapped in hers, that her consent, for so he construed the words, you know, sir, I must not, nor can, refuse to obey any absolute command of yours, had made him the happiest of mankind. He then gave her a large bank bill to dispose of in any trinkets she pleased, and kissed and embraced her in the fondest manner, while tears of joy trickled from those eyes which a few moments before had darted fire and rage against the dear object of all his affection. Instances of this behavior in parents are so common, that the reader, I doubt not, will be very little astonished at the whole conduct of Mr. Western. If he should, I own I am not able to account for it, since that he loved his daughter most tenderly is, I think, beyond dispute. So indeed have many others, who have rendered their children most completely miserable by the same conduct, which, though it is almost universal in parents, hath always appeared to me to be the most unaccountable of all the absurdities which ever entered into the brain of that strange, prodigious creature man. The latter part of Mr. Western's behavior had so strong an effect on the tender heart of Sophia that it suggested a thought to her, which not all the sophistry of her politic aunt, nor all the menaces of her father, had ever once brought into her head. She reverenced her father so piously, and loved him so passionately, that she had scarce ever felt more pleasing sensations than what arose from the share she frequently had of contributing to his amusement, and sometimes, perhaps, to higher gratifications. For he never could contain the delight of hearing her commended, which he had the satisfaction of hearing almost every day of her life. The idea, therefore, of the immense happiness she should convey to her father by her consent to this match, made a strong impression on her mind again. The extreme piety of such an act of obedience worked very forcibly, as she had a very deep sense of religion. Lastly, when she reflected how much she herself was to suffer, being indeed to become little less than a sacrifice or a martyr to filial love and duty, she felt an agreeable tickling in a certain little passion, which, though it bears no immediate affinity either to religion or virtue, is often so kind as to lend great assistance in executing the purposes of both. Sophia was charmed with the contemplation of so heroic an action, and began to compliment herself with much premature flattery, when Cupid, who lay hid in her muff, suddenly crept out, and like Punchinello in a puppet show, kicked all out before him. In truth, for we scorn to deceive our reader, or to vindicate the character of our heroine by ascribing her actions to supernatural impulse, the thoughts of her beloved Jones, and some hopes, however distant, in which he was very particularly concerned, immediately destroyed all which filial love, piety, and pride had, with their joint endeavors, been laboring to bring about. But before we proceed any farther with Sophia, we must now look back to Mr. Jones. Chapter 10. Containing several matters, natural enough perhaps, but lo! The reader will be pleased to remember that we left Mr. Jones, in the beginning of this book, on his road to Bristol, being determined to seek his fortune at sea, or rather, indeed, to fly away from his fortune on shore. It happened, a thing not very unusual, that the guide who undertook to conduct him on his way was unluckily unacquainted with the road, so that having missed his right track, and being ashamed to ask information, he rambled about backwards and forwards till night came on, and it began to grow dark. Jones, suspecting what had happened, acquainted the guide with his apprehensions, but he insisted on it, that they were in the right road, and added, it would be very strange if he should not know the road to Bristol, though, in reality, it would have been much stranger if he had known it, having never passed through it in his life before. Jones had not such implicit faith in his guide, but that on their arrival at a village he inquired of the first fellow he saw, whether they were in the road to Bristol. Whence did you come? Cries the fellow. No matter, says Jones, a little hastily. I want to know if this be the road to Bristol? The road to Bristol, cries the fellow, scratching his head. Why, meester, I believe you will hardly get to Bristol this way tonight. Prithee, friend, then, answered Jones, do tell us which is the way. Why, meester, cries the fellow, you must be come out of your road the Lord knows whither, for thick way goeth to Gloucester. Well, and which way goes to Bristol? Said Jones. Why, you be going away from Bristol, answered the fellow. Then, said Jones, we must go back again? Aye, you must, said the fellow. Well, and when we come back to the top of the hill, which way must we take? Why, you must keep the straight road. But I remember there are two roads, one to the right and the other to the left. Why, you must keep the right-hand road, and then go straight forwards. Only remember to turn verst to your right, and then to your left again, and then to your right, and that brings you to the squire's. And then you must keep straight forwards and turn to the left. Another fellow now came up, and asked which way the gentlemen were going, of which being informed by Jones, he first scratched his head, and then leaning upon a pole he had in his hand, began to tell him that he must keep the right-hand road for about a mile, or 1.5 miles, or such a matter, and then he must turn short to the left, which would bring him round by Mr. Jean Barnes's. But which is Mr. John Barnes's? Says Jones. O Lord, cries the fellow, why, don't you know Mr. Jean Barnes? Whence then did you come? These two fellows had almost conquered the patience of Jones, when a plain, well-looking man, who was indeed a Quaker, accosted him thus: Friend, I perceive thou hast lost thy way, and if thou wilt take my advice, thou wilt not attempt to find it to dash night. It is almost dark, and the road is difficult to hit. Besides, there have been several robberies committed lately between this and Bristol. Here is a very creditable good house just by, where thou mayst find good entertainment for thyself and thy cattle till morning. Jones, after a little persuasion, agreed to stay in this place till the morning, and was conducted by his friend to the public-house. The landlord, who was a very civil fellow, told Jones he hoped he would excuse the badness of his accommodation, for that his wife was gone from home, and had locked up almost everything, and carried the keys along with her. Indeed, the fact was that a favorite daughter of hers was just married, and gone that morning home with her husband, and that she and her mother together had almost stripped the poor man of all his goods, as well as money. For though he had several children, this daughter only, who was the mother's favorite, was the object of her consideration, and to the humor of this one child she would with pleasure have sacrificed all the rest, and her husband into the bargain. Though Jones was very unfit for any kind of company, and would have preferred being alone, yet he could not resist the importunities of the honest Quaker, who was the more desirous of sitting with him, from having remarked the melancholy which appeared both in his countenance and behavior, and which the poor Quaker thought his conversation might in some measure relieve. After they had passed some time together, in such a manner that my honest friend might have thought himself at one of his silent meetings, the Quaker began to be moved by some spirit or other, probably that of curiosity, and said, Friend, I perceive some sad disaster hath befallen thee. But pray be of comfort, perhaps thou hast lost a friend. If so, thou must consider we are all mortal, and why shouldst thou grieve, when thou knowest thy grief will do thy friend no good? We are all born to affliction. I myself have my sorrows as well as thee, and most probably greater sorrows, though I have a clear estate of £100 a year, which is as much as I want, and I have a conscience, I thank the Lord, void of offense. My constitution is sound and strong, and there is no man can demand a debt of me, nor accuse me of an injury. Yet, friend, I should be concerned to think thee as miserable as myself. Here the Quaker ended with a deep sigh, and Jones presently answered, I am very sorry, sir, for your unhappiness, whatever is the occasion of it. Ah, friend, replied the Quaker, one only daughter is the occasion. One who was my greatest delight upon earth, and who within this week is run away from me, and is married against my consent. I had provided her a proper match, a sober man and one of substance. But she, forsooth, would choose for herself, and away she is gone with a young fellow not worth a groat. If she had been dead, as I suppose thy friend is, I should have been happy. That is very strange, sir, said Jones. Why, would it not be better for her to be dead than to be a beggar? Replied the Quaker. For, as I told you, the fellow is not worth a groat, and surely she cannot expect that I shall ever give her a shilling. No, as she hath married for love, let her live on love if she can. Let her carry her love to market, and see whether anyone will change it into silver, or even into halfpence. You know your own concerns best, sir, said Jones. It must have been, continued the Quaker, a long premeditated scheme to cheat me, for they have known one another from their infancy, and I always preached to her against love, and told her 1,000 times over it was all folly and wickedness. Nay, the cunning slut pretended to hearken to me, and to despise all wantonness of the flesh, and yet at last broke out at a window 2 pair of stairs. For I began, indeed, a little to suspect her, and had locked her up carefully, intending the very next morning to have married her up to my liking, but she disappointed me within a few hours, and escaped away to the lover of her own choosing, who lost no time, for they were married and bedded and all within an hour. But it shall be the worst hour's work for them both that ever they did. For they may starve, or beg, or steal together. For me, I will never give either of them a farthing. Here Jones, starting up, cried, I really must be excused. I wish you would leave me. Come, come, friend, said the Quaker. "Don't give way to concern. You see there are other people miserable besides yourself." "I see there are madmen and fools and villains in the world," cries Jones. "But let me give you a piece of advice. Send for your daughter and son-in-law home, and don't be yourself the only cause of misery to one you pretend to love. Send for her and her husband home," cries the Quaker loudly. "I would sooner send for the two greatest enemies I have in the world." "Well, go home yourself, or where you please," said Jones, "for I will sit no longer in such company." "Nay, friend," answered the Quaker, "I scorn to impose my company on any one." He then offered to pull money from his pocket, but Jones pushed him with some violence out of the room. The subject of the Quaker's discourse had so deeply affected Jones that he stared very wildly all the time he was speaking. This the Quaker had observed, and this, added to the rest of his behavior, inspired honest Broadbrim with a conceit that his companion was in reality out of his senses instead of resenting the affront. Therefore, the Quaker was moved with compassion for his unhappy circumstances, and having communicated his opinion to the landlord, he desired him to take great care of his guest, and to treat him with the highest civility. "Indeed," says the landlord, "I shall use no such civility towards him. For it seems, for all his laced waistcoat there, he is no more a gentleman than myself, but a poor parish bastard, bred up at a great squire's about 30 miles off, and now turned out of doors, not for any good to be sure. That I shall get him out of my house as soon as possible. If I do lose my reckoning, the first loss is always the best. It is not above a year ago that I lost a silver spoon." "What dost thou talk of a parish bastard, Robin?" answered the Quaker. "Thou must certainly be mistaken in thy man." "Not at all," replied Robin. "The guide, who knows him very well, told it me." For, indeed, the guide had no sooner taken his place at the kitchen fire than he acquainted the whole company with all he knew or had ever heard concerning Jones. The Quaker was no sooner assured by this fellow of the birth and low fortune of Jones than all compassion for him vanished, and the honest plain man went home fired with no less indignation than a duke would have felt at receiving an affront from such a person. The landlord himself conceived an equal disdain for his guest, so that when Jones rung the bell in order to retire to bed, he was acquainted that he could have no bed there. Besides disdain of the mean condition of his guest, Robin entertained violent suspicion of his intentions, which were, he supposed, to watch some favorable opportunity of robbing the house. In reality, he might have been very well eased of these apprehensions by the prudent precautions of his wife and daughter, who had already removed everything which was not fixed to the freehold. But he was by nature suspicious, and had been more particularly so since the loss of his spoon. In short, the dread of being robbed totally absorbed the comfortable consideration that he had nothing to lose. Jones, being assured that he could have no bed, very contentedly betook himself to a great chair made with rushes, when sleep, which had lately shunned his company in much better apartments, generously paid him a visit in his humble cell. As for the landlord, he was prevented by his fears from retiring to rest. He returned therefore to the kitchen fire, whence he could survey the only door which opened into the parlor, or rather hole, where Jones was seated. And as for the window to that room, it was impossible for any creature larger than a cat to have made his escape through it. Chapter 11. The Adventure of a Company of Soldiers. The landlord, having taken his seat directly opposite to the door of the parlor, determined to keep guard there the whole night. The guide and another fellow remained long on duty with him, though they neither knew his suspicions, nor had any of their own. The true cause of their watching did, indeed, at length, put an end to it. For this was no other than the strength and goodness of the beer, of which, having tippled a very large quantity, they grew at first very noisy and vociferous, and afterwards fell both asleep. But it was not in the power of liquor to compose the fears of Robin. He continued still waking in his chair, with his eyes fixed steadfastly on the door which led into the apartment of Mr. Jones, till a violent thundering at his outward gate called him from his seat, and obliged him to open it, which he had no sooner done than his kitchen was immediately full of gentlemen in red coats, who all rushed upon him in as tumultuous a manner as if they intended to take his little castle by storm. The landlord was now forced from his post to furnish his numerous guests with beer, which they called for with great eagerness. And upon his second or third return from the cellar, he saw Mr. Jones standing before the fire in the midst of the soldiers. for it may easily be believed that the arrival of so much good company should put an end to any sleep, unless that from which we are to be awakened only by the last trumpet. The company having now pretty well satisfied their thirst, nothing remained but to pay the reckoning, a circumstance often productive of much mischief and discontent among the inferior rank of gentry, who are apt to find great difficulty in assessing the sum, with exact regard to distributive justice, which directs that every man shall pay according to the quantity which he drinks. This difficulty occurred upon the present occasion, and it was the greater, as some gentlemen had, in their extreme hurry, marched off, after their first draught, and had entirely forgot to contribute anything towards the said reckoning. A violent dispute now arose, in which every word may be said to have been deposed upon oath. For the oaths were at least equal to all the other words spoken. In this controversy the whole company spoke together, and every man seemed wholly bent to extenuate the sum which fell to his share, so that the most probable conclusion which could be foreseen was that a large portion of the reckoning would fall to the landlord's share to pay, or, what is much the same thing, would remain unpaid. All this while Mr. Jones was engaged in conversation with the sergeant, for that officer was entirely unconcerned in the present dispute, being privileged by immemorial custom from all contribution. The dispute now grew so very warm that it seemed to draw towards a military decision, when Jones, stepping forward, silenced all their clamors at once, by declaring that he would pay the whole reckoning, which indeed amounted to no more than 3 shillings and 4 pence. This declaration procured Jones the thanks and applause of the whole company. The terms honorable, noble, and worthy gentleman resounded through the room. Nay, my landlord himself began to have a better opinion of him, and almost to disbelieve the account which the guide had given. The sergeant had informed Mr. Jones that they were marching against the rebels, and expected to be commanded by the glorious Duke of Cumberland, by which the reader may perceive, a circumstance which we have not thought necessary to communicate before, that this was the very time when the late rebellion was at the highest. And indeed the banditti were now marched into England, intending, as it was thought, to fight the king's forces, and to attempt pushing forward to the metropolis. Jones had some heroic ingredients in his composition, and was a hearty well-wisher to the glorious cause of liberty, and of the Protestant religion. It is no wonder, therefore, that in circumstances which would have warranted a much more romantic and wild undertaking, it should occur to him to serve as a volunteer in this expedition. Our commanding officer had said all in his power to encourage and promote this good disposition, from the first moment he had been acquainted with it. He now proclaimed the noble resolution aloud, which was received with great pleasure by the whole company, who all cried out, "God bless King George and your honor," and then added, with many oaths, "We will stand by you both to the last drops of our blood." The gentleman who had been all night tippling at the alehouse was prevailed on by some arguments which a corporal had put into his hands, to undertake the same expedition, and now the portmanteau belonging to Mr. Jones being put up in the baggage cart, the forces were about to move forwards, when the guide, stepping up to Jones, said, "Sir, I hope you will consider that the horses have been kept out all night, and we have traveled a great ways out of our way." Jones was surprised at the impudence of this demand, and acquainted the soldiers with the merits of his cause, who were all unanimous in condemning the guide for his endeavors to put upon a gentleman. Some said he ought to be tied neck and heels, others that he deserved to run the gantlope, and the sergeant shook his cane at him, and wished he had him under his command, swearing heartily he would make an example of him. Jones contented himself, however, with a negative punishment, and walked off with his new comrades, leaving the guide to the poor revenge of cursing and reviling him, in which latter the landlord joined, saying, "Aye, he is a pure one. I warrant you'd, a pretty gentleman, indeed, to go for a soldier. He shall wear a laced waistcoat. Truly, it is an old proverb and a true one. All is not gold that glisters. I am glad my house is well rid of him." All that day the sergeant and the young soldier marched together, and the former, who was an arch fellow, told the latter many entertaining stories of his campaigns, though in reality he had never made any. For he was but lately come into the service, and had, by his own dexterity, so well ingratiated himself with his officers that he had promoted himself to a halberd, chiefly indeed by his merit in recruiting, in which he was most excellently well skilled. Much mirth and festivity passed among the soldiers during their march, in which the many occurrences that had passed at their last quarters were remembered, and everyone, with great freedom, made what jokes he pleased on his officers, some of which were of the coarser kind, and very near bordering on scandal. This brought to our hero's mind the custom which he had read of among the Greeks and Romans, of indulging, on certain festivals and solemn occasions, the liberty to slaves, of using an uncontrolled freedom of speech towards their masters. Our little army, which consisted of 2 companies of foot, were now arrived at the place where they were to halt that evening. The sergeant then acquainted his lieutenant, who was the commanding officer, that they had picked up 2 fellows in that day's march, one of which, he said, was as fine a man as ever he saw, meaning the tippler, for that he was near 6 feet, well-proportioned, and strongly limbed, and the other, meaning Jones, would do well enough for the rear rank. The new soldiers were now produced before the officer, who, having examined the 6-feet man, he being first produced, came next to survey Jones, at the first sight of whom the lieutenant could not help showing some surprise. For besides that he was very well dressed and was naturally genteel, he had a remarkable air of dignity in his look, which is rarely seen among the vulgar, and is indeed not inseparably annexed to the features of their superiors. "Sir," said the lieutenant, "my sergeant informed me that you are desirous of enlisting in the company I have at present under my command. If so, sir, we shall very gladly receive a gentleman who promises to do much honor to the company by bearing arms in it." Jones answered that he had not mentioned anything of enlisting himself, that he was most zealously attached to the glorious cause for which they were going to fight, and was very desirous of serving as a volunteer, concluding with some compliments to the lieutenant and expressing the great satisfaction he should have in being under his command. The lieutenant returned his civility, commended his resolution, shook him by the hand, and invited him to dine with himself and the rest of the officers. Chapter 12. The Adventure of a Company of Officers. The lieutenant, whom we mentioned in the preceding chapter, and who commanded this party, was now near 60 years of age. He had entered very young into the army, and had served in the capacity of an ensign at the Battle of Tangiers. Here he had received 2 wounds, and had so well distinguished himself that he was by the Duke of Marlborough advanced to be a lieutenant immediately after that battle. In this commission he had continued ever since, viz., near 40 years, during which time he had seen vast numbers preferred over his head, and had now the mortification to be commanded by boys, whose fathers were at nurse when he first entered into the service. Nor was this ill success in his profession solely owing to his having no friends among the men in power. He had the misfortune to incur the displeasure of his colonel, who for many years continued in the command of this regiment, nor did he owe the implacable ill will which this man bore him to any neglect or deficiency as an officer, nor indeed to any fault in himself, but solely to the indiscretion of his wife, who was a very beautiful woman, and who, though she was remarkably fond of her husband, would not purchase his preferment at the expense of certain favors which the colonel required of her. The poor lieutenant was more peculiarly unhappy in this, that while he felt the effects of the enmity of his colonel, he neither knew nor suspected that he really bore him any, for he could not suspect an ill will for which he was not conscious of giving any cause, and his wife, fearing what her husband's nice regard to his honor might have occasioned, contented herself with preserving her virtue without enjoying the triumphs of her conquest. This unfortunate officer, for so I think he may be called, had many good qualities besides his merit in his profession, for he was a religious, honest, good-natured man, and had behaved so well in his command that he was highly esteemed and beloved not only by the soldiers of his own company, but by the whole regiment. The other officers who marched with him were a French lieutenant, who had been long enough out of France to forget his own language, but not long enough in England to learn ours, so that he really spoke no language at all, and could barely make himself understood on the most ordinary occasions. There were likewise 2 ensigns, both very young fellows, one of whom had been bred under an attorney, and the other was son to the wife of a nobleman's butler. As soon as dinner was ended, Jones informed the company of the merriment which had passed among the soldiers upon their march, and yet, says he, notwithstanding all their vociferation, I dare swear they will behave more like Grecians than Trojans when they come to the enemy. Grecians and Trojans, says one of the ensigns, who the devil are they? I have heard of all the troops in Europe, but never of any such as these. Don't pretend to more ignorance than you have, Mr. Northerton, said the worthy lieutenant. I suppose you have heard of the Greeks and Trojans, though perhaps you never read Pope's Homer, who, I remember, now the gentleman mentions it, compares the march of the Trojans to the cackling of geese, and greatly commends the silence of the Grecians, and upon my honor there is great justice in the cadet's observation. Bigar, me remember dim ver well, said the French lieutenant. Me ave read them at school in Don Madame Dossier, de Greek, de Trojan, de fight for von woman. Oui, me ave read all de en homo with all my heart, says Northerton. I have the marks of him on my Yet there's Thomas of our regiment, always carries a homo in his pocket. D and me, if ever I come at it, if I don't burn it, and there's Corderius, another D son of a whore, that hath got me many a flogging. Then you have been at school, Mr. Northerton? Said the lieutenant. In me, have I, answered he. The devil take my father for sending me thither. The old put wanted to make a parson of me, but in me, thinks I to myself, I'll nick you there, old cull. The devil a smack of your nonsense shall you ever get into me. There's Jimmy Oliver, of our regiment. He narrowly escaped being a pimp too, and that would have been 1,000 pities. For in me if he is not one of the prettiest fellows in the whole world. But he went farther than I with the old cull, for Jimmy can neither write nor read. You give your friend a very good character, said the lieutenant, and a very deserved one, I dare say, but prithee, Northerton, leave off that foolish as well as wicked custom of swearing. For you are deceived, I promise you. If you think there is wit or politeness in it, I wish, too, you would take my advice, and desist from abusing the clergy's scandalous names, and reflections cast on any body of men must be always unjustifiable, but especially so, when thrown on so sacred a function. For to abuse the body is to abuse the function itself, and I leave to you to judge how inconsistent such behavior is in men who are going to fight in defense of the Protestant religion. Mr. Adderley, which was the name of the other ensign, had sat hitherto kicking his heels and humming a tune, without seeming to listen to the discourse. He now answered, "Oh, monsieur, on any parle pas de la religion dans la guerre." Well said, Jack, cries Northerton. If la religion was the only matter, the parsons should fight their own battles for me. I don't know, gentlemen, said Jones, what may be your opinion, but I think no man can engage in a nobler cause than that of his religion. And I have observed, in the little I have read of history, that no soldiers have fought so bravely as those who have been inspired with a religious zeal. For my own part, though I love my king and country, I hope, as well as any man in it, yet the Protestant interest is no small motive to my becoming a volunteer in the cause. Northerton now winked on Adderley, and whispered to him slyly, "Smoke the prig, Adderley, smoke him." Then turning to Jones, said to him, "I am very glad, sir, you have chosen our regiment to be a volunteer in. For if our parson should at any time take a cup too much, I find you can supply his place. I presume, sir, you have been at the university. May I crave the favor to know what college?" "Sir," answered Jones, "so far from having been at the university, I have even had the advantage of yourself, for I was never at school." "I presumed," cries the ensign, "only upon the information of your great learning." "Oh, sir," answered Jones, "it is as possible for a man to know something without having been at school, as it is to have been at school and to know nothing." "Well said, young volunteer," cries the lieutenant. "Upon my word, Northerton, you had better let him alone, for he will be too hard for you." Northerton did not very well relish the sarcasm of Jones, but he thought the provocation was scarce sufficient to justify a blow, or a rascal or scoundrel, which were the only repartees that suggested themselves. He was, therefore, silent at present, but resolved to take the first opportunity of returning the jest by abuse. It now came to the turn of Mr. Jones to give a toast, as it is called, who could not refrain from mentioning his dear Sophia. This he did the more readily, as he imagined it utterly impossible that anyone present should guess the person he meant. But the lieutenant, who was the toastmaster, was not contented with Sophia only. He said, he must have her surname, upon which Jones hesitated a little, and presently after named Miss Sophia Western. Ensign Northerton declared he would not drink her health in the same round with his own toast, unless somebody would vouch for her. "I knew one Sophie Western," says he, "that was lain with by half the young fellows at Bath. And perhaps this is the same woman? Jones very solemnly assured him of the contrary, asserting that the young lady he named was one of great fashion and fortune. Aye, says the ensign, and so she is. Dean me, it is the same woman. And I'll hold half a dozen of Burgundy. Tom French of our regiment brings her into company with us at any tavern in Bridges Street. He then proceeded to describe her person exactly, for he had seen her with her aunt, and concluded with saying that her father had a great estate in Somersetshire. The tenderness of lovers can ill brook the least jesting with the names of their mistresses. However, Jones, though he had enough of the lover and of the hero too in his disposition, did not resent these slanders as hastily as, perhaps, he ought to have done. Though say the truth, having seen but little of this kind of wit, he did not readily understand it, and for a long time imagined Mr. Northerton had really mistaken his charmer for some other. But now, turning to the ensign with a stern aspect, he said, "Pray, sir, choose some other subject for your wit, for I promise you I will bear no jesting with this lady's character." "Jesting," cries the other, "in me if ever I was more in earnest in my life. Tom French of our regiment had both her and her aunt at Bath." "Then I must tell you in earnest," cries Jones, "that you are one of the most impudent rascals upon earth." He had no sooner spoken these words than the ensign, together with a volley of curses, discharged a bottle full at the head of Jones, which hitting him a little above the right temple, brought him instantly to the ground. The conqueror, perceiving the enemy to lie motionless before him, and blood beginning to flow pretty plentifully from his wound, began now to think of quitting the field of battle, where no more honor was to be gotten. But the lieutenant interposed, by stepping before the door, and thus cut off his retreat. Northerton was very importunate with the lieutenant for his liberty, urging the ill consequences of his stay, asking him what he could have done less. "Zounds," says he, "I was but in jest with the fellow. I never heard any harm of Miss Western in my life." "Have not you?" said the lieutenant. "Then you richly deserve to be hanged, as well for making such jests as for using such a weapon. You are my prisoner, sir, nor shall you stir from hence till a proper guard comes to secure you." Such an ascendant had our lieutenant over this ensign, that all that fervency of courage which had leveled our poor hero with the floor would scarce have animated the said ensign to have drawn his sword against the lieutenant, had he then had one dangling at his side. But all the swords being hung up in the room were, at the very beginning of the fray, secured by the French officer, so that Mr. Northerton was obliged to attend the final issue of this affair. The French gentleman and Mr. Adderley, at the desire of their commanding officer, had raised up the body of Jones, but as they could perceive but little, if any, sign of life in him, they again let him fall, Adderley damning him for having blooded his waistcoat, and the Frenchman declaring, "Begar, me no tush the Englishman de mort. Me have heard de Inglise lay law what you call, hang up de man dat tush him last." When the good lieutenant applied himself to the door, he applied himself likewise to the bell, and the drawer immediately attending, he dispatched him for a file of musketeers and a surgeon. These commands, together with the drawer's report of what he had himself seen, not only produced the soldiers, but presently drew up the landlord of the house, his wife and servants, and, indeed, everyone else who happened at that time to be in the inn. To describe every particular, and to relate the whole conversation of the ensuing scene, is not within my power, unless I had 40 pens, and could, at once, write with them all together. As the company now spoke, the reader must, therefore, content himself with the most remarkable incidents, and perhaps he may very well excuse the rest. The first thing done was securing the body of Northerton, who, being delivered into the custody of 6 men with a corporal at their head, was by them conducted from a place which he was very willing to leave, but it was unluckily to a place whither he was very unwilling to go. Though say the truth, so whimsical are the desires of ambition, the very moment this youth had attained the above-mentioned honor, he would have been well contented to have retired to some corner of the world, where the fame of it should never have reached his ears. It surprises us, and so perhaps it may the reader, that the lieutenant, a worthy and good man, should have applied his chief care rather to secure the offender than to preserve the life of the wounded person. We mention this observation, not with any view of pretending to account for so odd a behavior, but lest some critic should hereafter plume himself on discovering it. We would have these gentlemen know we can see what is odd in characters as well as themselves, but it is our business to relate facts as they are, which, when we have done, it is the part of the learned and sagacious reader to consult that original book of nature, whence every passage in our work is transcribed, though we quote not always the particular page for its authority. The company which now arrived were of a different disposition. They suspended their curiosity concerning the person of the ensign, till they should see him hereafter in a more engaging attitude. At present, their whole concern and attention were employed about the bloody object on the floor, which being placed upright in a chair, soon began to discover some symptoms of life and motion. These were no sooner perceived by the company, for Jones was at first generally concluded to be dead, than they all fell at once to prescribing for him, for as none of the physical order was present, every one there took that office upon him. Bleeding was the unanimous voice of the whole room, but unluckily there was no operator at hand. Every one then cried, "Call the barber," but none stirred a step. Several cordials was likewise prescribed in the same ineffective manner, till the landlord ordered up a tankard of strong beer with a toast, which he said was the best cordial in England. The person principally assistant on this occasion, indeed the only one who did any service, or seemed likely to do any, was the landlady. She cut off some of her hair, and applied it to the wound to stop the blood. She fell to chafing the youth's temples with her hand, and having expressed great contempt for her husband's prescription of beer, she dispatched one of her maids to her own closet for a bottle of brandy, of which, as soon as it was brought, she prevailed on Jones, who was just returned to his senses, to drink a very large and plentiful draught. Soon afterwards arrived the surgeon, who having viewed the wound, having shaken his head, and blamed everything which was done, ordered his patient instantly to bed, in which place we think proper to leave him some time to his repose, and shall here, therefore, put an end to this chapter. Chapter 13, containing the great address of the landlady, the great learning of a surgeon, and the solid skill and casuistry of the worthy lieutenant. When the wounded man was carried to his bed, and the house began again to clear up from the hurry which this accident had occasioned, the landlady thus addressed the commanding officer. "I am afraid, sir," said she, "this young man did not behave himself as well as he should do to your honors, and if he had been killed, I suppose he had but his desarts. To be sure, when gentlemen admit inferior parsons into their company, they oft to keep their distance, but, as my first husband used to say, few of 'em know how to do it. For my own part, I am sure I should not have suffered any fellows to include themselves into gentlemen's company, but I thought he had been an officer himself, till the sergeant told me he was but a recruit." "Landlady," answered the lieutenant, "you mistake the whole matter. The young man behaved himself extremely well, and is, I believe, a much better gentleman than the ensign who abused him. If the young fellow dies, the man who struck him will have most reason to be sorry for it, for the regiment will get rid of a very troublesome fellow, who is a scandal to the army, and if he escapes from the hands of justice, blame me, madam, that's all." "Aye, good lackaday," said the landlady, "who could have thought it? I am satisfied your honor will see justice done, and to be sure it oft to be to every one, gentlemen oft not to kill poor folks without answering for it. The poor man hath a soul to be saved, as well as his betters." "Indeed, madam," said the lieutenant, "you do the volunteer wrong. I dare swear he is more of a gentleman than the officer." "Aye," cries the landlady, "why, look you there now. Well, my first husband was a wise man. He used to say, 'You can't always know the inside by the outside.' Nay, that might have been well enough too, for I never sawed him till he was all over blood. Who would have thought it? Mayhap, some young gentleman crossed in love. Good lackaday, if he should die, what a concern it will be to his parents. Why, sure the devil must possess the wicked wretch to do such an act, though be sure, he is a scandal to the army, as your honor says. For most of the gentlemen of the army that ever I saw are quite different sort of people, and look as if they would scorn to spill any Christian blood as much as any men. I mean, that is, in a civil way, as my first husband used to say. Though be sure, when they come into the wars, there must be bloodshed, but that they are not to be blamed for. The more of our enemies they kill there, the better, and I wish, with all my heart, they could kill every mother's son of them." "Oh, fie, madam," said the lieutenant, smiling. All is rather too bloody-minded a wish. Not at all, sir, answered she. I am not at all bloody-minded, only to our enemies. And there is no harm in that. To be sure it is natural for us to wish our enemies dead, that the wars may be at an end, and our taxes be lowered. For it is a dreadful thing to pay as we do. Why now, there is above 40 shillings for window lights, and yet we have stopped up all we could. We have almost blinded the house, I am sure. Says I to the exciseman, says I think you ought to favor us. I am sure we are. Very good friends to the government. And so we are for sartain, for we pay a mint of money to, and yet I often think to myself the government doth not imagine itself more obliged to us, than to those that don't pay a farthing. It is the way of the world. She was proceeding in this manner when the surgeon entered the room. The lieutenant immediately asked how his patient did, but he resolved him only by saying, better, I believe, than he would have been by this time, if I had not been called. And even as it is, perhaps it would have been lucky if I could have been called sooner. I hope, sir, said the lieutenant, the skull is not fractured. Cries the surgeon. Fractures are not always the most dangerous symptoms. Contusions and lacerations are often attended with worse phenomena, and with more fatal consequences than fractures. People who know nothing of the matter conclude, if the skull is not fractured, all is well. Whereas, I had rather see a man's skull broke all to pieces than some contusions I have met with. I hope, says the lieutenant, there are no such symptoms here. Symptoms, answered the surgeon, are not always regular nor constant. I have known very unfavorable symptoms in the morning change to favorable ones at noon, and return to unfavorable again at night. Of wounds, indeed, it is rightly and truly said, Nemo repent fut turpissimus. I was once, I remember, called to a patient who had received a violent contusion in his tibia, by which the exterior cutis was lacerated, so that there was a profuse sanguinary discharge, and the interior membranes were so develicated that the os or bone very plainly appeared through the aperture of the vulnus or wound, some febrile symptoms intervening at the same time. For the pulse was exuberant and indicated much phlebotomy. I apprehended an immediate mortification, to prevent which, I presently made a large orifice in the vein of the left arm, whence I drew 20 ounces of blood, which I expected to have found extremely sizy and glutinous, or indeed coagulated, as it is in pleuritic complaints. But, to my surprise, it appeared rosy and florid, and its consistency differed little from the blood of those in perfect health. I then applied a fomentation to the part, which highly answered the intention, and after 3 or 4 times dressing, the wound began to discharge a thick pus or matter, by which means the cohesion. But perhaps I do not make myself perfectly well understood. No, really, answered the lieutenant. I cannot say I understand a syllable. Well, sir, said the surgeon, then I shall not tire your patience. In short, within 6 weeks my patient was able to walk upon his legs as perfectly as he could have done before he received the contusion. I wish, sir, said the lieutenant, you would be so kind only to inform me whether the wound this young gentleman hath had the misfortune to receive is likely to prove mortal. Sir, answered the surgeon, to say whether a wound will prove mortal or not at first dressing would be very weak and foolish presumption. We are all mortal, and symptoms often occur in a cure which the greatest of our profession could never foresee. But do you think him in danger? Says the other. In danger? Aye, surely, cries the doctor. Who is there among us, who, in the most perfect health, can be said not to be in danger? Can a man, therefore, with so bad a wound as this be said to be out of danger? All I can say at present is, that it is well I was called as I was, and perhaps it would have been better if I had been called sooner. I will see him again early in the morning, and in the meantime let him be kept extremely quiet, and drink liberally of water gruel. Won't you allow him sackway? Said the landlady. Aye, sackway, cries the doctor, if you will, provided it be very small. And a little chicken broth too, added she. Yes, chicken broth, said the doctor, is very good. Mayn't I make him some jellies too? Said the landlady. Aye, answered the doctor. Jellies are very good for wounds, for they promote cohesion, and indeed it was lucky she had not named soup or high sauces, for the doctor would have complied, rather than have lost the custom of the house. The doctor was no sooner gone, Then the landlady began to trumpet forth his fame to the lieutenant, who had not, from their short acquaintance, conceived quite so favorable an opinion of his physical abilities as the good woman, and all the neighborhood, entertained, and perhaps very rightly. For though I am afraid the doctor was a little of a coxcomb, he might be nevertheless very much of a surgeon. The lieutenant, having collected from the learned discourse of the surgeon that Mr. Jones was in great danger, gave orders for keeping Mr. Northerton under a very strict guard, designing in the morning to attend him to a justice of peace, and to commit the conducting the troops to Gloucester to the French lieutenant, who, though he could neither read, write, nor speak any language, was, however, a good officer. In the evening, our commander sent a message to Mr. Jones, that if a visit would not be troublesome, he would wait on him. This civility was very kindly and thankfully received by Jones, and the lieutenant accordingly went up to his room, where he found the wounded man much better than he expected. Nay, Jones assured his friend that if he had not received express orders to the contrary from the surgeon, he should have got up long ago, for he appeared to himself to be as well as ever and felt no other inconvenience from his wound, but an extreme soreness on that side of his head. "I should be very glad," quoth the lieutenant, "if you was as well as you fancy yourself, for then you could be able to do yourself justice immediately. For when a matter can't be made up, as in case of a blow, the sooner you take him out the better. But I am afraid you think yourself better than you are, and he would have too much advantage over you." "I'll try, however," answered Jones, "if you please, and will be so kind to lend me a sword, for I have none here of my own." "My sword is heartily at your service, my dear boy," cries the lieutenant, kissing him. "You are a brave lad, and I love your spirit, but I fear your strength. For such a blow, and so much loss of blood, must have very much weakened you. And though you feel no want of strength in your bed, yet you most probably would after a thrust or two. I can't consent to your taking him out tonight, but I hope you will be able to come up with us before we get many days' march advance, and I give you my honor you shall have satisfaction, or the man who hath injured you shan't stay in our regiment." "I wish," said Jones, "it was possible to decide this matter tonight. Now you have mentioned it to me, I shall not be able to rest." "Oh, never think of it," returned the other. "A few days will make no difference. The wounds of honor are not like those in your body. They suffer nothing by the delay of cure. It will be altogether as well for you to receive satisfaction a week hence as now." "But suppose," says Jones, "I should grow worse, and die of the consequences of my present wound?" "Then your honor," answered the lieutenant, "will require no reparation at all. I myself will do justice to your character, and testify to the world your intention to have acted properly, if you had recovered." "Still," replied Jones, "I am concerned at the delay. I am almost afraid to mention it to you who are a soldier. But though I have been a very wild young fellow, still in my most serious moments, and at the bottom, I am really a Christian." "So am I too, I assure you," said the officer, "and so zealous a one, that I was pleased with you at dinner for taking up the cause of your religion. And I am a little offended with you now, young gentleman, that you should express a fear of declaring your faith before anyone." "But how terrible must it be," cries Jones, "to anyone who is really a Christian, to cherish malice in his breast, in opposition to the command of him who hath expressly forbid it. How can I bear to do this on a sickbed? Or how shall I make up my account, with such an article as this in my bosom against me?" "Why, I believe there is such a command," cries the lieutenant, "but a man of honor can't keep it, and you must be a man of honor, if you will be in the army." I remember I once put the case to our chaplain over a bowl of punch, and he confessed there was much difficulty in it. But he said, he hoped there might be a latitude granted to soldiers in this one instance, and to be sure it is our duty to hope so, for who would bear to live without his honor? "No, no, my dear boy, be a good Christian as long as you live, but be a man of honor too, and never put up an affront. Not all the books, nor all the parsons in the world, shall ever persuade me to that. I love my religion very well, but I love my honor more. There must be some mistake in the wording the text, or in the translation, or in the understanding it, or somewhere or other. But however that be, a man must run the risque, for he must preserve his honor. Though compose yourself tonight, and I promise you you shall have an opportunity of doing yourself justice." Here he gave Jones a hearty buss, shook him by the hand, and took his leave. But though the lieutenant's reasoning was very satisfactory to himself, It was not entirely so to his friend. Jones, therefore, having revolved this matter much in his thoughts, at last came to a resolution, which the reader will find in the next chapter. Chapter 14, a most dreadful chapter indeed, in which few readers ought to venture upon in an evening, especially when alone. Jones swallowed a large mess of chicken, or rather cock, broth, with a very good appetite, as indeed he would have done the cock it was made of, with a pound of bacon into the bargain. And now, finding in himself no deficiency of either health or spirit, he resolved to get up and seek his enemy. But first he sent for the sergeant, who was his first acquaintance among these military gentlemen. Unluckily, that worthy officer, having, in a literal sense, taken his fill of liquor, had been some time retired to his bolster, where he was snoring so loud that it was not easy to convey a noise in at his ears capable of drowning that which issued from his nostrils. However, as Jones persisted in his desire of seeing him, a vociferous drawer at length found means to disturb his slumbers, and to acquaint him with the message, of which the sergeant was no sooner made sensible than he arose from his bed, and having his clothes already on, immediately attended. Jones did not think fit to acquaint the sergeant with his design, though he might have done it with great safety, for the halberdier was himself a man of honor, and had killed his man. He would therefore have faithfully kept this secret, or indeed any other which no reward was published for discovering. But as Jones knew not those virtues in so short an acquaintance, his caution was perhaps prudent and commendable enough. He began therefore by acquainting the sergeant that as he was now entered into the army, he was ashamed of being without what was perhaps the most necessary implement of a soldier, namely a sword, adding that he should be infinitely obliged to him if he could procure one, for which, says he, I will give you any reasonable price. Nor do I insist upon its being silver-hilted, only a good blade, and such as may become a soldier's thigh. The sergeant, who well knew what had happened, and had heard that Jones was in a very dangerous condition, immediately concluded, from such a message, at such a time of night, and from a man in such a situation, that he was light-headed, now as he had his wit, to use that word in its common signification, always ready. He bethought himself of making his advantage of this humor in the sick man. Sir, says he, I believe I can fit you. I have a most excellent piece of stuff by me. It is not indeed silver-hilted, which, as you say, doth not become a soldier, but the handle is decent enough, and the blade one of the best in Europe. It is a blade that, in short, I will fetch it you this instant, and you shall see it and handle it. I am glad to see your honor so well with all my heart. Being instantly returned with the sword, he delivered it to Jones, who took it and drew it, and then told the sergeant it would do very well, and bid him name his price. The sergeant now began to harangue in praise of his goods. He said, nay, he swore very heartily, that the blade was taken from a French officer of very high rank at the battle of Dettingen. I took it myself, says he, from his side, after I had knocked him o' the head. The hilt was a golden one, that I sold to one of our fine gentlemen. For there are some of them, an't please your honor, who value the hilt of a sword more than the blade. Here the other stopped him, and begged him to name a price. The sergeant, who thought Jones absolutely out of his senses, and very near his end, was afraid lest he should injure his family by asking too little. However, after a moment's hesitation, he contented himself with naming 20 guineas, and swore he would not sell it for less to his own brother. 20 guineas, says Jones in the utmost surprise. Sure you think I am mad, or that I never saw a sword in my life. 20 guineas indeed. I did not imagine you would endeavor to impose upon me. Here, take the sword. No, now I think on't, I will keep it myself, and show it your officer in the morning, acquainting him at the same time. What a price you asked me for it. The sergeant, as we have said, had always his wit, in sensu predicto, about him, and now plainly saw that Jones was not in the condition he had apprehended him to be. He now, therefore, counterfeited as great surprise as the other had shown, and said, I am certain, sir, I have not asked you so much out of the way. Besides, you are to consider, it is the only sword I have, and I must run the risque of my officer's displeasure by going without one myself. And truly, putting all this together, I don't think 20 shillings was so much out of the way. 20 shillings, cries Jones. Why, you just now asked me 20 guineas. How? Cries the sergeant. Sure your honor must have mistaken me, or else I mistook myself, and indeed I am but half awake. 20 guineas, indeed. No wonder your honor flew into such a passion. I say 20 guineas too. No, I mean 20 shillings, I assure you, and when your honor comes to consider everything, I hope you will not think that so extravagant a price it is indeed true. You may buy a weapon which looks as well for less money, but— Here Jones interrupted him, saying, I will be so far from making any words with you, that I will give you a shilling more than your demand. He then gave him a guinea, bid him return to his bed, and wished him a good march, adding, he hoped to overtake them before the division reached Worcester. The sergeant very civilly took his leave, fully satisfied with his merchandise, and not a little pleased with his dexterous recovery from that false step into which his opinion of the sick man's light-headedness had betrayed him. As soon as the sergeant was departed, Jones rose from his bed and dressed himself entirely, putting on even his coat, which, as its color was white, showed very visibly the streams of blood which had flowed down it. And now, having grasped his new-purchased sword in his hand, he was going to issue forth, when the thought of what he was about to undertake laid suddenly hold of him, and he began to reflect that in a few minutes he might possibly deprive a human being of life, or might lose his own. Very well, said he, and in what cause do I venture my life? Why, in that of my honor. And who is this human being? A rascal who hath injured and insulted me without provocation, but is not revenge forbidden by heaven? Yes, but it is enjoined by the world. Well, but shall I obey the world in opposition to the express commands of heaven? Shall I incur the divine displeasure rather than be called, ha, coward, scoundrel? I'll think no more. I am resolved and must fight him. The clock had now struck 12, and everyone in the house were in their beds, except the sentinel who stood to guard Northerton, when Jones, softly opening his door, issued forth in pursuit of his enemy, of whose place of confinement he had received a perfect description from the drawer. It is not easy to conceive a much more tremendous figure than he now exhibited. He had on, as we have said, a light-colored coat, covered with streams of blood. His face, which missed that very blood, as well as 20 ounces more drawn from him by the surgeon, was pallid. Round his head was a quantity of bandage, not unlike a turban. In the right hand he carried a sword, and in the left a candle, so that the bloody Banquo was not worthy to be compared to him. In fact, I believe a more dreadful apparition was never raised in a churchyard, nor in the imagination of any good people met in a winter evening over a Christmas fire in Somersetshire. When the sentinel first saw our hero approach, his hair began gently to lift up his grenadier cap, and in the same instant his knees fell to blows with each other. Presently his whole body was seized with worse than an ague fit. He then fired his piece, and fell flat on his face. Whether fear or courage was the occasion of his firing, or whether he took aim at the object of his terror, I cannot say. If he did, however, he had the good fortune to miss his man. Jones, seeing the fellow fall, guessed the cause of his fright, at which he could not forbear smiling, not in the least reflecting on the danger from which he had just escaped. He then passed by the fellow, who still continued in the posture in which he fell, and entered the room where Northerton, as he had heard, was confined. Here, in a solitary situation, he found an empty quart pot standing on the table, on which some beer being spilt, it looked as if the room had lately been inhabited, but at present it was entirely vacant. Jones then apprehended it might lead to some other apartment, but upon searching all round it, he could perceive no other door than that at which he entered, and where the sentinel had been posted. He then proceeded to call Northerton several times by his name, but no one answered. Nor did this serve to any other purpose than to confirm the sentinel in his terrors, who was now convinced that the volunteer was dead of his wounds, and that his ghost was come in search of the murderer. He now lay in all the agonies of horror, and I wish, with all my heart, some of those actors who are hereafter to represent a man frightened out of his wits had seen him, that they might be taught to copy nature, instead of performing several antic tricks and gestures, for the entertainment and applause of the galleries. Perceiving the bird was flown, at least despairing to find him, and rightly apprehending that the report of the firelock would alarm the whole house, our hero now blew out his candle, and gently stole back again to his chamber and to his bed, whither he would not have been able to have gotten undiscovered had any other person been on the same staircase, save only one gentleman who was confined to his bed by the gout. For before he could reach the door to his chamber, the hall where the sentinel had been posted was half full of people, some in their shirts, and others not half dressed, all very earnestly inquiring of each other what was the matter. The soldier was now found lying in the same place and posture in which we just now left him. Several immediately applied themselves to raise him, and some concluded him dead. But they presently saw their mistake, for he not only struggled with those who laid their hands on him, but fell a-roaring like a bull. In reality, he imagined so many spirits or devils were handling him, for his imagination, being possessed with the horror of an apparition, converted every object he saw or felt into nothing but ghosts and specters. At length he was overpowered by numbers, and got upon his legs, when candles being brought, and seeing 2 or 3 of his comrades present, he came a little to himself. But when they asked him what was the matter, he answered, "I am a dead man, that's all. I am a dead man. I can't recover it. I have seen him." "What hast thou seen, Jack?" says one of the soldiers. "Why, I have seen the young volunteer that was killed yesterday." He then imprecated the most heavy curses on himself, if he had not seen the volunteer, all over blood, vomiting fire out of his mouth and nostrils, pass by him into the chamber where Ensign Northerton was, and then seizing the ensign by the throat, fly away with him in a clap of thunder. This relation met with a gracious reception from the audience. All the women present believed it firmly, and prayed heaven to defend them from murder. Amongst the men, too, many had faith in the story, but others turned it into derision and ridicule, and a sergeant who was present answered very coolly, "Young man, you will hear more of this, for going to sleep and dreaming on your post." The soldier replied, "You may punish me if you please, but I was as broad awake as I am now, and the devil carry me away, as he hath the ensign, if I did not see the dead man, as I tell you, with eyes as big and as fiery as 2 large flambeaux." The commander of the forces and the commander of the house were now both arrived. For the former, being awake at the time, and hearing the sentinel fire his piece, thought it his duty to rise immediately, though he had no great apprehensions of any mischief. Whereas the apprehensions of the latter were much greater, lest her spoons and tankards should be upon the march, without having received any such orders from her. Our poor sentinel, to whom the sight of this officer was not much more welcome than the apparition, as he thought it, which he had seen before, again related the dreadful story, and with many additions of blood and fire. But he had the misfortune to gain no credit with either of the last-mentioned persons. For the officer, though a very religious man, was free from all terrors of this kind. Besides, having so lately left Jones in the condition we have seen, he had no suspicion of his being dead. As for the landlady, though not over-religious, she had no kind of aversion to the doctrine of spirits. But there was a circumstance in the tale which she well knew to be false, as we shall inform the reader presently. But whether Northerton was carried away in thunder or fire, or in whatever other manner he was gone, it was now certain that his body was no longer in custody. Upon this occasion the lieutenant formed a conclusion not very different from what the sergeant is just mentioned to have made before, and immediately ordered the sentinel to be taken prisoner, so that, by a strange reverse of fortune, though not very uncommon in a military life, the guard became the guarded. Chapter 15. The conclusion of the foregoing adventure. Besides the suspicion of sleep, the lieutenant harbored another and worse doubt against the poor sentinel, and this was that of treachery. For as he believed not one syllable of the apparition, so he imagined the whole to be an invention formed only to impose upon him, and that the fellow had in reality been bribed by Northerton to let him escape, and this he imagined the rather, as the fright appeared to him the more unnatural in one who had the character of as brave and bold a man as any in the regiment, having been in several actions, having received several wounds, and, in a word, having behaved himself always like a good and valiant soldier. That the reader, therefore, may not conceive the least ill opinion of such a person, we shall not delay a moment in rescuing his character from the imputation of this guilt. Mr. Northerton then, as we have before observed, was fully satisfied with the glory which he had obtained from this action. He had perhaps seen, or heard, or guessed, that envy is apt to attend fame, not that I would here insinuate that he was heathenishly inclined to believe in or to worship the goddess Nemesis. For, in fact, I am convinced he never heard of her name. He was, besides, of an active disposition, and had a great antipathy to those close quarters in the castle of Gloucester, for which a justice of peace might possibly give him a billet, nor was he moreover free from some uneasy meditations on a certain wooden edifice, which I forbear to name, in conformity to the opinion of mankind, who, I think, rather ought to honor than to be ashamed of this building, as it is, or at least might be made, of more benefit to society than almost any other public erection. In a word, to hint at no more reasons for his conduct, Mr. Northerton was desirous of departing that evening, and nothing remained for him but to contrive the quomodo, which appeared to be a matter of some difficulty. Now this young gentleman, though somewhat crooked in his morals, was perfectly straight in his person, which was extremely strong and well made. His face, too, was accounted handsome by the generality of women, for it was broad and ruddy, with tolerably good teeth. Such charms did not fail making an impression on my landlady, who had no little relish for this kind of beauty. She had, indeed, a real compassion for the young man, and hearing from the surgeon that affairs were like to go ill with the volunteer, she suspected they might hereafter wear no benign aspect with the ensign. Having obtained, therefore, leave to make him a visit, and finding him in a very melancholy mood, which she considerably heightened by telling him there were scarce any hopes of the volunteer's life, she proceeded to throw forth some hints, which the other readily and eagerly taking up, they soon came to a right understanding, and it was at length agreed that the ensign should, at a certain signal, ascend the chimney, which communicating very soon with that of the kitchen, he might there again let himself down, for which she would give him an opportunity by keeping the coast clear. But lest our readers, of a different complexion, should take this occasion of too hastily condemning all compassion as a folly, and pernicious to society, we think proper to mention another particular which might possibly have some little share in this action. The ensign happened to be at this time possessed of the sum of £50, which did indeed belong to the whole company, for the captain, having quarrelled with his lieutenant, had entrusted the payment of his company to the ensign. This money, however, he thought proper to deposit in my landlady's hand, possibly by way of bail or security that he would hereafter appear and answer to the charge against him. But whatever were the conditions, certain it is that she had the money and the ensign his liberty. The reader may perhaps expect, from the compassionate temper of this good woman, that when she saw the poor sentinel taken prisoner for a fact of which she knew him innocent, she should immediately have interposed in his behalf. But whether it was that she had already exhausted all her compassion in the above-mentioned instance, or that the features of this fellow, though not very different from those of the ensign, could not raise it, I will not determine, but, far from being an advocate for the present prisoner, she urged his guilt to his officer, declaring, with uplifted eyes and hands, that she would not have had any concern in the escape of a murderer for all the world. Everything was now once more quiet, and most of the company returned again to their beds. But the landlady, either from the natural activity of her disposition, or from her fear for her plate, having no propensity to sleep, prevailed with the officers, as they were to march within little more than an hour, to spend that time with her over a bowl of punch. Jones had lain awake all this while, and had heard great part of the hurry and bustle that had passed, of which he had now some curiosity to know the particulars. He therefore applied to his bell, which he rung at least 20 times without any effect. For my landlady was in such high mirth with her company that no clapper could be heard there but her own, and the drawer and chambermaid, who were sitting together in the kitchen, for neither durst he sit up nor she lie in bed alone. The more they heard the bell ring, the more they were frightened, and as it were nailed down in their places. At last, at a lucky interval of chat, the sound reached the ears of our good landlady, who presently sent forth her summons, which both her servants instantly obeyed. "Joe," says the mistress, "don't you hear the gentleman's bell ring? Why don't you go up?" "It is not my business," answered the drawer, "to wait upon the chambers. It is Betty chambermaid's." "If you come to that," answered the maid, "it is not my business to wait upon gentlemen. I have done it indeed sometimes, but the devil fetch me if ever I do again, since you make your preambles about it." The bell still ringing violently, their mistress fell into a passion and swore, if the drawer did not go up immediately, she would turn him away that very morning. "If you do, madam," says he, "I can't help it. I won't do another servant's business." She then applied herself to the maid, and endeavored to prevail by gentle means. But all in vain. Betty was as inflexible as Joe. Both insisted it was not their business, and they would not do it. The lieutenant then fell a-laughing and said, "Come, I will put an end to this contention," and then turning to the servants, commended them for their resolution in not giving up the point, but added, he was sure, if one would consent to go the other would, to which proposal they both agreed in an instant, and accordingly went up very lovingly and close together. When they were gone, the lieutenant appeased the wrath of the landlady by satisfying her why they were both so unwilling to go alone. They returned soon after and acquainted their mistress that the sick gentleman was so far from being dead that he spoke as heartily as if he was well, and that he gave his service to the captain and should be very glad of the favor of seeing him before he marched. The good lieutenant immediately complied with his desires, and sitting down by his bedside, acquainted him with the scene which had happened below, concluding with his intentions to make an example of the sentinel. Upon this Jones related to him the whole truth, and earnestly begged him not to punish the poor soldier, who, I am confident, says he, is as innocent of the ensign's escape as he is of forging any lie, or of endeavoring to impose on you. The lieutenant hesitated a few moments and then answered, "Why, as you have cleared the fellow of one part of the charge, so it will be impossible to prove the other, because he was not the only sentinel, but I have a good mind to punish the rascal for being a coward, yet who knows what effect the terror of such an apprehension may have? And, to say the truth, he hath always behaved well against an enemy. Come, it is a good thing to see any sign of religion in these fellows. So I promise you he shall be set at liberty when we march. But hark, the general beats. Why, dear boy, give me another bus. Don't discompose nor hurry yourself, but remember the Christian doctrine of patience, and I warrant you will soon be able to do yourself justice, and to take an honorable revenge on the fellow who hath injured you." The lieutenant then departed, and Jones endeavored to compose himself to rest. Book VIII. Containing about 2 days. Chapter 1. A wonderful long chapter concerning the marvelous, being much the longest of all our introductory chapters. As we are now entering upon a book in which the course of our history will oblige us to relate some matters of a more strange and surprising kind than any which have hitherto occurred, it may not be amiss, in the prolegomenous or introductory chapter, to say something of that species of writing which is called the marvelous. This we shall, as well for the sake of ourselves as of others, endeavor to set some certain bounds, and indeed nothing can be more necessary, as critics, of different complexions are here apt to run into very different extremes. For while some are, with Dacier, ready to allow that the same thing which is impossible may be yet probable, others have so little historic or poetic faith that they believe nothing to be either possible or probable, the like to which hath not occurred to their own observation. By this word here, and in most other parts of our work, we mean every reader in the world. It is happy for Dacier that he was not an Irishman. First, then, I think it may very reasonably be required of every writer that he keeps within the bounds of possibility, and still remembers that what it is not possible for man to perform, it is scarce possible for man to believe he did perform. This conviction perhaps gave birth to many stories of the antient heathen deities, for most of them are of poetical original, the poet being desirous to indulge a wanton and extravagant imagination, took refuge in that power, of the extent of which his readers were no judges, or rather which they imagined to be infinite, and consequently they could not be shocked at any prodigies related of it. This hath been strongly urged in defense of Homer's miracles, and it is perhaps a defense, not, as Mr. Pope would have it, because Ulysses told a set of foolish lies to the Phaeacians, who were a very dull nation, but because the poet himself wrote to heathens, to whom poetical fables were articles of faith. For my own part, I must confess, so compassionate is my temper, I wish Polypheme had confined himself to his milk diet, and preserved his eye. Nor could Ulysses be much more concerned than myself, when his companions were turned into swine by Circe, who showed, I think, afterwards, too much regard for man's flesh to be supposed capable of converting it into bacon. I wish, likewise, with all my heart, that Homer could have known the rule prescribed by Horace, to introduce supernatural agents as seldom as possible. We should not then have seen his gods coming on trivial errands, and often behaving themselves so as not only to forfeit all title to respect, but to become the objects of scorn and derision, a conduct which must have shocked the credulity of a pious and sagacious heathen, and which could never have been defended, unless by agreeing with a supposition to which I have been sometimes almost inclined, that this most glorious poet, as he certainly was, had an intent to burlesque the superstitious faith of his own age and country. But I have rested too long on a doctrine which can be of no use to a Christian writer. For as he cannot introduce into his works any of that heavenly host which make a part of his creed, so it is horrid puerility to search the heathen theology for any of those deities who have been long since dethroned from their immortality. Lord Shaftesbury observes that nothing is more cold than the invocation of a muse by a modern. He might have added that nothing can be more absurd that a modern may with much more elegance invoke a ballad, as some have thought Homer did, or a mug of ale, with the author of Hudibras, which latter may perhaps have inspired much more poetry, as well as prose, than all the liquors of Hippocrene or Helicon. The only supernatural agents which can in any manner be allowed to us moderns are ghosts. But of these I would advise an author to be extremely sparing. These are indeed, like arsenic and other dangerous drugs in physic, to be used with the utmost caution. Nor would I advise the introduction of them at all in those works, or by those authors, to which or to whom a horse laugh in the reader would be any great prejudice or mortification. As for elves and fairies and other such mummery, I purposely omit the mention of them, as I should be very unwilling to confine within any bounds those surprising imaginations, for whose vast capacity the limits of human nature are too narrow, whose works are to be considered as a new creation, and who have consequently just right to do what they will with their own. Man, therefore, is the highest subject, unless on very extraordinary occasions indeed, which presents itself to the pen of our historian or of our poet. And in relating his actions, great care is to be taken that we do not exceed the capacity of the agent we describe. Nor is possibility alone sufficient to justify us. We must keep likewise within the rules of probability. It is, I think, the opinion of Aristotle, or if not, it is the opinion of some wise man, whose authority will be as weighty when it is as old, that it is no excuse for a poet who relates what is incredible, that the thing related is really matter of fact. This may perhaps be allowed true with regard to poetry, but it may be thought impracticable to extend it to the historian, for he is obliged to record matters as he finds them, though they may be of so extraordinary a nature as will require no small degree of historical faith to swallow them. Such was the successless armament of Xerxes described by Herodotus, or the successful expedition of Alexander related by Arrian. Such of later years was the victory of Agincourt obtained by Harry V, or that of Narva won by Charles XII of Sweden, all which instances, the more we reflect on them, appear still the more astonishing. Such facts, however, as they occur in the thread of the story, nay, indeed, as they constitute the essential parts of it, the historian is not only justifiable in recording as they really happened, but indeed would be unpardonable should he omit or alter them. But there are other facts not of such consequence nor so necessary, which, though ever so well attested, may nevertheless be sacrificed to oblivion in complaisance to the skepticism of a reader, such as that memorable story of the ghost of George Villiers, which might with more propriety have been made a present of to Dr. Drelincourt, to have kept the ghost of Mrs. Veal company at the head of his discourse upon death, than have been introduced into so solemn a work as the History of the Rebellion. To say the truth, if the historian will confine himself to what really happened and utterly reject any circumstance, which, though never so well attested, he must be well assured is false, he will sometimes fall into the marvelous, but never into the incredible. He will often raise the wonder and surprise of his reader, but never that incredulous hatred mentioned by Horace. It is by falling into fiction, therefore, that we generally offend against this rule of deserting probability, which the historian seldom, if ever, quits, till he forsakes his character and commences a writer of romance. In this, however, those historians who relate public transactions have the advantage of us who confine ourselves to scenes of private life. The credit of the former is by common notoriety supported for a long time, and public records, with the concurrent testimony of many authors, bear evidence to their truth in future ages. Thus a Trajan and an Antoninus, a Nero and a Caligula, have all met with the belief of posterity, And no one doubts but that men so very good and so very bad were once the masters of mankind. But we who deal in private character, who search into the most retired recesses and draw forth examples of virtue and vice from holes and corners of the world, are in a more dangerous situation. As we have no public notoriety, no concurrent testimony, no records to support and corroborate what we deliver, it becomes us to keep within the limits not only of possibility, but of probability too. And this more especially in painting what is greatly good and amiable, knavery and folly, though never so exorbitant, will more easily meet with assent. For ill nature adds great support and strength to faith. Thus we may, perhaps, with little danger, relate the history of Fisher, who having long owed his bread to the generosity of Mr. Derby, and having one morning received a considerable bounty from his hands, yet, in order to possess himself of what remained in his friend's scrutor, concealed himself in a public office of the Temple, through which there was a passage into Mr. Derby's chamber. Here he overheard Mr. Derby for many hours solacing himself at an entertainment which he that evening gave his friends, and to which Fisher had been invited during all this time. No tender, no grateful reflections arose to restrain his purpose. But when the poor gentleman had let his company out through the office, Fisher came suddenly from his lurking-place, and walking softly behind his friend into his chamber, discharged a pistol-ball into his head. This may be believed when the bones of Fisher are as rotten as his heart. Nay, perhaps, it will be credited that the villain went 2 days afterwards, with some young ladies to the play of Hamlet, and with an unaltered countenance heard one of the ladies, who little suspected how near she was to the person, cry out, "Good God! If the man that murdered Mr. Derby was now present," manifesting in this a more seared and callous conscience than even Nero himself, of whom we are told by Suetonius that the consciousness of his guilt, after the death of his mother, became immediately intolerable and so continued. Nor could all the congratulations of the soldiers, of the Senate, and the people, allay the horrors of his conscience. But now, on the other hand, should I tell my reader that I had known a man whose penetrating genius had enabled him to raise a large fortune in a way where no beginning was chalked out to him, that he had done this with the most perfect preservation of his integrity, and not only without the least injustice or injury to any one individual person, but with the highest advantage to trade, and a vast increase of the public revenue, that he had expended one part of the income of this fortune in discovering a taste superior to most, by works where the highest dignity was united with the purest simplicity, and another part in displaying a degree of goodness superior to all men, by acts of charity to objects whose only recommendations were their merits or their wants, that he was most industrious in searching after merit in distress, most eager to relieve it, and then as careful, perhaps too careful, to conceal what he had done, that his house, his furniture, his gardens, his table, his private hospitality, and his public beneficence, all denoted the mind from which they flowed, and were all intrinsically rich and noble, without tinsel or external ostentation, that he filled every relation in life with the most adequate virtue, that he was most piously religious to his Creator, most zealously loyal to his sovereign, a most tender husband to his wife, a kind relation, a munificent patron, a warm and firm friend, a knowing and a cheerful companion, indulgent to his servants, hospitable to his neighbors, charitable to the poor, and benevolent to all mankind. Should I add to these the epithets of wise, brave, elegant, and indeed every other amiable epithet in our language, I might surely say, "Cos credet? Nemo Hercule. Nemo. Vel duo, vel Nemo." And yet I know a man who is all I have here described but a single instance, and I really know not such another, is not sufficient to justify us, while we are writing to thousands who never heard of the person, nor of anything like him. Such rari aves should be remitted to the epitaph writer, or to some poet who may condescend to hitch him in a distich, or to slide him into a rhyme with an air of carelessness and neglect, without giving any offense to the reader. In the last place, the actions should be such as may not only be within the compass of human agency, and which human agents may probably be supposed to do, but they should be likely for the very actors and characters themselves to have performed. For what may be only wonderful and surprising in one man, may become improbable or indeed impossible when related of another. This last requisite is what the dramatic critics call conversation of character, and it requires a very extraordinary degree of judgment and a most exact knowledge of human nature. It is admirably remarked by a most excellent writer that zeal can no more hurry a man to act in direct opposition to itself than a rapid stream can carry a boat against its own current. I will venture to say that for a man to act in direct contradiction to the dictates of his nature is, if not impossible, as improbable and as miraculous as anything which can well be conceived. Should the best parts of the story of M. Antoninus be ascribed to Nero, or should the worst incidents of Nero's life be imputed to Antoninus, what would be more shocking to belief than either instance? Whereas both these being related of their proper agent constitute the truly marvelous. Our modern authors of comedy have fallen almost universally into the error here hinted at. Their heroes generally are notorious rogues, and their heroines abandoned jades during the first 4 acts. But in the 5th, the former become very worthy gentlemen, and the latter women of virtue and discretion. Nor is the writer often so kind as to give himself the least trouble to reconcile or account for this monstrous change and incongruity. There is, indeed, no other reason to be assigned for it than because the play is drawing to a conclusion, as if it was no less natural in a rogue to repent in the last act of a play than in the last of his life, which we perceive to be generally the case at Tyburn, a place which might indeed close the scene of some comedies with much propriety, as the heroes in these are most commonly eminent for those very talents which not only bring men to the gallows, but enable them to make an heroic figure when they are there. Within these few restrictions, I think, every writer may be permitted to deal as much in the wonderful as he pleases. Nay, if he thus keeps within the rules of credibility, the more he can surprise the reader, the more he will engage his attention, and the more he will charm him, as a genius of the highest rank observes in his 5th chapter of the Bathos. The great art of all poetry is to mix truth with fiction, in order to join the credible with the surprising. For though every good author will confine himself within the bounds of probability, it is by no means necessary that his characters, or his incidents, should be trite, common, or vulgar, such as happen in every street, or in every house, or which may be met with in the home articles of a newspaper, nor must he be inhibited from showing many persons and things, which may possibly have never fallen within the knowledge of great part of his readers. If the writer strictly observes the rules above mentioned, he hath discharged his part, and is then entitled to some faith from his reader, who is indeed guilty of critical infidelity if he disbelieves him. For want of a portion of such faith, I remember the character of a young lady of quality, which was condemned on the stage for being unnatural, by the unanimous voice of a very large assembly of clerks and apprentices, though it had the previous suffrages of many ladies of the first rank, one of whom, very eminent for her understanding, declared it was the picture of half the young people of her acquaintance. Chapter 2. In which the landlady pays a visit to Mr. Jones. When Jones had taken leave of his friend the lieutenant, he endeavored to close his eyes, but all in vain. His spirits were too lively and wakeful to be lulled to sleep, so having amused, or rather tormented, himself with the thoughts of his Sophia till it was open daylight, he called for some tea, upon which occasion my landlady herself vouchsafed to pay him a visit. This was indeed the first time she had seen him, or at least had taken any notice of him, but as the lieutenant had assured her that he was certainly some young gentleman of fashion, she now determined to show him all the respect in her power. For, to speak truly, this was one of those houses where gentlemen, to use the language of advertisements, meet with civil treatment for their money. She had no sooner begun to make his tea than she likewise began to discourse. Sir, said she, I think it is great pity that such a pretty young gentleman should undervalue himself so, as to go about with these soldier fellows. They call themselves gentlemen, I warrant you. But, as my first husband used to say, they should remember it is we that pay them, and to be sure it is very hard upon us to be obliged to pay them, and to keep too, as we publicans are. I had 20 of last night, besides officers. Nay, for matter o' that, I had rather have the soldiers than officers. For nothing is ever good enough for those sparks, and I am sure, if you was to see the bills, sir, it is nothing. I have had less trouble, I warrant you, with a good squire's family, where we take 40 or 50 shillings of a night, besides horses, and yet I warrants me, There is Narrow, a one of those officer fellows, but looks upon himself to be as good as Arrow, a squire of 500 pounds a year. To be sure, it doth me good to hear their men run about after, crying your honor and your honor. Marry come up with such honor, and an ordinary at a shilling a head, then there's such swearing among, to be sure it frightens me out o' my wits. I thinks nothing can ever prosper with such wicked people, and here one of, has used you in so barbarous a manner. I thought indeed how well the rest would secure him. They all hang together. For if you had been in danger of death, which I am glad to see you are not, it would have been all as one to such wicked people. They would have let the murderer go. Lord have mercy upon, I would not have such a sin to answer for the whole world, but, though you are likely with the blessing to recover, there is law for him yet. And if you will employ lawyer Small, I darest be sworn he'll make the fellow fly the country for him. Though perhaps he'll have fled the country before. For it is here today and gone tomorrow with such chaps. I hope, however, you will learn more wit for the future, and return back to your friends. I warrant they are all miserable for your loss. And if they was but to know what had happened, la, my seeming, I would not for the world they should come. We know very well what all the matter is, but if one won't, another will. So pretty a gentleman need never want a lady. I am sure, if I was you, I would see the finest she that ever wore a head hanged, before I would go for a soldier for her. Nay, don't blush so, for indeed he did to a violent degree. Why, you thought, sir, I knew nothing of the matter, I warrant you. About Madam Sophia. How, says Jones, starting up, do you know my Sophia? Do I marry, cries the landlady. Many's the time hath she lain in this house. With her aunt, I suppose, says Jones. Why, there it is now, cries the landlady. I know the old lady very well, and a sweet young creature is Madam Sophia. That's the truth on't. A sweet creature, cries Jones. Oh heavens! Angels are painted fair to look like her. There's in her all that we believe of heaven, amazing brightness, purity, and truth, eternal joy, and everlasting love. And could I ever have imagined that you had known my Sophia? I wish, says the landlady, you knew half so much of her. What would you have given to have sat by her bedside? What a delicious neck she hath! Her lovely limbs have stretched themselves in that very bed you now lie in. Here, cries Jones. Hath Sophia ever laid here? Here. There, in that very bed, says the landlady, where I wish you had her this moment. And she may wish so too, for anything I know to the contrary, for she hath mentioned your name to me. Ha! Cries he. Did she ever mention her poor Jones? You flatter me now. I can never believe so much. Why then, answered she, as I hope to be saved, and may the devil fetch me if I speak a syllable more than the truth. I have heard her mention Mr. Jones, but in a civil and modest way, I confess. Yet I could perceive she thought a great deal more than she said. Oh, my dear woman, cries Jones, her thoughts of me I shall never be worthy of. Oh, she is all gentleness, kindness, goodness. Why was such a rascal as I born, ever to give her soft bosom a moment's uneasiness? Why am I cursed? I, who would undergo all the plagues and miseries which any demon ever invented for mankind, to procure her any good. Nay, torture itself could not be misery to me, did I but know that she was happy. Why, look you there now, says the landlady. I told her you was a constant lover. But pray, madam, tell me when or where you knew anything of me. For I never was here before, nor do I remember ever to have seen you. Nor is it possible you should, answered she, for you was a little thing when I had you in my lap at the squire's. How, the squire's? Says Jones. What, do you know that great and good Mr. Allworthy then? Yes, marry do I, says she, who in the country doth not? The fame of his goodness indeed, answered Jones, must have extended farther than this, but heaven only can know him, can know that benevolence which it copied from itself and sent upon earth as its own pattern. Mankind are as ignorant of such divine goodness as they are unworthy of it, but none so unworthy of it as myself. I, who was raised by him to such a height, taken in, as you must well know, a poor base-born child, adopted by him, and treated as his own son, to dare by my follies to disoblige him, to draw his vengeance upon me. Yes, I deserve it all. For I will never be so ungrateful as ever to think he hath done an act of injustice by me. No, I deserve to be turned out of doors, as I am, and now, madam, says he, I believe you will not blame me for turning soldier, especially with such a fortune as this in my pocket. At which words he shook a purse, which had but very little in it, and which still appeared to the landlady to have less. My good landlady was, according to vulgar phrase, struck all of a heap by this relation. She answered coldly, that to be sure people were the best judges what was most proper for their circumstances. But hark, says she, I think I hear somebody call, coming, coming. The devil's in all our folk. Nobody hath any ears. I must go downstairs. If you want any more breakfast, the maid will come up, coming. At which words, without taking any leave, she flung out of the room. For the lower sort of people are very tenacious of respect, and though they are contented to give this gratis to persons of quality, yet they never confer it on those of their own order without taking care to be well paid for their pains. Chapter 3. In which the surgeon makes his second appearance. Before we proceed any farther, that the reader may not be mistaken in imagining the landlady knew more than she did, nor surprised that she knew so much, it may be necessary to inform him that the lieutenant had acquainted her that the name of Sophia had been the occasion of the quarrel, and as for the rest of her knowledge, the sagacious reader will observe how she came by it in the preceding see. Great curiosity was indeed mixed with her virtues, and she never willingly suffered anyone to depart from her house, without inquiring as much as possible into their names, families, and fortunes. She was no sooner gone than Jones, instead of animadverting on her behavior, reflected that he was in the same bed which he was informed had held his dear Sophia. This occasioned 1,000 fond and tender thoughts, which we would dwell longer upon, did we not consider that such kind of lovers will make a very inconsiderable part of our readers. In this situation the surgeon found him, when he came to dress his wound, the doctor perceiving, upon examination, that his pulse was disordered, and, hearing that he had not slept, declared that he was in great danger. For he apprehended a fever was coming on, which he would have prevented by bleeding, but Jones would not submit, declaring he would lose no more blood. And, doctor, says he, if you will be so kind only to dress my head, I have no doubt of being well in a day or two. I wish, answered the surgeon, I could assure your being well in a month or two. Well, indeed. No, no, people are not so soon well of such contusions. But, sir, I am not at this time of day to be instructed in my operations by a patient, and I insist on making a revulsion before I dress you. Jones persisted obstinately in his refusal, and the doctor at last yielded, telling him at the same time that he would not be answerable for the ill consequence, and hoped he would do him the justice to acknowledge that he had given him a contrary advice, which the patient promised he would. The doctor retired into the kitchen, where, addressing himself to the landlady, he complained bitterly of the undutiful behavior of his patient, who would not be blooded, though he was in a fever. It is an eating fever then, says the landlady, for he hath devoured 2 swinging buttered toasts this morning for breakfast. Very likely, says the doctor. I have known people eat in a fever, and it is very easily accounted for, because the acidity occasioned by the febrile matter may stimulate the nerves of the diaphragm, and thereby occasion a craving which will not be easily distinguishable from a natural appetite. But the aliment will not be concreted, nor assimilated into chyle, and so will corrode the vascular orifices, and thus will aggravate the febrific symptoms. Indeed, I think, the gentleman in a very dangerous way, and if he is not blooded, I am afraid will die. Every man must die some time or other, answered the good woman. It is no business of mine, I hope, doctor. You would not have me hold him while you bleed him, but, harkee, a word in your ear. I would advise you, before you proceed too far, to take care who is to be your paymaster. Paymaster, said the doctor, staring. Why, I've a gentleman under my hands, have I not? I imagine so as well as you, said the landlady. But, as my first husband used to say, everything is not what it looks to be. He is an arrant scrub. I assure you, however, take no notice that I mentioned anything to you of the matter, but I think people in business oft always to let one another know such things. And have I suffered such a fellow as this, cries the doctor, in a passion, to instruct me? Shall I hear my practice insulted by one who will not pay me? I am glad I have made this discovery in time. I will see now whether he will be blooded or no." He then immediately went upstairs, and flinging open the door of the chamber with much violence, awaked poor Jones from a very sound nap, into which he was fallen, and, what was still worse, from a delicious dream concerning Sophia. "Will you be blooded or no?" cries the doctor, in a rage. "I have told you my resolution already," answered Jones, "and I wish with all my heart you had taken my answer. For you have awaked me out of the sweetest sleep which I ever had in my life." "Ay," cries the doctor. "Many a man hath dozed away his life. Sleep is not always good, no more than food. But remember, I demand of you for the last time, will you be blooded?" "I answer you for the last time," said Jones, "I will not." "Then I wash my hands of you," cries the doctor, "and I desire you to pay me for the trouble I have had already. 2 journeys at 5s. each, 2 dressings at 5s. more, and half a crown for phlebotomy." "I hope," said Jones, "you don't intend to leave me in this condition." "Indeed, but I shall," said the other. "Then," said Jones, "you have used me rascally, and I will not pay you a farthing." "Very well," cries the doctor. "The first loss is the best. What a pox did my landlady mean by sending for me to such vagabonds?" At which words he flung out of the room, and his patient turning himself about soon recovered his sleep, but his dream was unfortunately gone. Chapter 4. In which is introduced one of the pleasantest barbers that was ever recorded in history, the barber of Baghdad, or he in Don Quixote, not excepted. The clock had now struck 5 when Jones awaked from a nap of 7 hours, so much refreshed, and in such perfect health and spirits, that he resolved to get up and dress himself, for which purpose he unlocked his portmanteau, and took out clean linen and a suit of clothes. But first he slipped on a frock, and went down into the kitchen to bespeak something that might pacify certain tumults he found rising within his stomach. Meeting the landlady, he accosted her with great civility, and asked what he could have for dinner. "For dinner," says she, "it is an odd time of day to think about dinner. There is nothing driest in the house, and the fire is almost out." "Well, but," says he, "I must have something to eat, and it is almost indifferent to me what. For, to tell you the truth, I was never more hungry in my life." "Then," says she, "I believe there is a piece of cold buttock and carrot, which will fit you." "Nothing better," answered Jones, "but I should be obliged to you, if you would let it be fried." To which the landlady consented, and said, smiling, she was glad to see him so well recovered, for the sweetness of our hero's temper was almost irresistible. Besides, she was really no ill-humored woman at the bottom, but she loved money so much that she hated everything which had the semblance of poverty. Jones now returned in order to dress himself, while his dinner was preparing, and was, according to his orders, attended by the barber. This barber, who went by the name of Little Benjamin, was a fellow of great oddity and humor, which had frequently led him into small inconveniencies, such as slaps in the face, kicks in the breech, broken bones, and seat for everyone doth not understand a jest, and those who do are often displeased with being themselves the subjects of it. This vice was, however, incurable in him, and though he had often smarted for it, yet if ever he conceived a joke, he was certain to be delivered of it, without the least respect of persons, time, or place. He had a great many other particularities in his character, which I shall not mention, as the reader will himself very easily perceive them on his farther acquaintance with this extraordinary person. Jones, being impatient to be dressed, for a reason which may be easily imagined, thought the shaver was very tedious in preparing his suds, and begged him to make haste, to which the other answered with much gravity, for he never discomposed his muscles on any account. "Festina lente" is a proverb which I learned long before I ever touched a razor. "I find, friend, you are a scholar," replied Jones. "A poor one," said the barber. "Non omnia possumus omnes." "Again," said Jones, "I fancy you are good at capping verses." "Excuse me, sir," said the barber, "non tanto mi dignior honore." And then proceeding to his operation, "Sir," said he, "since I have dealt in suds, I could never discover more than 2 reasons for shaving. The one is to get a beard, and the other to get rid of one. I conjecture, sir, it may not be long since you shaved from the former of these motives. Upon my word, you have had good success. For one may say of your beard that it is tondeni gravier. I conjecture, says Jones, that thou art a very comical fellow. You mistake me widely, sir, said the barber. I am too much addicted to the study of philosophy. Hinc illi lacrimi, sir. That's my misfortune. Too much learning hath been my ruin. Indeed, says Jones, I confess, friend, you have more learning than generally belongs to your trade. But I can't see how it can have injured you. Alas, sir, answered the shaver, my father disinherited me for it. He was a dancing master, and because I could read before I could dance, he took an aversion to me and left every farthing among his other children. Will you please to have your temples? Ola, I ask your pardon. I fancy there is hiatus in manuscriptus. I heard you was going to the wars, but I find it was a mistake. Why do you conclude so? Says Jones. Sure, sir, answered the barber, you are too wise a man to carry a broken head thither. For that would be carrying coals to Newcastle. Upon my word, cries Jones, thou art a very odd fellow, and I like thy humor extremely. I shall be very glad if thou wilt come to me after dinner, and drink a glass with me. I long to be better acquainted with thee. Oh, dear sir, said the barber, I can do you 20 times as great a favor, if you will accept of it. What is that, my friend? Cries Jones. Why, I will drink a bottle with you if you please, for I dearly love good nature. And as you have found me out to be a comical fellow, so I have no skill in physiognomy, if you are not one of the best-natured gentlemen in the universe. Jones now walked downstairs neatly dressed, and perhaps the fair Adonis was not a lovelier figure. And yet he had no charms for my landlady. For as that good woman did not resemble Venus at all in her person, so neither did she in her taste. Happy had it been for Nanny the chambermaid, if she had seen with the eyes of her mistress, for that poor girl fell so violently in love with Jones in 5 minutes, that her passion afterwards cost her many a sigh. This Nanny was extremely pretty, and altogether as coy, for she had refused a drawer, and 1 or 2 young farmers in the neighborhood. But the bright eyes of our hero thawed all her ice in a moment. When Jones returned to the kitchen, his cloth was not yet laid. Nor indeed was there any occasion it should, his dinner remaining in statu quo, as did the fire which was to dress it. This disappointment might have put many a philosophical temper into a passion, but it had no such effect on Jones. He only gave the landlady a gentle rebuke, saying, since it was so difficult to get it heated, he would eat the beef cold. But now the good woman, whether moved by compassion, or by shame, or by whatever other motive, I cannot tell, first gave her servants a round scold for disobeying the orders which she had never given, and then bidding the drawer lay a napkin in the sun, she set about the matter in good earnest, and soon accomplished it. This sun, into which Jones was now conducted, was truly named, as Lucus a non lucendo, for it was an apartment into which the sun had scarce ever looked. It was indeed the worst room in the house, and happy was it for Jones that it was so. However, he was now too hungry to find any fault, but having once satisfied his appetite, he ordered the drawer to carry a bottle of wine into a better room, and expressed some resentment at having been shown into a dungeon. The drawer having obeyed his commands, he was, after some time, attended by the barber, who would not indeed have suffered him to wait so long for his company had he not been listening in the kitchen to the landlady, who was entertaining a circle that she had gathered round her with the history of poor Jones, part of which she had extracted from his own lips, and the other part was her own ingenious composition, for she said, he was a poor parish boy, taken into the house of Squire Allworthy, where he was bred up as an apprentice, and now turned out of doors for his misdeeds, particularly for making love to his young mistress, and probably for robbing the house. For how else should he come by the little money he hath? And this, says she, is your gentleman, forsooth? A servant of Squire Allworthy, says the barber. What's his name? Why, he told me his name was Jones, says she. Perhaps he goes by a wrong name, nay. And he told me, too, that the squire had maintained him as his own son. Thoff he had quarreled with him now. And if his name be Jones, he told you the truth, said the barber. For I have relations who live in that country. Nay, and some people say he is his son. Why doth he not go by the name of his father? I can't tell that, said the barber. Many people's sons don't go by the name of their father. Nay, said the landlady, if I thought he was a gentleman's son, Though he was a byblow, I should behave to him in another guess manner. For many of these byblows come to be great men, and, as my poor first husband used to say, never affront any customer that's a gentleman. Chapter 5. A dialogue between Mr. Jones and the barber. This conversation passed partly while Jones was at dinner in his dungeon, and partly while he was expecting the barber in the parlor, and, as soon as it was ended, Mr. Benjamin, as we have said, attended him, and was very kindly desired to sit down. Jones, then filling out a glass of wine, drank his health by the appellation of Doctissime Tonsorum, ago tibi gratias, Domini, said the barber, and then looking very steadfastly at Jones, he said, with great gravity, and with a seeming surprise, as if he had recollected a face he had seen before, "Sir, may I crave the favor to know if your name is not Jones?" To which the other answered, that it was. "Pro deum ac hominum fidem," says the barber. "How strangely things come to pass. Mr. Jones, I am your most obedient servant. I find you do not know me, which indeed is no wonder, since you never saw me but once, and then you was very young. Pray, sir, how doth the good Squire Allworthy? How doth thou Optimus Omnium Patronus?" "I find," said Jones, "you do indeed know me, but I have not the like happiness of recollecting you." "I do not wonder at that," cries Benjamin, "but I am surprised I did not know you sooner, for you are not in the least altered. And pray, sir, may I, without offense, inquire whither you are traveling this way?" "Fill the glass, Mr. Barber," said Jones, "and ask no more questions." "Nay, sir," answered Benjamin, "I would not be troublesome, and I hope you don't think me a man of an impertinent curiosity, for that is a vice which nobody can lay to my charge. But I ask pardon, for when a gentleman of your figure travels without his servants, we may suppose him to be, as we say, in casu incognito, and perhaps I ought not to have mentioned your name." "I own," says Jones, "I did not expect to have been so well known in this country as I find I am. Yet, for particular reasons, I shall be obliged to you if you will not mention my name to any other person till I am gone from hence." "Pauca verba," answered the barber, "and I wish no other here knew you but myself, for some people have tongues, but I promise you I can keep a secret. My enemies will allow me that virtue." "And yet that is not the characteristic of your profession, Mr. Barber," answered Jones. "Alas, sir," replied Benjamin, "non esse male nunc etiolum sic erit. I was not born nor bred a barber. I assure you I have spent most of my time among gentlemen, and though I say it, I understand something of gentility, and if you had thought me as worthy of your confidence as you have some other people, I should have shown you I could have kept a secret better. I should not have degraded your name in a public kitchen, for indeed, sir, some people have not used you well, for besides making a public proclamation of what you told them of a quarrel between yourself and Squire Allworthy, they added lies of their own, things which I knew to be lies." "You surprise me greatly," cries Jones. "Upon my word, sir," answered Benjamin, "I tell the truth, and I need not tell you my landlady was the person. I am sure it moved me to hear the story, and I hope it is all false, for I have a great respect for you. I do assure you I have, and have had ever since the good nature you showed to Black George, which was talked of all over the country, and I received more than one letter about it. Indeed, it made you beloved by everybody. You will pardon me, therefore, for it was real concern at what I heard made me ask many questions, for I have no impertinent curiosity about me, but I love good nature, and thence became a Morris abundantia erga te. Every profession of friendship easily gains credit with the miserable. It is no wonder, therefore, if Jones, who, besides his being miserable, was extremely open-hearted, very readily believed all the professions of Benjamin, and received him into his bosom the scraps of Latin, some of which Benjamin applied properly enough, though it did not savor of profound literature, seemed yet to indicate something superior to a common barber. And so indeed did his whole behavior. Jones therefore believed the truth of what he had said, as to his original and education. And at length, after much entreaty, he said, "Since you have heard, my friend, so much of my affairs, and seem so desirous to know the truth, if you will have patience to hear it, I will inform you of the whole." "Patience," cries Benjamin, "that I will, if the chapter was never so long, and I am very much obliged to you for the honor you do me." Jones now began, and related the whole history, forgetting only a circumstance or two, namely, everything which passed on that day in which he had fought with Thwackum, and ended with his resolution to go to sea, till the rebellion in the north had made him change his purpose, and had brought him to the place where he then was. Little Benjamin, who had been all attention, never once interrupted the narrative, but when it was ended he could not help observing that there must be surely something more invented by his enemies, and told Mr. Allworthy against him, or so good a man would never have dismissed one he had loved so tenderly, in such a manner. Which Jones answered, he doubted not but such villainous arts had been made use of to destroy him, and surely it was scarce possible for any one to have avoided making the same remark with the barber, who had not indeed heard from Jones one single circumstance upon which he was condemned, for his actions were not now placed in those injurious lights in which they had been misrepresented to Allworthy, nor could he mention those many false accusations which had been from time to time preferred against him to Allworthy. For with none of these he was himself acquainted. He had likewise, as we have observed, omitted many material facts in his present relation upon the whole. Indeed, everything now appeared in such favorable colors to Jones, that malice itself would have found it no easy matter to fix any blame upon him. Not that Jones desired to conceal or to disguise the truth. Nay, he would have been more unwilling to have suffered any censure to fall on Mr. Allworthy for punishing him, than on his own actions for deserving it. But in reality, so it happened, and so it always will happen. For let a man be never so honest, the account of his own conduct will, in spite of himself, be so very favorable, that his vices will come purified through his lips, and, like foul liquors well strained, will leave all their foulness behind. For though the facts themselves may appear, yet so different will be the motives, circumstances, and consequences, when a man tells his own story, and when his enemy tells it, that we scarce can recognize the facts to be one and the same. Though the barber had drank down this story with greedy ears, he was not yet satisfied. There was a circumstance behind which his curiosity, cold as it was, most eagerly longed for. Jones had mentioned the fact of his amour, and of his being the rival of Blifil, but had cautiously concealed the name of the young lady. The barber, therefore, after some hesitation and many hums and haws, at last begged leave to crave the name of the lady, who appeared to be the principal cause of all this mischief. Jones paused a moment, and then said, since I have trusted you with so much, and since, I am afraid, her name is become too public already on this occasion, I will not conceal it from you. Her name is Sophia Western. Pro deum ec hominum fidem. Squire Western hath a daughter grown a woman. Ay, and such a woman, cries Jones, that the world cannot match. I ever saw anything so beautiful. But that is her least excellence, such sense, such goodness. Oh, I could praise her forever, and yet should omit half her virtues. Mr. Western a daughter grown up, cries the barber. I remember the father a boy. Well, tempus edax rerum. The wine being now at an end, the barber pressed very eagerly to be his bottle. But Jones absolutely refused, saying he had already drank more than he ought, and that he now chose to retire to his room, where he wished he could procure himself a book. A book, cries Benjamin. What book would you have? Latin or English? I have some curious books in both languages, such as Erasmi Colloquia, Ovid de Tristibus, Gradus ad Parnassum, and in English I have several of the best books, though some of them are a little torn. But I have a great part of Stowe's Chronicle, the 6th volume of Pope's Homer, the 3rd volume of The Spectator, the 2nd volume of Eckhard's Roman History, The Craftsman, Robinson Crusoe, Thomas à Kempis, and 2 volumes of Tom Brown's works. Those last, cries Jones, are books I never saw, so if you please lend me one of those volumes. The barber assured him he would be highly entertained, for he looked upon the author to have been one of the greatest wits that ever the nation produced. He then stepped to his house, which was hard by, and immediately returned. After which, the barber, having received very strict injunctions of secrecy from Jones, and having sworn inviolably to maintain it, they separated. The barber went home, and Jones retired to his chamber. Chapter 6. In which more of the talents of Mr. Benjamin will appear, as well as who this extraordinary person was. In the morning Jones grew a little uneasy at the desertion of his surgeon, as he apprehended some inconvenience or even danger might attend the not dressing his wound. He inquired of the drawer what other surgeons were to be met with in that neighborhood. The drawer told him there was one not far off, but he had known him often refuse to be concerned after another had been sent before him. But, sir, says he, if you will take my advice, there is not a man in the kingdom can do your business better than the barber who was with you last night. We look upon him to be one of the ablest men at a cut in all this neighborhood, for though he hath not been her above 3 months, he hath done several great cures. The drawer was presently dispatched for little Benjamin, who, being acquainted in what capacity he was wanted, prepared himself accordingly and attended, but with so different an air and aspect from that which he wore when his basin was under his arm, that he could scarce be known to be the same person. So, Tonsor, says Jones, I find you have more trades than one. How came you not to inform me of this last night? A surgeon, answered Benjamin, with great gravity, is a profession, not a trade. The reason why I did not acquaint you last night that I professed this art was, that I then concluded you was under the hands of another gentleman, and I never loved to interfere with my brethren in their business, ars omnibus communis. But now, sir, if you please, I will inspect your head, and when I see into your skull, I will give my opinion of your case. Jones had no great faith in this new professor. However, he suffered him to open the bandage and to look at his wound, which as soon as he had done, Benjamin began to groan and shake his head violently, upon which Jones, in a peevish manner, bid him not play the fool, but tell him in what condition he found him. Shall I answer you as a surgeon or a friend? Said Benjamin. As a friend, and seriously, said Jones. Why then, upon my soul, cries Benjamin, it would require a great deal of art to keep you from being well after a very few dressings, and if you will suffer me to apply some salve of mine, I will answer for the success. Jones gave his consent, and the plaister was applied accordingly. There, sir, cries Benjamin. Now I will, if you please, resume my former self, but a man is obliged to keep up some dignity in his countenance whilst he is performing these operations, or the world will not submit to be handled by him. You can't imagine, sir, of how much consequence a grave aspect is to a grave character. A barber may make you laugh, but a surgeon ought rather to make you cry. Mr. Barber, or Mr. Surgeon, or Mr. Barber Surgeon, said Jones. Oh dear sir, answered Benjamin, interrupting him, infandum, Regina, ubes renover dolorem, you recall to my mind that cruel separation of the united fraternities, so much to the prejudice of both bodies, as all separations must be, according to the old adage, vis unita fortior, which to be sure there are not wanting some of one or of the other fraternity who are able to construct. What a blow was this to me, who unite both in my own person. Well, by whatever name you please to be called, continued Jones, you certainly are one of the oddest, most comical fellows I ever met with, and must have something very surprising in your story, which you must confess I have a right to hear. I do confess it, answered Benjamin, and will very readily acquaint you with it, when you have sufficient leisure, for I promise you it will require a good deal of time. Jones told him he could never be more at leisure than at present. Well then, said Benjamin, I will obey you. But first I will fasten the door, that none may interrupt us. He did so, and then advancing with a solemn air to Jones, said, I must begin by telling you, sir, that you yourself have been the greatest enemy I ever had. Jones was a little startled at this sudden declaration. I your enemy, sir, says he, with much amazement and some sternness in his look. Nay, be not angry, said Benjamin, for I promise you I am not. You are perfectly innocent of having intended me any wrong, for you was then an infant. But I shall, I believe, unriddle all this the moment I mention my name. Did you never hear, sir, of one Partridge, who had the honor of being reputed your father, and the misfortune of being ruined by that honor? I have, indeed, heard of that Partridge, says Jones, and have always believed myself to be his son. Well, sir, answered Benjamin, I am that Partridge. But I here absolve you from all filial duty, for I do assure you, you are no son of mine. How? Replied Jones, and is it possible that a false suspicion should have drawn all the ill consequences upon you, with which I am too well acquainted? It is possible, cries Benjamin, for it is so. But though it is natural enough for men to hate even the innocent causes of their sufferings, yet I am of a different temper. I have loved you ever since I heard of your behavior to Black George, as I told you. And I am convinced, from this extraordinary meeting, that you are born to make me amends for all I have suffered on that account. Besides, I dreamt, the night before I saw you, that I stumbled over a stool without hurting myself, which plainly showed me something good was towards me. And last night I dreamt again, that I rode behind you on a milk-white mare, which is a very excellent dream, and betokens much good fortune, which I am resolved to pursue unless you have the cruelty to deny me. I should be very glad, Mr. Partridge, answered Jones, to have it in my power to make you amends for your sufferings on my account, though at present I see no likelihood of it. However, I assure you I will deny you nothing which is in my power to grant. It is in your power sure enough, replied Benjamin, for I desire nothing more than leave to attend you in this expedition. Nay, I have so entirely set my heart upon it, that if you should refuse me, you will kill both a barber and a surgeon in one breath. Jones answered, smiling, that he should be very sorry to be the occasion of so much mischief to the public. He then advanced many prudential reasons, in order to dissuade Benjamin, whom we shall hereafter call Partridge, from his purpose. But all were in vain. Partridge relied strongly on his dream of the milk-white mare. Besides, sir, says he, I promise you I have as good an inclination to the cause as any man can possibly have, and go I will, whether you admit me to go in your company or not. Jones, who was as much pleased with Partridge as Partridge could be with him, and who had not consulted his own inclination but the good of the other in desiring him to stay behind, when he found his friend so resolute, at last gave his consent. But then recollecting himself, he said, Perhaps, Mr. Partridge, you think I shall be able to support you, but I really am not. And then taking out his purse, he told out 9 guineas, which he declared were his whole fortune. Partridge answered that his dependence was only on his future favor, for he was thoroughly convinced he would shortly have enough in his power. At present, sir, said he, I believe I am rather the richer man of the two, but all I have is at your service, and at your disposal. I insist upon your taking the whole, and I beg only to attend you in the quality of your servant. Nil desperandum est tucro duceiti auspis tucro. But to this generous proposal concerning the money, Jones would by no means submit. It was resolved to set out the next morning, when a difficulty arose concerning the baggage, for the portmanteau of Mr. Jones was too large to be carried without a horse. If I may presume to give my advice, says Partridge, this portmanteau, with everything in it except a few shirts, should be left behind. Those I shall be easily able to carry for you, and the rest of your clothes will remain very safe locked up in my house. This method was no sooner proposed than agreed to, and then the barber departed in order to prepare everything for his intended expedition. Chapter 7. Containing better reasons than any which have yet appeared for the conduct of Partridge, an apology for the weakness of Jones, and some further anecdotes concerning my landlady. Though Partridge was one of the most superstitious of men, he would hardly perhaps have desired to accompany Jones on his expedition merely from the omens of the joint stool and white mare, if his prospect had been no better than to have shared the plunder gained in the field of battle. In fact, when Partridge came to ruminate on the relation he had heard from Jones, he could not reconcile to himself that Mr. Allworthy should turn his son, for so he most firmly believed him to be, out of doors, for any reason which he had heard assigned. He concluded, therefore, that the whole was a fiction, and that Jones, of whom he had often from his correspondence heard the wildest character, had in reality run away from his father. It came into his head, therefore, that if he could prevail with the young gentleman to return back to his father, he should by that means render a service to Allworthy, which would obliterate all his former anger. Nay, indeed, he conceived that very anger was counterfeited, and that Allworthy had sacrificed him to his own reputation, and this suspicion indeed he well accounted for, from the tender behavior of that excellent man to the foundling child, from his great severity to Partridge, who, knowing himself to be innocent, could not conceive that any other should think him guilty. Lastly, from the allowance which he had privately received long after the annuity had been publicly taken from him, and which he looked upon as a kind of smart money, or rather by way of atonement for injustice. For it is very uncommon, I believe, for men to ascribe the benefactions they receive to pure charity, when they can possibly impute them to any other motive. If he could by any means therefore persuade the young gentleman to return home, He doubted not but that he should again be received into the favor of Allworthy, and well rewarded for his pains, nay, and should be again restored to his native country, a restoration which Ulysses himself never wished more heartily than poor Partridge. As for Jones, he was well satisfied with the truth of what the other had asserted, and believed that Partridge had no other inducements but love to him, and zeal for the cause, a blamable want of caution and diffidence in the veracity of others, in which he was highly worthy of censure. To say the truth, there are but two ways by which men become possessed of this excellent quality. The one is from long experience, and the other is from nature, which last, I presume, is often meant by genius, or great natural parts, and it is infinitely the better of the two, not only as we are masters of it much earlier in life, but as it is much more infallible and conclusive. For a man who hath been imposed on by ever so many may still hope to find others more honest, whereas he who receives certain necessary admonitions from within, that this is impossible, must have very little understanding indeed, if he ever renders himself liable to be once deceived. S. Jones had not this gift from nature. He was too young to have gained it by experience. For at the diffident wisdom which is to be acquired this way, we seldom arrive till very late in life, which is perhaps the reason why some old men are apt to despise the understandings of all those who are a little younger than themselves. Jones spent most part of the day in the company of a new acquaintance. This was no other than the landlord of the house, or rather the husband of the landlady. He had but lately made his descent downstairs, after a long fit of the gout, in which distemper he was generally confined to his room during one half of the year. And during the rest, he walked about the house, smoked his pipe, and drank his bottle with his friends, without concerning himself in the least with any kind of business. He had been bred, as they call it, a gentleman, that is, bred up to do nothing, and had spent a very small fortune, which he inherited from an industrious farmer his uncle, in hunting, horse racing, and cockfighting, and had been married by my landlady for certain purposes, which he had long since desisted from answering, for which she hated him heartily, but as he was a surly kind of fellow, so she contented herself with frequently upbraiding him by disadvantageous comparisons with her first husband, whose praise she had eternally in her mouth, and as she was for the most part mistress of the profit, so she was satisfied to take upon herself the care and government of the family, and, after a long successless struggle, to suffer her husband to be master of himself. In the evening, when Jones retired to his room, a small dispute arose between this fond couple concerning him. "What," says the wife, "you have been tippling with the gentleman, I see?" "Yes," answered the husband, "we have cracked a bottle together, and a very gentlemanlike man he is, and hath a very pretty notion of horse-flesh. Indeed, he is young, and hath not seen much of the world, for I believe he hath been at very few horse races." "Oho, he is one of your order, is he?" replies the landlady. "He must be a gentleman to be sure. If he is a horse racer, the devil fetch such gentry. I am sure I wish I had never seen any of them. I have reason to love horse racers truly." "That you have," says the husband, "for I was one, you know." "Yes," answered she, "you are a pure one indeed. My first husband used to say, 'I may put all the good I have ever got by you in my eyes, and see never the worse.'" "In your first husband," cries he, "don't in a better man than yourself," answered the wife. "If he had been alive, you durst not have done it." "Then you think," says he, "I have not so much courage as yourself, for you have endy him often in my hearing." "If I did," says she, "I have repented of it many's the good time and oft, and if he was so good to forgive me a word spoken in haste or so, it doth not become such a one as you to twitter me. He was a husband to me, he was, and if ever I did make use of an ill word or so in a passion, I never called him rascal. I should have told a lie if I had called him rascal." Much more she said, but not in his hearing, for having lighted his pipe, he staggered off as fast as he could. We shall therefore transcribe no more of her speech, as it approached still nearer and nearer to a subject too indelicate to find any place in this history. Early in the morning Partridge appeared at the bedside of Jones, ready equipped for the journey, with his knapsack at his back. This was his own workmanship, for besides his other trades, he was no indifferent tailor. He had already put up his whole stock of linen in it, consisting of 4 shirts, to which he now added 8 for Mr. Jones. And then packing up the portmanteau, he was departing with it towards his own house, but was stopped in his way by the landlady, who refused to suffer any removals till after the payment of the reckoning. The landlady was, as we have said, absolute governess in these regions. It was therefore necessary to comply with her rules, so the bill was presently writ out, which amounted to a much larger sum than might have been expected from the entertainment which Jones had met with. But here we are obliged to disclose some maxims, which publicans hold to be the grand mysteries of their trade. The first is, if they have anything good in their house, which indeed very seldom happens, to produce it only to persons who travel with great equipages. Point 2, delay, to charge the same for the very worst provisions, as if they were the best. And lastly, if any of their guests call but for little, to make them pay a double price for everything they have, so that the amount by the head may be much the same. The bill being made and discharged, Jones set forward with Partridge, carrying his knapsack. Nor did the landlady condescend to wish him a good journey, for this was, it seems, an infrequented by people of fashion, and I know not whence it is, but all those who get their livelihood by people of fashion contract as much insolence to the rest of mankind, as if they really belonged to that rank themselves. Chapter 8. Jones arrives at Gloucester, and goes to the Bell, the character of that house, and of a pettifogger which he there meets with. Mr. Jones and Partridge, or Little Benjamin, which epithet of little was perhaps given him ironically, he being in reality near 6 feet high, having left their last quarters in the manner before described, travelled on to Gloucester without meeting any adventure worth relating. Being arrived here, they chose for their house of entertainment the Sign of the Bell, an excellent house indeed, and which I do most seriously recommend to every reader who shall visit this antient city. The master of it is brother to the great preacher Whitefield, but is absolutely untainted with the pernicious principles of Methodism or of any other heretical sect. He is indeed a very honest plain man, and, in my opinion, not likely to create any disturbance either in church or state. His wife hath, I believe, had much pretension to beauty, and is still a very fine woman. Her person and deportment might have made a shining figure in the politest assemblies. But though she must be conscious of this and many other perfections, she seems perfectly contented with, and resigned to, that state of life to which she is called. And this resignation is entirely owing to the prudence and wisdom of her temper, for she is at present as free from any methodistical notions as her husband. I say at present, for she freely confesses that her brother's documents made at first some impression upon her, and that she had put herself to the expense of a long hood, in order to attend the extraordinary emotions of the spirit. But having found, during an experiment of 3 weeks, no emotions, she says, worth a farthing, she very wisely laid by her hood, and abandoned the sect. Though be concise, she is a very friendly good-natured woman, and so industrious to oblige, that the guests must be of a very morose disposition who are not extremely well satisfied in her house. Mrs. Whitefield happened to be in the yard when Jones and his attendant marched in. Her sagacity soon discovered in the air of our hero something which distinguished him from the vulgar. She ordered her servants, therefore, immediately to show him into a room, and presently afterwards invited him to dinner with herself, which invitation he very thankfully accepted, for indeed much less agreeable company than that of Mrs. Whitefield, and a much worse entertainment than she had provided, would have been welcome after so long fasting and so long a walk. Besides Mr. Jones and the good governess of the mansion, there sat down at table an attorney of Salisbury, indeed the very same who had brought the news of Mrs. Blifil's death to Mr. Allworthy, and whose name, which I think we did not before mention, was Dowling. There was likewise present another person, who styled himself a lawyer, and who lived somewhere near Linlynch in Somersetshire. This fellow, I say, styled himself a lawyer, but was indeed a most vile pettifogger, without sense or knowledge of any kind. One of those who may be termed train-bearers to the law, a sort of supernumeraries in the profession, who are the hackneys of attorneys, and will ride more miles for half a crown than a postboy. During the time of dinner, the Somersetshire lawyer recollected the face of Jones, which he had seen at Mr. Allworthy's, for he had often visited in that gentleman's kitchen. He therefore took occasion to inquire after the good family there with that familiarity which would have become an intimate friend or acquaintance of Mr. Allworthy, and indeed he did all in his power to insinuate himself to be such. though he had never had the honor of speaking to any person in that family higher than the butler. Jones answered all his questions with much civility, though he never remembered to have seen the pettifogger before, and though he concluded, from the outward appearance and behavior of the man, that he usurped a freedom with his betters, to which he was by no means entitled. As the conversation of fellows of this kind is of all others the most detestable to men of any sense, the cloth was no sooner removed than Mr. Jones withdrew, and a little barbarously left poor Mrs. Whitefield to do a penance, which I have often heard Mr. Timothy Harris, and other publicans of good taste, lament, as the severest lot annexed to their calling, namely, that of being obliged to keep company with their guests. Jones had no sooner quitted the room than the pettifogger, in a whispering tone, asked Mrs. Whitefield if she knew who that fine spark was. She answered, she had never seen the gentleman before. The gentleman, indeed, replied the pettifogger. A pretty gentleman, truly. Why, he's the bastard of a fellow who was hanged for horse-stealing. He was dropped at Squire Allworthy's door, where one of the servants found him in a box so full of rain-water that he would certainly have been drowned, had he not been reserved for another fate. Aye, you need not mention it, I protest. We understand what that fate is very well, cries Dowling, with a most facetious grin. Well, continued the other, the squire ordered him to be taken in. For he is a timbersome man, everybody knows, and was afraid of drawing himself into a scrape. And there the bastard was bred up and fed, and clothified all to the world like any gentleman, and there he got one of the servant maids with child, and persuaded her to swear it to the squire himself. And afterwards he broke the arm of one Mr. Thwackum, a clergyman, only because he reprimanded him for following whores. And afterwards he snapped a pistol at Mr. Blyfill behind his back, and once, when Squire Allworthy was sick, he got a drum, and beat it all over the house to prevent him from sleeping, and 20 other pranks he hath played, for all which about 4 or 5 days ago, just before I left the country, the squire stripped him stark naked, and turned him out of doors, and very justly too, I protest, cries Dowling. I would turn my own son out of doors, if he was guilty of half as much. And pray what is the name of this pretty gentleman? The name, Owen, answered Pettifogger. Why, he is called Thomas Jones. Jones, answered Dowling a little eagerly. What, Mr. Jones that lived at Mr. Allworthy's? Was that the gentleman that dined with us? The very same, said the other. I have heard of the gentleman, cries Dowling, often, but I never heard any ill character of him, and I am sure, says Mrs. Whitefield, if half what this gentleman hath said be true, Mr. Jones hath the most deceitful countenance I ever saw. For sure his looks promise something very different, and I must say, for the little I have seen of him, he is as civil a well-bred man as you would wish to converse with. Pettifogger, calling to mind that he had not been sworn, as he usually was, before he gave his evidence, now bound what he had declared with so many oaths and imprecations that the landlady's ears were shocked, and she put a stop to his swearing, by assuring him of her belief, upon which he said, I hope, madam, you imagine I would scorn to tell such things of any man, unless I knew them to be true. What interest have I in taking away the reputation of a man who never injured me? I promise you every syllable of what I have said is fact, and the whole country knows it. As Mrs. Whitefield had no reason to suspect that the pettifogger had any motive or temptation to abuse Jones, the reader cannot blame her for believing what he so confidently affirmed with many oaths. She accordingly gave up her skill in physiognomy, and henceforwards conceived so ill an opinion of her guest, that she heartily wished him out of her house. This dislike was now farther increased by a report which Mr. Whitefield made from the kitchen, where Partridge had informed the company that, though he carried the knapsack and contented himself with staying among servants, while Tom Jones, as he called him, was regaling in the parlor, he was not his servant, but only a friend and companion, and as good a gentleman as Mr. Jones himself. Dowling sat all this while silent, biting his fingers, making faces, grinning, and looking wonderfully arch. At last he opened his lips, and protested that the gentleman looked like another sort of man. He then called for his bill with the utmost haste, declared he must be at Hereford that evening, lamented his great hurry of business, and wished he could divide himself into 20 pieces, in order to be at once in 20 places. The pettifogger now likewise departed, and then Jones desired the favor of Mrs. Whitefield's company to drink tea with him. But she refused, and with a manner so different from that with which she had received him at dinner, that it a little surprised him, and now he soon perceived her behavior totally changed. For instead of that natural affability which we have before celebrated, she wore a constrained severity on her countenance, which was so disagreeable to Mr. Jones, that he resolved, however late, to quit the house that evening. He did indeed account somewhat unfairly for this sudden change, for besides some hard and unjust surmises concerning female fickleness and mutability, he began to suspect that he owed this want of civility to his want of horses, a sort of animals which, as they dirty no sheets, are thought in inns to pay better for their beds than their riders, and are therefore considered as the more desirable company. But Mrs. Whitefield, to do her justice, had a much more liberal way of thinking. She was perfectly well bred, and could be very civil to a gentleman, though he walked on foot. In reality, she looked on our hero as a sorry scoundrel, and therefore treated him as such, for which not even Jones himself, had he known as much as the reader, could have blamed her. Nay, on the contrary, he must have approved her conduct, and have esteemed her the more for the disrespect shown towards himself. This is indeed a most aggravating circumstance, which attends depriving men unjustly of their reputation. For a man who is conscious of having an ill character cannot justly be angry with those who neglect and slight him, but ought rather to despise such as affect his conversation, unless where a perfect intimacy must have convinced them that their friend's character hath been falsely and injuriously aspersed. This was not, however, the case of Jones, for as he was a perfect stranger to the truth, so he was with good reason offended at the treatment he received. He therefore paid his reckoning and departed, highly against the will of Mr. Partridge, who, having remonstrated much against it to no purpose, at last condescended to take up his knapsack and to attend his friend. Chapter 9, containing several dialogues between Jones and Partridge, concerning love, cold, hunger, and other matters, with the lucky and narrow escape of Partridge, as he was on the very brink of making a fatal discovery to his friend. The shadows began now to descend larger from the high mountains. The feathered creation had betaken themselves to their rest. Now the highest order of mortals were sitting down to their dinners, and the lowest order to their suppers. In a word, the clock struck 5 just as Mr. Jones took his leave of Gloucester, an hour at which, as it was now midwinter, the dirty fingers of night would have drawn her sable curtain over the universe, had not the moon forbid her, who now, with a face as broad and as red as those of some jolly mortals, who, like her, turn night into day, began to rise from her bed, where she had slumbered away the day, in order to sit up all night. Jones had not traveled far before he paid his compliments to that beautiful planet, and, turning to his companion, asked him if he had ever beheld so delicious an evening. Partridge making no ready answer to his question, he proceeded to comment on the beauty of the moon, and repeated some passages from Milton, who hath certainly excelled all other poets in his description of the heavenly luminaries. He then told Partridge the story from the Spectator, of 2 lovers who had agreed to entertain themselves when they were at a great distance from each other, by repairing, at a certain fixed hour, to look at the moon, thus pleasing themselves with the thought that they were both employed in contemplating the same object at the same time. Those lovers, added he, must have had souls truly capable of feeling all the tenderness of the sublimest of all human passions. Very probably, cries Partridge, but I envy them more, if they had bodies incapable of feeling cold. For I am almost frozen to death, and am very much afraid I shall lose a piece of my nose before we get to another house of entertainment. Nay, truly, we may well expect some judgment should happen to us for our folly in running away so by night from one of the most excellent inns I ever set my foot into. I am sure I never saw more good things in my life, and the greatest lord in the land cannot live better in his own house than he may there, and to forsake such a house, and go a-rambling about the country, the Lord knows whither, per divia rura virum. I say nothing for my part, but some people might not have charity enough to conclude we were in our sober senses. Fie upon it, Mr. Partridge, says Jones, have a better heart. Consider you are going to face an enemy, and are you afraid of facing a little cold? I wish, indeed, we had a guide to advise which of these roads we should take. May I be so bold, says Partridge, to offer my advice? Interdum stultus opportuna loquitur. Why, which of them? cries Jones. Would you recommend? Truly neither of them, answered Partridge. The only road we can be certain of finding is the road we came at a good hearty pace will bring us back to Gloucester in an hour. But if we go forward, the Lord Harry knows when we shall arrive at any place. For I see at least 50 miles before me, and no house in all the way. You see, indeed, a very fair prospect, says Jones, which receives great additional beauty from the extreme luster of the moon. However, I will keep the left-hand track, as that seems to lead directly to those hills, which we were informed lie not far from Worcester, and here, if you are inclined to quit me, you may, and return back again. But for my part, I am resolved to go forward. It is unkind in you, sir, says Partridge, to suspect me of any such intention. What I have advised hath been as much on your account as on my own. But since you are determined to go on, I am as much determined to follow. I pray sequart. They now travelled some miles without speaking to each other, during which suspense of discourse Jones often sighed, and Benjamin groaned as bitterly, though from a very different reason. At length Jones made a full stop, and turning about, cries, Who knows, Partridge, but the loveliest creature in the universe may have her eyes now fixed on that very moon which I behold at this instant? Very likely, sir, answered Partridge. And if my eyes were fixed on a good sirloin of roast beef, the devil might take the moon and her horns into the bargain. Did ever Tremontaine make such an answer? Cries Jones. Prithee, Partridge, wast thou ever susceptible of love in thy life? Or hath time worn away all the traces of it from thy memory? Alackaday, cries Partridge. Well would it have been for me if I had never known what love was. Infandum Regina Ubes Renover Dolorem. I am sure I have tasted all the tenderness and sublimities and bitternesses of the passion. Was your mistress unkind, then? Says Jones. Very unkind, indeed, sir, answered Partridge. For she married me, and made one of the most confounded wives in the world. However, heaven be praised, she's gone. And if I believed she was in the moon, according to a book I once read, which teaches that to be the receptacle of departed spirits, I would never look at it for fear of seeing her. But I wish, sir, that the moon was a looking-glass for your sake, and that Miss Sophia Western was now placed before it. My dear Partridge, cries Jones, what a thought was there! A thought which I am certain could never have entered into any mind but that of a lover. O Partridge, could I hope once again to see that face? But, alas! All those golden dreams are vanished forever, and my only refuge from future misery is to forget the object of all my former happiness. And do you really despair of ever seeing Miss Western again? Answered Partridge. If you will follow my advice, I will engage you shall not only see her, but have her in your arms. Do not awaken a thought of that nature, cries Jones. I have struggled sufficiently to conquer all such wishes already. Nay, answered Partridge, if you do not wish to have your mistress in your arms, you are a most extraordinary lover indeed. Well, well, says Jones, let us avoid this subject. But pray, what is your advice? To give it you in the military phrase, then, says Partridge, as we are soldiers, to the right about, let us return the way we came. We may yet reach Gloucester tonight, though late. Whereas, if we proceed, we are likely, for aught I see, to ramble about forever without coming either to house or home. I have already told you my resolution is to go on, answered Jones. But I would have you go back, that I am obliged to you for your company hither. And I beg you to accept a guinea as a small instance of my gratitude. Nay, it would be cruel in me to suffer you to go any farther. For, to deal plainly with you, my chief end and desire is a glorious death in the service of my king and country. As for your money, replied Partridge, I beg, sir, you will put it up. I will receive none of you at this time. For at present I am, I believe, the richer man of the two. And as your resolution is to go on, so mine is to follow you if you do. Nay, now my presence appears absolutely necessary to take care of you, since your intentions are so desperate. For I promise you my views are much more prudent. As you are resolved to fall in battle if you can, so I am resolved as firmly to come to no hurt if I can help it, and indeed, I have the comfort to think there will be but little danger, for a popish priest told me the other day the business would soon be over, and he believed without a battle. A popish priest, cries Jones, I have heard is not always to be believed when he speaks in behalf of his religion. Yes, but so far, answered the other, from speaking in behalf of his religion, he assured me the Catholics did not expect to be any gainers by the change, for that Prince Charles was as good a Protestant as any in England, and that nothing but regard to right made him and the rest of the Popish party to be Jacobites. I believe him to be as much a Protestant as I believe he hath any right, says Jones, and I make no doubt of our success, but not without a battle, so that I am not so sanguine as your friend the Popish priest. Nay, to be sure, sir, answered Partridge, all the prophecies I have ever read speak of a great deal of blood to be spilt in the quarrel, and the miller with 3 thumbs, who is now alive, is to hold the horses of 3 kings, up to his knees in blood. Lord, have mercy upon us all, and send better times. With what stuff and nonsense hast thou filled thy head? Answered Jones. This too, I suppose, comes from the Popish priest. Monsters and prodigies are the proper arguments to support monstrous and absurd doctrines. The cause of King George is the cause of liberty and true religion. In other words, it is the cause of common sense, my boy, and I warrant you will succeed, though Briareus himself was to rise again with his 100 thumbs, and to turn miller. Partridge made no reply to this. He was, indeed, cast into the utmost confusion by this declaration of Jones, for, to inform the reader of a secret, which he had no proper opportunity of revealing before, Partridge was in truth a Jacobite, and had concluded that Jones was of the same party, and was now proceeding to join the rebels, an opinion which was not without foundation, for the tall, long-sighted dame, mentioned by Hudibras, that many-eyed, many-tongued, many-mouthed, many-eared monster of Virgil, had related the story of the quarrel between Jones and the officer. With the usual regard to truth, she had, indeed, changed the name of Sophia into that of the pretender, and had reported that drinking his health was the cause for which Jones was knocked down. This Partridge had heard, and most firmly believed. 'Tis no wonder, therefore, that he had thence entertained the above-mentioned opinion of Jones, and which he had almost discovered to him before he found out his own mistake, and at this the reader will be the less inclined to wonder, if he pleases to recollect the doubtful phrase in which Jones first communicated his resolution to Mr. Partridge, and, indeed, had the words been less ambiguous, Partridge might very well have construed them as he did, being persuaded as he was that the whole nation were of the same inclination in their hearts. Nor did it stagger him that Jones had traveled in the company of soldiers, for he had the same opinion of the army which he had of the rest of the people. But however well affected he might be to James or Charles, he was still much more attached to little Benjamin than to either, for which reason he no sooner discovered the principles of his fellow traveler than he thought proper to conceal and outwardly give up his own to the man on whom he depended for the making his fortune, since he by no means believed the affairs of Jones to be so desperate as they really were with Mr. Allworthy, for as he had kept a constant correspondence with some of his neighbors since he left that country, he had heard much, indeed more than was true, of the great affection Mr. Allworthy bore this young man, who, as Partridge had been instructed, was to be that gentleman's heir, and whom, as we have said, he did not in the least doubt to be his son. He imagined, therefore, that whatever quarrel was between them, it would be certainly made up at the return of Mr. Jones, an event from which he promised great advantages if he could take this opportunity of ingratiating himself with that young gentleman, and if he could by any means be instrumental in procuring his return, he doubted not, as we have before said, but it would as highly advance him in the favor of Mr. Allworthy. We have already observed that he was a very good-natured fellow, and he hath himself declared the violent attachment he had to the person and character of Jones, but possibly the views which I have just before mentioned might likewise have some little share in prompting him to undertake this expedition, at least in urging him to continue it, after he had discovered that his master and himself, like some prudent fathers and sons, though they traveled together in great friendship, had embraced opposite parties. I am led into this conjecture by having remarked that though love, friendship, esteem, and such like have very powerful operations in the human mind, interest, however, is an ingredient seldom omitted by wise men when they would work others to their own purposes. This is indeed a most excellent medicine, and, like Ward's pill, flies at once to the particular part of the body on which you desire to operate, whether it be the tongue, the hand, or any other member, where it scarce ever fails of immediately producing the desired effect. Chapter 10. in which our travelers meet with a very extraordinary adventure. Just as Jones and his friend came to the end of their dialogue in the preceding chapter, they arrived at the bottom of a very steep hill. Here Jones stopped short, and directing his eyes upwards, stood for a while silent. At length he called to his companion, and said, "Partridge, I wish I was at the top of this hill. It must certainly afford a most charming prospect, especially by this light. For the solemn gloom which the moon casts on all objects is beyond expression beautiful, especially to an imagination which is desirous of cultivating melancholy ideas." "Very probably," answered Partridge. "But if the top of the hill be properest to produce melancholy thoughts, I suppose the bottom is the likeliest to produce merry ones. And these I take to be much the better of the two. I protest you have made my blood run cold with the very mentioning the top of that mountain, which seems to me to be one of the highest in the world. No, if we look for anything, let it be for a place underground, to screen ourselves from the frost." "Do so," said Jones. "Let it be but within hearing of this place, and I will hallow to you at my return back." "Surely, sir, you are not mad," said Partridge. "Indeed, I am," answered Jones, "if ascending this hill be madness. But as you complain so much of the cold already, I would have you stay below. I will certainly return to you within an hour." "Pardon me, sir," cries Partridge. "I have determined to follow you wherever you go." Indeed, he was now afraid to stay behind. For though he was coward enough in all respects, yet his chief fear was that of ghosts, with which the present time of night, and the wildness of the place, extremely well suited. At this instant Partridge espied a glimmering light through some trees, which seemed very near to them. He immediately cried out in a rapture, "Oh, sir, heaven hath at last heard my prayers, and hath brought us to a house. Perhaps it may be an inn. Let me beseech you, sir, if you have any compassion either for me or yourself, do not despise the goodness of Providence, but let us go directly to yon light, whether it be a public house or no. I am sure if they be Christians that dwell there, they will not refuse a little house-room to persons in our miserable condition." Jones at length yielded to the earnest supplications of Partridge, and both together made directly towards the place whence the light issued. They soon arrived at the door of this house or cottage, for it might be called either, without much impropriety. Here Jones knocked several times without receiving any answer from within, at which Partridge, whose head was full of nothing but of ghosts, devils, witches, and such like, began to tremble, crying, "Lord, have mercy upon us. Surely the people must be all dead. I can see no light neither now, and yet I am certain I saw a candle burning but a moment before it." "Well, I have heard of such things." "What hast thou heard of?" said Jones. "The people are either fast asleep, or probably, as this is a lonely place, are afraid to open their door." He then began to vociferate pretty loudly, and at last an old woman, opening an upper casement, asked who they were and what they wanted. Jones answered, they were travelers who had lost their way, and having seen a light in the window, had been led thither in hopes of finding some fire to warm themselves. "Whoever you are," cries the woman, "you have no business here, nor shall I open the door to anyone at this time of night." Partridge, whom the sound of a human voice had recovered from his fright, fell to the most earnest supplications to be admitted for a few minutes to the fire, saying he was almost dead with the cold, to which fear had indeed contributed equally with the frost. He assured her that the gentleman who spoke to her was one of the greatest squires in the country, and made use of every argument, save one, which Jones afterwards effectually added, and this was the promise of half a crown, a bribe too great to be resisted by such a person, especially as the genteel appearance of Jones, which the light of the moon plainly discovered to her, together with his affable behavior, had entirely subdued those apprehensions of thieves which she had at first conceived. She agreed, therefore, at last, to let them in, where Partridge, to his infinite joy, found a good fire ready for his reception. The poor fellow, however, had no sooner warmed himself than those thoughts which were always uppermost in his mind began a little to disturb his brain. There was no article of his creed in which he had a stronger faith than he had in witchcraft, nor can the reader conceive a figure more adapted to inspire this idea than the old woman who now stood before him. She answered exactly to that picture drawn by Otway in his Orphan. Indeed, If this woman had lived in the reign of James I, her appearance alone would have hanged her, almost without any evidence. Many circumstances likewise conspired to confirm Partridge in his opinion. Her living, as he then imagined, by herself in so lonely a place, and in a house, the outside of which seemed much too good for her, but its inside was furnished in the most neat and elegant manner. To say the truth, Jones himself was not a little surprised at what he saw. For, besides the extraordinary neatness of the room, it was adorned with a great number of knickknacks and curiosities, which might have engaged the attention of a virtuoso. While Jones was admiring these things, and Partridge sat trembling with the firm belief that he was in the house of a witch, the old woman said, "I hope, gentlemen, you will make what haste you can, for I expect my master presently, and I would not for double the money he should find you here." "Then you have a master?" cried Jones. "Indeed. You will excuse me, good woman, but I was surprised to see all those fine things in your house." "Ah, sir," said she, "if the 20th part of these things were mine, I should think myself a rich woman, but pray, sir, do not stay much longer, for I look for him in every minute." "Why, sure he would not be angry with you," said Jones, "for doing a common act of charity." "Alackaday, sir," said she, "he is a strange man, not at all like other people. He keeps no company with anybody, and seldom walks out but by night, for he doth not care to be seen. And all the country people are as much afraid of meeting him. For his dress is enough to frighten those who are not used to it. They call him the man of the hill, for there he walks by night. And the country people are not, I believe, more afraid of the devil himself. He would be terribly angry if he found you here." "Pray, sir," says Partridge, "don't let us offend the gentleman. I am ready to walk, and was never warmer in my life. Dio, pray, sir, let us go. Here are pistols over the chimney. Who knows whether they be charged or no, or what he may do with them?" "Fear nothing, Partridge," cries Jones. "I will secure thee from danger. Nay, for matter o' that, he never doth any mischief," said the woman. "But to be sure it is necessary he should keep some arms for his own safety. For his house hath been beset more than once, and it is not many nights ago that we thought we heard thieves about it. For my own part, I have often wondered that he is not murdered by some villain or other, as he walks out by himself at such hours. But then, as I said, the people are afraid of him, and besides, they think, I suppose, he hath nothing about him worth taking. I should imagine, by this collection of rarities," cries Jones, "that your master had been a traveler." "Yes, sir," answered she, "he hath been a very great one. There be few gentlemen that know more of all matters than he did. I fancy he hath been crossed in love, or whatever it is I know not. But I have lived with him above these 30 years, and in all that time he hath hardly spoke to 6 living people." She then again solicited their departure, in which she was backed by Partridge. But Jones purposely protracted the time, for his curiosity was greatly raised to see this extraordinary person, though the old woman, therefore, concluded every one of her answers with desiring him to be gone, and Partridge proceeded so far as to pull him by the sleeve. He still continued to invent new questions, till the old woman, with an affrighted countenance, declared she heard her master's signal, and at the same instant more than one voice was heard without the door, crying, "D and your blood, show us your money this instant, your money, you villain, or we will blow your brains about your ears." "Oh, good heaven!" cries the old woman, "some villains, to be sure, have attacked my master. Ola, what shall I do? What shall I do?" "How?" cries Jones, "how? Are these pistols loaded?" "Oh, good sir, there is nothing in them. Indeed. Oh, pray don't murder us, gentlemen." For in reality she now had the same opinion of those within as she had of those without. Jones made her no answer, but snatching an old broadsword which hung in the room, he instantly sallied out, where he found the old gentleman struggling with 2 ruffians, and begging for mercy. Jones asked no questions, but fell so briskly to work with his broadsword, that the fellows immediately quitted their hold, and without offering to attack our hero, betook themselves to their heels and made their escape. For he did not attempt to pursue them, being contented with having delivered the old gentleman. And indeed he concluded he had pretty well done their business, for both of them, as they ran off, cried out with bitter oaths that they were dead men. Jones presently ran to lift up the old gentleman, who had been thrown down in the scuffle, expressing at the same time great concern lest he should have received any harm from the villains. The old man stared a moment at Jones, and then cried, "No, sir, no, I have very little harm. I thank you, Lord, have mercy upon me." "I see, sir," said Jones, "you are not free from apprehensions even of those who have had the happiness to be your deliverers. Nor can I blame any suspicions which you may have. But indeed you have no real occasion for any. Here are none but your friends present. Having missed our way this cold night, we took the liberty of warming ourselves at your fire, whence we were just departing when we heard you call for assistance, which, I must say, Providence alone seems to have sent you." "Providence, indeed," cries the old gentleman, "if it be so." "So it is, I assure you," cries Jones. "Here is your own sword, sir. I have used it in your defense, and I now return it into your hand." The old man, having received the sword, which was stained with the blood of his enemies, looked steadfastly at Jones during some moments, and then with a sigh cried out, "You will pardon me, young gentleman. I was not always of a suspicious temper, nor am I a friend to ingratitude." "Be thankful then," cries Jones, "to that providence to which you owe your deliverance. As to my part, I have only discharged the common duties of humanity, and what I would have done for any fellow creature in your situation." "Let me look at you a little longer," cries the old gentleman. "You are a human creature, then? Well, perhaps you are. Come, pray walk into my little hut. You have been my deliverer indeed." The old woman was distracted between the fears which she had of her master and for him, and Partridge was, if possible, in a greater fright. The former of these, however, when she heard her master speak kindly to Jones, and perceived what had happened, came again to herself. But Partridge no sooner saw the gentleman than the strangeness of his dress infused greater terrors into that poor fellow than he had before felt, either from the strange description which he had heard, or from the uproar which had happened at the door. To say the truth, it was an appearance which might have affected a more constant mind than that of Mr. Partridge. This person was of the tallest size, with a long beard as white as snow. His body was clothed with the skin of an ass, made something into the form of a coat. He wore likewise boots on his legs, and a cap on his head, both composed of the skin of some other animals. As soon as the old gentleman came into his house, the old woman began her congratulations on his happy escape from the ruffians. "Yes," cried he, "I have escaped, indeed, thanks to my preserver." "Oh, the blessing on him," answered she. "He is a good gentleman, I warrant him. I was afraid your worship would have been angry with me for letting him in, and to be certain I should not have done it, had not I seen by the moonlight that he was a gentleman, and almost frozen to death, and to be certain it must have been some good angel that sent him hither, and tempted me to do it. I am afraid, sir," said the old gentleman to Jones, "that I have nothing in this house which you can either eat or drink, unless you will accept a dram of brandy, of which I can give you some most excellent, and which I have had by me these 30 years. Jones declined this offer in a very civil and proper speech, and then the other asked him whither he was traveling when he missed his way, saying, "I must own myself surprised to see such a person as you appear to be, journeying on foot at this time of night. I suppose, sir, you are a gentleman of these parts, for you do not look like one who is used to travel far without horses." "Appearances," cried Jones, "are often deceitful. Men sometimes look what they are not. I assure you I am not of this country, and whither I am traveling, in reality I scarce know myself." "Whoever you are, or whithersoever you are going," answered the old man, "I have obligations to you which I can never return." "I once more," replied Jones, "affirm that you have none, for there can be no merit in having hazarded that in your service on which I set no value, and nothing is so contemptible in my eyes as life." "I am sorry, young gentleman," answered the stranger, "that you have any reason to be so unhappy at your years." "Indeed I am, sir," answered Jones, "the most unhappy of mankind." "Perhaps you have had a friend, or a mistress," replied the other. "How could you," cries Jones, "mention 2 words sufficient to drive me to distraction?" "Either of them are enough to drive any man to distraction," answered the old man. "I inquire no farther, sir. Perhaps my curiosity hath led me too far already." "Indeed, sir," cries Jones, I cannot censure a passion which I feel at this instant in the highest degree. You will pardon me when I assure you that everything which I have seen or heard since I first entered this house hath conspired to raise the greatest curiosity in me. Something very extraordinary must have determined you to this course of life, and I have reason to fear your own history is not without misfortunes." Here the old gentleman again sighed, and remained silent for some minutes. At last, looking earnestly on Jones, he said, "I have read that a good countenance is a letter of recommendation. If so, none ever can be more strongly recommended than yourself. If I did not feel some yearnings towards you from another consideration, I must be the most ungrateful monster upon earth, and I am really concerned it is no otherwise in my power than by words to convince you of my gratitude." Jones, after a moment's hesitation, answered that it was in his power by words to gratify him extremely. "I have confessed a curiosity," said he, "sir. Need I say how much obliged I should be to you, if you would condescend to gratify it? Will you suffer me therefore to beg, unless any consideration restrains you, that you would be pleased to acquaint me what motives have induced you thus to withdraw from the society of mankind, and to betake yourself to a course of life to which it sufficiently appears you were not born? I scarce think myself at liberty to refuse you anything after what hath happened," replied the old man. "If you desire therefore to hear the story of an unhappy man, I will relate it to you. Indeed, you judge rightly, in thinking there is commonly something extraordinary in the fortunes of those who fly from society. For however it may seem a paradox, or even a contradiction, certain it is, that great philanthropy chiefly inclines us to avoid and detest mankind, not on account so much of their private and selfish vices, but for those of a relative kind, such as envy, malice, treachery, cruelty, with every other species of malevolence. These are the vices which true philanthropy abhors, and which rather than see and converse with, she avoids society itself. However, without a compliment to you, you do not appear to me one of those whom I should shun or detest. Nay, I must say, in what little hath dropped from you, there appears some parity in our fortunes. I hope, however, yours will conclude more successfully." Here some compliments passed between our hero and his host, and then the latter was going to begin his history, when Partridge interrupted him. His apprehensions had now pretty well left him, but some effects of his terrors remained. He therefore reminded the gentleman of that excellent brandy which he had mentioned. This was presently brought, and Partridge swallowed a large bumper. The gentleman then, without any farther preface, began as you may read in the next chapter. Chapter 11. In which the man of the hill begins to relate his history. I was born in a village of Somersetshire, called Mark, in the year 1657. My father was one of those whom they called gentlemen farmers. He had a little estate of about £300 a year of his own, and rented another estate of near the same value. He was prudent and industrious, and so good a husbandman, that he might have led a very easy and comfortable life, had not an errant vixen of a wife soured his domestic quiet. But though this circumstance perhaps made him miserable, it did not make him poor, for he confined her almost entirely at home, and rather chose to bear eternal upbraidings in his own house than to injure his fortune by indulging her in the extravagancies she desired abroad. By this Xantippe, so was the wife of Socrates called, said Partridge. By this Xantippe he had 2 sons, of which I was the younger. He designed to give us both good education. But my elder brother, who, unhappily for him, was the favorite of my mother, utterly neglected his learning, insomuch that, after having been 5 or 6 years at school with little or no improvement, my father, being told by his master that it would be to no purpose to keep him longer there, at last complied with my mother in taking him home from the hands of that tyrant, as she called his master. Though indeed he gave the lad much less correction than his idleness deserved, but much more, it seems, than the young gentleman liked, who constantly complained to his mother of his severe treatment, and she as constantly gave him a hearing. Yes, yes, cries Partridge, I have seen such mothers. I have been abused myself by them, and very unjustly. Such parents deserve correction as much as their children. Jones chid the pedagogue for his interruption, and then the stranger proceeded. My brother now, at the age of 15, bade adieu to all learning, and to everything else but to his dog and gun, with which latter he became so expert, that, though perhaps you may think it incredible, he could not only hit a standing mark with great certainty, but hath actually shot a crow as it was flying in the air. He was likewise excellent at finding a hare sitting, and was soon reputed one of the best sportsmen in the country, a reputation which both he and his mother enjoyed as much as if he had been thought the finest scholar. The situation of my brother made me at first think my lot the harder in being continued at school, but I soon changed my opinion. For as I advanced pretty fast in learning, my labors became easy, and my exercise so delightful that holidays were my most unpleasant time. For my mother, who never loved me, now apprehending that I had the greater share of my father's affection, and finding, or at least thinking, that I was more taken notice of by some gentlemen of learning, and particularly by the parson of the parish, than my brother, she now hated my sight, and made home so disagreeable to me, that what is called by schoolboys Black Monday was to me the whitest in the whole year. Having at length gone through the school at Taunton, I was thence removed to Exeter College in Oxford, where I remained 4 years, at the end of which an accident took me off entirely from my studies, and hence I may truly date the rise of all which happened to me afterwards in life. There was at the same college with myself one Sir George Gresham, a young fellow who was entitled to a very considerable fortune, which he was not, by the will of his father, to come into full possession of till he arrived at the age of 25. However, the liberality of his guardians gave him little cause to regret the abundant caution of his father, for they allowed him £500 a year while he remained at the university, where he kept his horses and his whore, and lived as wicked and as profligate a life as he could have done had he been never so entirely master of his fortune. For besides the 500 a year which he received from his guardians, he found means to spend 1,000 more. He was above the age of 21, and had no difficulty in gaining what credit he pleased. This young fellow, among many other tolerable bad qualities, had one very diabolical. He had a great delight in destroying and ruining the youth of inferior fortune, by drawing them into expenses which they could not afford so well as himself. And the better and worthier and soberer any young man was, the greater pleasure and triumph had he in his destruction, thus acting the character which is recorded of the devil, and going about seeking whom he might devour. It was my misfortune to fall into an acquaintance and intimacy with this gentleman. My reputation of diligence in my studies made me a desirable object of his mischievous intention, and my own inclination made it sufficiently easy for him to effect his purpose. For though I had applied myself with much industry to books, in which I took great delight, there were other pleasures in which I was capable of taking much greater. For I was high-mettled, had a violent flow of animal spirits, was a little ambitious, and extremely amorous. I had not long contracted an intimacy with Sir George before I became a partaker of all his pleasures, and when I was once entered on that scene, neither my inclination nor my spirit would suffer me to play an under part. I was second to none of the company in any acts of debauchery. Nay, I soon distinguished myself so notably in all riots and disorders, that my name generally stood first in the roll of delinquents, and instead of being lamented as the unfortunate pupil of Sir George, I was now accused as the person who had misled and debauched that hopeful young gentleman. For though he was the ringleader and promoter of all the mischief, he was never so considered. I fell at last under the censure of the vice-chancellor, and very narrowly escaped expulsion. You will easily believe, sir, that such a life as I am now describing must be incompatible with my further progress in learning, and that in proportion as I addicted myself more and more to loose pleasure, I must grow more and more remiss in application to my studies. This was truly the consequence. But this was not all. My expenses now greatly exceeded not only my former income, but those additions which I extorted from my poor generous father, on pretenses of sums being necessary for preparing for my approaching degree of Bachelor of Arts. These demands, however, grew at last so frequent and exorbitant, that my father by slow degrees opened his ears to the accounts which he received from many quarters of my present behavior, and which my mother failed not to echo very faithfully and loudly, adding, this is the fine gentleman, the scholar who doth so much honor to his family, and is to be the making of it. I thought what all this learning would come to. He is to be the ruin of us all, I find, after his elder brother hath been denied necessaries for his sake, to perfect his education forsooth, for which he was to pay us such interest. I thought what the interest would come to, with much more of the same kind. But I have, I believe, satisfied you with this taste. My father, therefore, began now to return remonstrances instead of money to my demands, which brought my affairs perhaps a little sooner to a crisis. But had he remitted me his whole income, you will imagine it could have sufficed a very short time to support one who kept pace with the expenses of Sir George Gresham. It is more than possible that the distress I was now in for money, and the impracticability of going on in this manner, might have restored me at once to my senses and to my studies, had I opened my eyes before I became involved in debts from which I saw no hopes of ever extricating myself. This was indeed the great art of Sir George, and by which he accomplished the ruin of many, whom he afterwards laughed at as fools and coxcombs, for vying, as he called it, with a man of his fortune. Bring this about, he would now and then advance a little money himself, in order to support the credit of the unfortunate youth with other people, till, by means of that very credit, he was irretrievably undone. My mind being by these means grown as desperate as my fortune, there was scarce a wickedness which I did not meditate. In order for my relief, self-murder itself became the subject of my serious deliberation, and I had certainly resolved on it, had not a more shameful, though perhaps less sinful, thought expelled it from my head. Here he hesitated a moment, and then cried out, I protest. So many years have not washed away the shame of this act, and I shall blush while I relate it. Jones desired him to pass over anything that might give him pain in the relation, but Partridge eagerly cried out, Oh, pray, sir, let us hear this. I had rather hear this than all the rest. As I hope to be saved, I will never mention a word of it. Jones was going to rebuke him, but the stranger prevented it by proceeding thus. I had a chum, a very prudent, frugal young lad, who, though he had no very large allowance, had by his parsimony heaped up upwards of 40 guineas, which I knew he kept in his escritoire. I took therefore an opportunity of purloining his key from his breeches pocket, while he was asleep, and thus made myself master of all his riches, after which I again conveyed his key into his pocket, and counterfeiting sleep, though I never once closed my eyes, lay in bed till after he arose and went to prayers, an exercise to which I had long been unaccustomed. Timorous thieves, by extreme caution, often subject themselves to discoveries, which those of a bolder kind escape. Thus it happened to me. For had I boldly broke open his escritoire, I had, perhaps, escaped even his suspicion. But as it was plain that the person who robbed him had possessed himself of his key, he had no doubt, when he first missed his money, but that his chum was certainly the thief. Now as he was of a fearful disposition, and much my inferior in strength, and I believe in courage, he did not dare to confront me with my guilt, for fear of worse bodily consequences which might happen to him. He repaired therefore immediately to the vice-chancellor, and upon swearing to the robbery, and to the circumstances of it, very easily obtained a warrant against one who had now so bad a character through the whole university. Luckily for me, I lay out of the college the next evening. For that day I attended a young lady in a chaise to Whitney, where we stayed all night, and in our return, the next morning, to Oxford, I met one of my cronies, who acquainted me with sufficient news concerning myself to make me turn my horse another way. Pray, sir, did he mention anything of the warrant? Said Partridge, but Jones begged the gentleman to proceed without regarding any impertinent questions, which he did as follows. Having now abandoned all thoughts of returning to Oxford, the next thing which offered itself was a journey to London. I imparted this intention to my female companion, who at first remonstrated against it. But upon producing my wealth, she immediately consented. We then struck across the country, into the great Cirencester road, and made such haste, that we spent the next evening, save one, in London. When you consider the place where I now was, and the company with whom I was, you will, I fancy, conceive that a very short time brought me to an end of that sum of which I had so iniquitously possessed myself. I was now reduced to a much higher degree of distress than before. The necessaries of life began to be numbered among my wants, and what made my case still the more grievous was, that my paramour, of whom I was now grown immoderately fond, shared the same distresses with myself. To see a woman you love in distress, to be unable to relieve her, and at the same time to reflect that you have brought her into this situation, is perhaps a curse of which no imagination can represent the horrors to those who have not felt it. I believe it from my soul, cries Jones, and I pity you from the bottom of my heart. He then took 2 or 3 disorderly turns about the room, and at last begged pardon, and flung himself into his chair, crying, "I thank heaven, I have escaped that." This circumstance, continued the gentleman, so severely aggravated the horrors of my present situation, that they became absolutely intolerable. I could with less pain endure the raging in my own natural unsatisfied appetites, even hunger or thirst, than I could submit to leave ungratified the most whimsical desires of a woman on whom I so extravagantly dote, that, though I knew she had been the mistress of half my acquaintance, I firmly intended to marry her, but the good creature was unwilling to consent to an action which the world might think so much to my disadvantage, and as, possibly, she compassionate the daily anxieties which she must have perceived me suffer on her account, she resolved to put an end to my distress. She soon, indeed, found means to relieve me from my troublesome and perplexed situation. For while I was distracted with various inventions to supply her with pleasures, she very kindly betrayed me to one of her former lovers at Oxford, by whose care and diligence I was immediately apprehended and committed to jail. Here I first began seriously to reflect on the miscarriages of my former life, on the errors I had been guilty of, on the misfortunes which I had brought on myself, and on the grief which I must have occasioned to one of the best of fathers. When I added to all these the perfidy of my mistress, such was the horror of my mind, that life, instead of being longer desirable, grew the object of my abhorrence, and I could have gladly embraced death as my dearest friend, if it had offered itself to my choice unattended by shame. The time of the assizes soon came, and I was removed by habeas corpus to Oxford, where I expected certain conviction and condemnation. But, to my great surprise, none appeared against me, and I was, at the end of the sessions, discharged for want of prosecution. In short, my chum had left Oxford, and whether from indolence, or from what other motive I am ignorant, had declined concerning himself any farther in the affair. "Perhaps," cries Partridge, "he did not care to have your blood upon his hands, and he was in the right on't. If any person was to be hanged upon my evidence, I should never be able to lie alone afterwards, for fear of seeing his ghost." "I shall shortly doubt, Partridge," says Jones, "whether thou art more brave or wise." "You may laugh at me, sir, if you please," answered Partridge, "but if you will hear a very short story which I can tell, and which is most certainly true, perhaps you may change your opinion. I in the parish where I was born." Here Jones would have silenced him, but the stranger interceded that he might be permitted to tell his story, and in the meantime promised to recollect the remainder of his own. Partridge then proceeded thus: "In the parish where I was born, there lived a farmer whose name was Bridle, and he had a son named Francis, a good hopeful young fellow. I was at the grammar school with him, where I remember he was got into Ovid's epistles, and he could construe you 3 lines together sometimes without looking into a dictionary. Besides all this, he was a very good lad, never missed church o' Sundays, and was reckoned one of the best psalm singers in the whole parish. He would, indeed, now and then take a cup too much, and that was the only fault he had." "Well, but come to the ghost," cries Jones. "Never fear, sir. I shall come to him soon enough," answered Partridge. "You must know, then, that Farmer Bridle lost a mare, a sorrel one, to the best of my remembrance. And so it fell out that this young Francis shortly afterward being at a fair at Hindon, and as I think it was on, I can't remember the day, and being as he was, what should he happen to meet but a man upon his father's mare. Frank called out presently, 'Stop thief!' And it being in the middle of the fair, it was impossible, you know, for the man to make his escape, so they apprehended him and carried him before the justice. I remember it was Justice Willoughby, of Noyle, a very worthy good gentleman, and he committed him to prison and bound Frank in a recognizance. I think they call it a hard word compounded of re and cognosco, but it differs in its meaning from the use of the simple, as many other compounds do. Well, at last down came my Lord Justice Page to hold the assizes, and so the fellow was had up, and Frank was had up for a witness. To be sure, I shall never forget the face of the judge, when he began to ask him what he had to say against the prisoner. He made poor Frank tremble and shake in his shoes. 'Well, you fellow,' says my lord, 'what have you to say? Don't stand humming and hawing, but speak out.' But, however, he soon turned altogether as civil to Frank, and began to thunder at the fellow. And when he asked him if he had anything to say for himself, the fellow said, he had found the horse, aye, answered the judge, thou art a lucky fellow. I have traveled the circuit these 40 years and never found a horse in my life. But I'll tell thee what, friend, thou wast more lucky than thou didst know of, for thou didst not only find a horse, but a halter too, I promise thee. To be sure, I shall never forget the word, upon which everybody fell a-laughing, as how could they help it? Nay, and 20 other jests he made, which I can't remember now. There was something about his skill in horseflesh which made all the folks laugh, oh be certain. The judge must have been a very brave man, as well as a man of much learning. It is indeed charming sport to hear trials upon life and death point. One thing I own I thought a little hard, that the prisoner's counsel was not suffered to speak for him, though he desired only to be heard one very short word. But my lord would not hearken to him, though he suffered a counselor to talk against him for above half an hour. I thought it hard, I own, that there should be so many of them. My lord and the court and the jury and the counselors and the witnesses, all upon one poor man, and he too in chains. Well, the fellow was hanged, as to be sure it could be no otherwise, and poor Frank could never be easy about it. He never was in the dark alone, but he fancied he saw the fellow's spirit. Well, and is this thy story? Cries Jones. No, no, answered Partridge. O Lord, have mercy upon me. I am just now coming to the matter. For one night, coming from the alehouse in a long, narrow, dark lane, there he ran directly up against him. And the spirit was all in white and fell upon Frank, and Frank, who was a sturdy lad, fell upon the spirit again. And there they had a tussle together, and poor Frank was dreadfully beat. Indeed, he made a shift at last to crawl home. But what with the beating, and what with the fright, he lay ill above a fortnight. And all this is most certainly true, and the whole parish will bear witness to it. The stranger smiled at this story, and Jones burst into a loud fit of laughter. Upon which Partridge cried, Aye, you may laugh, sir. And so did some others, particularly a squire, who was thought to be no better than an atheist, who, forsooth, because there was a calf with a white face found dead in the same lane the next morning, would fain have it that the battle was between Frank and that, as if a calf would set upon a man. Besides, Frank told me he knew it to be a spirit, and could swear to him in any court in Christendom. And he had not drank above a quart or two or such a matter of liquor. At the time, Lud have mercy upon us, and keep us all from dipping our hands in blood, I say. Well, sir, said Jones to the stranger, Mr. Partridge hath finished his story, and I hope will give you no future interruption, if you will be so kind to proceed. He then resumed his narration. But as he hath taken breath for a while, we think proper to give it to our reader, and shall therefore put an end to this chapter. Chapter 12. In which the man of the hill continues his history. I had now regained my liberty, said the stranger, but I had lost my reputation. For there is a wide difference between the case of a man who is barely acquitted of a crime in a court of justice, and of him who is acquitted in his own heart, and in the opinion of the people. I was conscious of my guilt, and ashamed to look anyone in the face. So resolved to leave Oxford the next morning, before the daylight discovered me to the eyes of any beholders. When I had got clear of the city, it first entered into my head to return home to my father, and endeavor to obtain his forgiveness. But as I had no reason to doubt his knowledge of all which had passed, and as I was well assured of his great aversion to all acts of dishonesty, I could entertain no hopes of being received by him, especially since I was too certain of all the good offices in the power of my mother. Nay, had my father's pardon been as sure, as I conceived his resentment to be, I yet question whether I could have had the assurance to behold him, or whether I could, upon any terms, have submitted to live and converse with those who, I was convinced, knew me to have been guilty of so base an action. I hastened therefore back to London, the best retirement of either grief or shame, unless for persons of a very public character. For here you have the advantage of solitude without its disadvantage, since you may be alone and in company at the same time. And while you walk or sit unobserved, noise, hurry, and a constant succession of objects entertain the mind, and prevent the spirits from preying on themselves, or rather on grief or shame, which are the most unwholesome diet in the world, and on which, though there are many who never taste either but in public, there are some who can feed very plentifully and very fatally when alone. But as there is scarce any human good without its concomitant evil, So there are people who find an inconvenience in this unobserving temper of mankind. I mean persons who have no money. For as you are not put out of countenance, so neither are you clothed or fed by those who do not know you, and a man may be as easily starved in Leadenhall Market as in the deserts of Arabia. It was at present my fortune to be destitute of that great evil, as it is apprehended to be by several writers, who I suppose were overburthened with it, namely, money. With submission, sir, said Partridge, I do not remember any writers who have called it malorum. But iridimenta malorum effodianteropes, iridimenta malorum. Well, sir, continued the stranger, whether it be an evil or only the cause of evil, I was entirely void of it, and at the same time of friends, and, as I thought, of acquaintance. When one evening, as I was passing through the inner temple, very hungry and very miserable, I heard a voice on a sudden hailing me with great familiarity by my Christian name, and upon turning about, I presently recollected the person who so saluted me to have been my fellow collegiate, one who had left the university above a year, and long before any of my misfortunes had befallen me. This gentleman, whose name was Watson, shook me heartily by the hand, and expressing great joy at meeting me, proposed our immediately drinking a bottle together. I first declined the proposal, and pretended business, but as he was very earnest and pressing, hunger at last overcame my pride, and I fairly confessed to him I had no money in my pocket, yet not without framing a lie for an excuse, and imputing it to my having changed my breeches that morning. Watson answered, I thought, Jack, you and I had been too old acquaintance for you to mention such a matter. He then took me by the arm, and was pulling me along. But I gave him very little trouble, for my own inclinations pulled me much stronger than he could do. We then went into the Friars, which you know is the scene of all mirth and jollity here. When we arrived at the tavern, Mr. Watson applied himself to the drawer only, without taking the least notice of the cook, for he had no suspicion but that I had dined long since. However, as the case was really otherwise, I forged another falsehood, and told my companion I had been at the further end of the city on business of consequence, and had snapped up a mutton chop in haste, so that I was again hungry, and wished he would add a beefsteak to his bottle. Some people, cries Partridge, ought to have good memories. Or did you find just money enough in your breeches to pay for the mutton chop? Your observation is right, answered the stranger, and I believe such blunders are inseparable from all dealing in untruth. But to proceed. I began now to feel myself extremely happy. The meat and wine soon revived my spirits to a high pitch, and I enjoyed much pleasure in the conversation of my old acquaintance, the rather as I thought him entirely ignorant of what had happened at the university since his leaving it. But he did not suffer me to remain long in this agreeable delusion. For taking a bumper in one hand, and holding me by the other, Here, my boy, cries he, here's wishing you joy of your being so honorably acquitted of that affair laid to your charge. I was thunderstruck with confusion at those words, which Watson observing, proceeded thus, Nay, never be ashamed, man. Thou hast been acquitted, and no one now dares call thee guilty. But, prithee, do tell me, who am thy friend? I hope thou didst really rob him? For rap me if it was not a meritorious action to strip such a sneaking, pitiful rascal. And instead of the 200 guineas, I wish you had taken as many thousand. Come, my boy, don't be shy of confessing to me. You are not now brought before one of the pimps, and me if I don't honor you for it. For, as I hope for salvation, I would have made no manner of scruple of doing the same thing. This declaration a little relieved my abashment, and as wine had now somewhat opened my heart, I very freely acknowledged the robbery, but acquainted him that he had been misinformed as to the sum taken, which was little more than a fifth part of what he had mentioned. I am sorry for it with all my heart, quoth he, and I wish thee better success another time, though, if you will take my advice, you shall have no occasion to run any such risque here, said he, taking some dice out of his pocket. Here's the stuff, here are the implements. Here are the little doctors which cure the distempers of the purse. Follow but my counsel, and I will show you a way to empty the pocket of a queer cull without any danger of the nubbing cheat. Nubbing cheat, cries Partridge. Pray, sir, what is that? Why that, sir, says the stranger, is a cant phrase for the gallows. For as gamesters differ little from highwaymen in their morals, so do they very much resemble them in their language. We had now each drank our bottle, when Mr. Watson said the board was sitting, and that he must attend, earnestly pressing me at the same time to go with him and try my fortune. I answered he knew that was at present out of my power, as I had informed him of the emptiness of my pocket. To say the truth, I doubted not from his many strong expressions of friendship, but that he would offer to lend me a small sum for that purpose. But he answered, "Never mind that, man." Ian boldly run a levant. Partridge was going to inquire the meaning of that word, but Jones stopped his mouth. "But be circumspect as to the man. I will tip you the proper person, which may be necessary, as you do not know the town, nor can distinguish a rum cull from a queer one." The bill was now brought. When Watson paid his share, and was departing, I reminded him, not without blushing, of my having no money. He answered, "That signifies nothing. Score it behind the door, or make a bold brush and take no notice. Or, stay," says he, "I will go downstairs first, and then do you take up my money, and score the whole reckoning at the bar, and I will wait for you at the corner." I expressed some dislike at this, and hinted my expectations that he would have deposited the whole, but he swore he had not another sixpence in his pocket. He then went down, and I was prevailed on to take up the money and follow him, which I did close enough to hear him tell the drawer the reckoning was upon the table. The drawer passed by me upstairs, but I made such haste into the street that I heard nothing of his disappointment, nor did I mention a syllable at the bar, according to my instructions. We now went directly to the gaming table, where Mr. Watson, to my surprise, pulled out a large sum of money and placed it before him, as did many others. All of them, no doubt, considering their own heaps as so many decoy birds, which were to entice and draw over the heaps of their neighbors. Here it would be tedious to relate all the freaks which fortune, or rather the dice, played in this her temple. Mountains of gold were in a few moments reduced to nothing at one part of the table, and rose as suddenly in another. The rich grew in a moment poor, and the poor as suddenly became rich, so that it seemed a philosopher could nowhere have so well instructed his pupils in the contempt of riches. At least he could nowhere have better inculcated the uncertainty of their duration. For my own part, after having considerably improved my small estate, I at last entirely demolished Itm. R. Watson too, after much variety of luck, rose from the table in some heat, and declared he had lost a cool 100, and would play no longer. Then coming up to me, he asked me to return with him to the tavern, but I positively refused, saying I would not bring myself a second time into such a dilemma, and especially as he had lost all his money and was now in my own condition. "Pooh," says he, "I have just borrowed a couple of guineas of a friend, and one of them is at your service." He immediately put one of them into my hand, and I no longer resisted his inclination. I was at first a little shocked at returning to the same house whence we had departed in so unhandsome a manner, but when the drawer, with very civil address, told us he believed we had forgot to pay our reckoning, I became perfectly easy, and very readily gave him a guinea, bid him pay himself, and acquiesced in the unjust charge which had been laid on my memory. Mr. Watson now bespoke the most extravagant supper he could well think of, and though he had contented himself with simple claret before, nothing now but the most precious Burgundy would serve his purpose. Our company was soon increased by the addition of several gentlemen from the gaming table, most of whom, as I afterwards found, came not to the tavern to drink, but in the way of business. For the true gamesters pretended to be ill, and refused their glass, while they plied heartily. 2 young fellows, who were to be afterwards pillaged, as indeed they were without mercy of this plunder, I had the good fortune to be a sharer, though I was not yet let into the secret. There was one remarkable accident attended this tavern play, for the money by degrees totally disappeared, so that though at the beginning the table was half covered with gold, yet before the play ended, which it did not till the next day, being Sunday at noon, there was scarce a single guinea to be seen on the table, and this was the stranger, as every person present, except myself, declared he had lost. And what was become of the money, unless the devil himself carried it away, is difficult to determine. Most certainly he did, says Partridge, for evil spirits can carry away anything without being seen, though there were never so many folk in the room. And I should not have been surprised if he had carried away all the company of a set of wicked wretches, who were at play in sermon time. And I could tell you a true story, if I would, where the devil took a man out of bed from another man's wife, and carried him away through the keyhole of the door. I've seen the very house where it was done, and nobody hath lived in it these 30 years. Though Jones was a little offended by the impertinence of Partridge, he could not, however, avoid smiling at his simplicity. The stranger did the same, and then proceeded with his story, as will be seen in the next chapter. Chapter 13. In which the foregoing story is farther continued. My fellow collegiate had now entered me in a new scene of life. I soon became acquainted with the whole fraternity of sharpers, and was led into their secrets. I mean, into the knowledge of those gross cheats which are proper to impose upon the raw and unexperienced. For there are some tricks of a finer kind, which are known only to a few of the gang, who are at the head of their profession. A degree of honor beyond my expectation, for drink, to which I was immoderately addicted, and the natural warmth of my passions, prevented me from arriving at any great success in an art which requires as much coolness as the most austere school of philosophy. Mr. Watson, with whom I now lived in the closest amity, had unluckily the former failing to a very great excess, so that instead of making a fortune by his profession, as some others did, he was alternately rich and poor, and was often obliged to surrender to his cooler friends, over a bottle which they never tasted, that plunder that he had taken from culls at the public table. However, we both made a shift to pick up an uncomfortable livelihood, and for 2 years I continued of the calling, during which time I tasted all the varieties of fortune, sometimes flourishing in affluence, and at others being obliged to struggle with almost incredible difficulties, today wallowing in luxury, and tomorrow reduced to the coarsest and most homely fare, why fine clothes being often on my back in the evening, and at the pawn-shop the next morning. One night, as I was returning penniless from the gaming table, I observed a very great disturbance, and a large mob gathered together in the street. As I was in no danger from pickpockets, I ventured into the crowd, where upon inquiry I found that a man had been robbed and very ill-used by some ruffians. The wounded man appeared very bloody, and seemed scarce able to support himself on his legs. I had not therefore been deprived of my humanity by my present life and conversation, though they had left me very little of either honesty or shame. I immediately offered my assistance to the unhappy person, who thankfully accepted it, and, putting himself under my conduct, begged me to convey him to some tavern, where he might send for a surgeon, being, as he said, faint with loss of blood. He seemed indeed highly pleased at finding one who appeared in the dress of a gentleman, for as to all the rest of the company present, their outside was such that he could not wisely place any confidence in them. I took the poor man by the arm, and led him to the tavern where we kept our rendezvous, as it happened to be the nearest at hand. A surgeon, happening luckily to be in the house, immediately attended, and applied himself to dressing his wounds, which I had the pleasure to hear were not likely to be mortal. The surgeon, having very expeditiously and dexterously finished his business, began to inquire in what part of the town the wounded man lodged, who answered that he was come to town that very morning, that his horse was at an inn in Piccadilly, and that he had no other lodging and very little or no acquaintance in town. This surgeon, whose name I have forgot, though I remember it began with an R, had the first character in his profession, and was sergeant-surgeon to the king. He had moreover many good qualities, and was a very generous, good-natured man, and ready to do any service to his fellow creatures. He offered his patient the use of his chariot to carry him to his inn, and at the same time whispered in his ear that if he wanted any money, he would furnish him. The poor man was not now capable of returning thanks for this generous offer, for having had his eyes for some time steadfastly on me, he threw himself back in his chair, crying, "Oh, my son, my son," and then fainted away. Many of the people present imagined this accident had happened through his loss of blood, but I, who at the same time began to recollect the features of my father, was now confirmed in my suspicion, and satisfied that it was he himself who appeared before me. I presently ran to him, raised him in my arms, and kissed his cold lips with the utmost eagerness. Here I must draw a curtain over a scene which I cannot describe, for though I did not lose my being, as my father for a while did, my senses were however so overpowered with affright and surprise, that I am a stranger to what passed during some minutes, and indeed till my father had again recovered from his swoon, and I found myself in his arms, both tenderly embracing each other, while the tears trickled apace down the cheeks of each of us. Most of those present seemed affected by this scene, which we, who might be considered as the actors in it, were desirous of removing from the eyes of all spectators as fast as we could. My father therefore accepted the kind offer of the surgeon's chariot, and I attended him in it to his inn. When we were alone together, he gently upbraided me with having neglected to write to him during so long a time, but entirely omitted the mention of that crime which had occasioned it. He then informed me of my mother's death, and insisted on my returning home with him, saying that he had long suffered the greatest anxiety on my account, that he knew not whether he had most feared my death or wished it, since he had so many more dreadful apprehensions for me. At last, he said, a neighboring gentleman, who had just recovered a son from the same place, informed him where I was, and that to reclaim me from this course of life was the sole cause of his journey to London. He thanked heaven he had succeeded so far as to find me out by means of an accident which had like to have proved fatal to him, and had the pleasure to think he partly owed his preservation to my humanity, with which he professed himself to be more delighted than he should have been with my filial piety, if I had known that the object of all my care was my own father. Vice had not so depraved my heart as to excite in it an insensibility of so much paternal affection, though so unworthily bestowed. I presently promised to obey his commands in my return home with him, as soon as he was able to travel, which indeed he was in a very few days, by the assistance of that excellent surgeon who had undertaken his cure. The day preceding my father's journey, before which time I scarce ever left him, I went to take my leave of some of my most intimate acquaintance, particularly of Mr. Watson, who dissuaded me from burying myself, as he called it, out of a simple compliance with the fond desires of a foolish old fellow. Such solicitations, however, had no effect, and I once more saw my own home. My father now greatly solicited me to think of marriage, but my inclinations were utterly averse to any such thoughts. I had tasted of love already, and perhaps you know the extravagant excesses of that most tender and most violent passion. Here the old gentleman paused, and looked earnestly at Jones, whose countenance, within a minute's space, displayed the extremities of both red and white, upon which the old man, without making any observations, renewed his narrative. Being now provided with all the necessaries of life, I betook myself once again to study, and that with a more inordinate application than I had ever done formerly. The books which now employed my time solely were those, as well antient as modern, which treat of true philosophy, a word which is by many thought to be the subject only of farce and ridicule. I now read over the works of Aristotle and Plato, with the rest of those inestimable treasures which antient Greece had bequeathed to the world. These authors, though they instructed me in no science by which men may promise to themselves to acquire the least riches or worldly power, taught me, however, the art of despising the highest acquisitions of both. They elevate the mind, and steel and harden it against the capricious invasions of fortune. They not only instruct in the knowledge of wisdom, but confirm men in her habits and demonstrate plainly that this must be our guide, if we propose ever to arrive at the greatest worldly happiness, or to defend ourselves, with any tolerable security, against the misery which everywhere surrounds and invests us. To this I added another study, compared to which all the philosophy taught by the wisest heathens is little better than a dream, and is indeed as full of vanity as the silliest jester ever pleased to represent it. This is that divine wisdom which is alone to be found in the Holy Scriptures, for they impart to us the knowledge and assurance of things much more worthy our attention than all which this world can offer to our acceptance, of things which heaven itself hath condescended to reveal to us, and to the smallest knowledge of which the highest human wit unassisted could never ascend. I began now to think all the time I had spent with the best heathen writers was little more than labor lost. For, however pleasant and delightful their lessons may be, or however adequate to the right regulation of our conduct with respect to this world only, yet, when compared with the glory revealed in Scripture, their highest documents will appear as trifling, and of as little consequence, as the rules by which children regulate their childish little games and pastime. True it is that philosophy makes us wiser, but Christianity makes us better men. Philosophy elevates and steels the mind. Christianity softens and sweetens it. The former makes us the objects of human admiration, the latter of divine love that ensures us a temporal, but this an eternal happiness. but I am afraid I tire you with my rhapsody." "Not at all," cries Partridge. "Lud forbid we should be tired with good things. I had spent," continued the stranger, "about 4 years in the most delightful manner to myself, totally given up to contemplation, and entirely unembarrassed with the affairs of the world, when I lost the best of fathers, and one whom I so entirely loved, that my grief at his loss exceeds all description. I now abandoned my books, and gave myself up for a whole month to the effects of melancholy and despair. Time, however, the best physician of the mind, at length brought me relief. I, tempus edax rerum," said Partridge. "I then," continued the stranger, "betook myself again to my former studies, which I may say perfected my cure. For philosophy and religion may be called the exercises of the mind, and when this is disordered, they are as wholesome as exercise can be to a distempered body. They do indeed produce similar effects with exercise, for they strengthen and confirm the mind, till man becomes, in the noble strain of Horace, fortis, et incipso totus teres ac rotundus, externi in quid valet per leve morari, in quem manca rut semper fortuna, asterisk, firm in himself, who on himself relies, polished and round, who runs his proper course and breaks misfortunes with superior force. Mr. Francis." Here Jones smiled at some conceit which intruded itself into his imagination. But the stranger, I believe, perceived it not, and proceeded thus. "My circumstances were now greatly altered by the death of that best of men. For my brother, who was now become master of the house, differed so widely from me in his inclinations, and our pursuits in life had been so very various, that we were the worst of company to each other. But what made our living together still more disagreeable was the little harmony which could subsist between the few who resorted to me, and the numerous train of sportsmen who often attended my brother from the field to the table. For such fellows, besides the noise and nonsense with which they persecute the ears of sober men, endeavor always to attack them with affront and contempt, this was so much the case, that neither I myself, nor my friends, could ever sit down to a meal with them without being treated with derision, because we were unacquainted with the phrases of sportsmen. For men of true learning and almost universal knowledge always compassionate the ignorance of others, but fellows who excel in some little, low, contemptible art are always certain to despise those who are unacquainted with that art. In short, we soon separated, and I went, by the advice of a physician, to drink the bath waters. For my violent affliction, added to a sedentary life, had thrown me into a kind of paralytic disorder, for which those waters are accounted an almost certain cure. The second day after my arrival, as I was walking by the river, the sun shone so intensely hot, though it was early in the year, that I retired to the shelter of some willows, and sat down by the river side. Here I had not been seated long before I heard a person on the other side of the willows sighing and bemoaning himself bitterly. On a sudden, having uttered a most impious oath, he cried, "I am resolved to bear it no longer," and directly threw himself into the water. I immediately started, and ran towards the place, calling at the same time as loudly as I could for assistance. An angler happened luckily to be fishing a little below me. Though some very high sedge had hid him from my sight, he immediately came up, and both of us together, not without some hazard of our lives, drew the body to the shore. At first we perceived no sign of life remaining, but having held the body up by the heels, for we soon had assistance enough, it discharged a vast quantity of water at the mouth, and at length began to discover some symptoms of breathing, and a little afterwards to move both its hands and its legs. An apothecary, who happened to be present among others, advised that the body, which seemed now to have pretty well emptied itself of water, and which began to have many convulsive motions, should be directly taken up, and carried into a warm bed. This was accordingly performed, the apothecary and myself attending. As we were going towards an inn, for we knew not the man's lodgings, luckily a woman met us, who, after some violent screaming, told us that the gentleman lodged at her house. When I had seen the man safely deposited there, I left him to the care of the apothecary, who, I suppose, used all the right methods with him, for the next morning I heard he had perfectly recovered his senses. I then went to visit him, intending to search out, as well as I could, the cause of his having attempted so desperate an act, and to prevent, as far as I was able, his pursuing such wicked intentions for the future, I was no sooner admitted into his chamber than we both instantly knew each other. For who should this person be but my good friend Mr. Watson? Here I will not trouble you with what passed at our first interview, for I would avoid prolixity as much as possible. Pray let us hear all, cries Partridge. I want mightily to know what brought him to Bath. You shall hear everything material, answered the stranger, and then proceeded to relate what we shall proceed to write, after we have given a short breathing time to both ourselves and the reader. Chapter 14. In which the man of the hill concludes his history. Mr. Watson, continued the stranger, very freely acquainted me that the unhappy situation of his circumstances, occasioned by a tide of ill luck, had in a manner forced him to a resolution of destroying himself. I now began to argue very seriously with him, in opposition to this heathenish, or indeed diabolical, principle of the lawfulness of self-murder, and said everything which occurred to me on the subject, but, to my great concern, it seemed to have very little effect on him. He seemed not at all to repent of what he had done, and gave me reason to fear he would soon make a second attempt of the like horrible kind. When I had finished my discourse, instead of endeavoring to answer my arguments, he looked me steadfastly in the face, and with a smile said, "You are strangely altered, my good friend. Since I remember you, I question whether any of our bishops could make a better argument against suicide than you have entertained me with. But unless you can find somebody who will lend me a cool 100, I must either hang, or drown, or starve. And in my opinion, the last death is the most terrible of the three." I answered him very gravely that I was indeed altered since I had seen him last, that I had found leisure to look into my follies, and to repent of them. I then advised him to pursue the same steps, and at last concluded with an assurance that I myself would lend him £100, if it would be of any service to his affairs, and he would not put it into the power of a die to deprive him of it. Mr. Watson, who seemed almost composed in slumber by the former part of my discourse, was roused by the latter. He seized my hand eagerly, gave me 1,000 thanks, and declared I was a friend indeed, adding that he hoped I had a better opinion of him than to imagine he had profited so little by experience, as to put any confidence in those damned dice which had so often deceived him. "No, no," cries he, "let me but once handsomely be set up again, and if ever fortune makes a broken merchant of me afterwards, I will forgive her." I very well understood the language of setting up and broken merchant. I therefore said to him, with a very grave face, "Mr. Watson, you must endeavor to find out some business or employment, by which you may procure yourself a livelihood, and I promise you, could I see any probability of being repaid hereafter, I would advance a much larger sum than what you have mentioned, to equip you in any fair and honorable calling. But as to gaming, besides the baseness and wickedness of making it a profession, you are really, to my own knowledge, unfit for it, and it will end in your certain ruin." "Why now, that's strange," answered he. "Neither you, nor any of my friends, would ever allow me to know anything of the matter, and yet I believe I am as good a hand at every game as any of you all, and I heartily wish I was to play with you only for your whole fortune. I should desire no better sport, and I would let you name your game into the bargain. But come, my dear boy, have you the 100 in your pocket?" I answered I had only a bill for £50, which I delivered him, and promised to bring him the rest next morning, and after giving him a little more advice, took my leave. I was indeed better than my word, for I returned to him that very afternoon. When I entered the room, I found him sitting up in his bed at cards with a notorious gamester. This sight, you will imagine, shocked me not a little, to which I may add the mortification of seeing my bill delivered by him to his antagonist, and 30 guineas only given in exchange for it. The other gamester presently quitted the room, and then Watson declared he was ashamed to see me. "But," says he, "I find luck runs so damnably against me, that I will resolve to leave off play forever. I have thought of the kind proposal you made me ever since, and I promise you there shall be no fault in me, if I do not put it in execution." Though I had no great faith in his promises, I produced him the remainder of the 100 in consequence of my own, for which he gave me a note, which was all I ever expected to see in return for my money. We were prevented from any further discourse at present by the arrival of the apothecary, who, with much joy in his countenance, and without even asking his patient how he did, proclaimed there was great news arrived in a letter to himself, which he said would shortly be public, that the Duke of Monmouth was landed in the west with a vast army of Dutch, and that another vast fleet hovered over the coast of Norfolk and was to make a descent there in order to favor the Duke's enterprise with a diversion on that side. This apothecary was one of the greatest politicians of his time. He was more delighted with the most paltry packet than with the best patient, and the highest joy he was capable of he received from having a piece of news in his possession an hour or two sooner than any other person in the town. His advices, however, were seldom authentic, for he would swallow almost anything as a truth, a humor which many made use of to impose upon him. Thus it happened with what he at present communicated. For it was known within a short time afterwards that the Duke was really landed, but that his army consisted only of a few attendants, and as to the diversion in Norfolk, it was entirely false. The apothecary stayed no longer in the room than while he acquainted us with his news, and then, without saying a syllable to his patient on any other subject, departed to spread his advices all over the town. Events of this nature in the public are generally apt to eclipse all private concerns. Our discourse therefore now became entirely political. For my own part, I had been for some time very seriously affected with the danger to which the Protestant religion was so visibly exposed under a popish prince, and thought the apprehension of it alone sufficient to justify that insurrection. For no real security can ever be found against the persecuting spirit of popery when armed with power, except the depriving it of that power, as woeful experience presently showed. You know how King James behaved after getting the better of this attempt. How little he valued either his royal word or coronation oath or the liberties and rights of his people, but all had not the sense to foresee this at first, and therefore the Duke of Monmouth was weakly supported. Yet all could feel when the evil came upon them, and therefore all united, at last, to drive out that king, against whose exclusion a great party among us had so warmly contended during the reign of his brother, and for whom they now fought with such zeal and affection. What you say, interrupted Jones, is very true, and it has often struck me, as the most wonderful thing I ever read of in history, that so soon after this convincing experience which brought our whole nation to join so unanimously in expelling King James, for the preservation of our religion and liberties, there should be a party among us mad enough to desire the placing his family again on the throne. You are not in earnest, answered the old man. There can be no such party as bad an opinion as I have of mankind. I cannot believe them infatuated to such a degree. There may be some hot-headed papists led by their priests to engage in this desperate cause, and think it a holy war. But that Protestants, that are members of the Church of England, should be such apostates, such fellows d'Issy, I cannot believe it. No, young man, unacquainted as I am with what has passed in the world for these last 30 years, I cannot be so imposed upon as to credit so foolish a tale, but I see you have a mind to sport with my ignorance. Can it be possible, replied Jones, that you have lived so much out of the world as not to know that during that time there have been 2 rebellions in favor of the son of King James, one of which is now actually raging in the very heart of the kingdom? At these words the old gentleman started up, and in a most solemn tone of voice, conjured Jones by his Maker to tell him if what he said was really true, which the other as solemnly affirming, he walked several turns about the room in a profound silence, then cried, then laughed, and at last fell down on his knees and blessed God, in a loud thanksgiving prayer, for having delivered him from all society with human nature, which could be capable of such monstrous extravagances, after which, being reminded by Jones that he had broke off his story, he resumed it again in this manner. As mankind, in the days I was speaking of, was not yet arrived at that pitch of madness which I find they are capable of now, and which, to be sure, I have only escaped by living alone, and at a distance from the contagion, there was a considerable rising in favor of Monmouth, and my principles strongly inclining me to take the same part, I determined to join him, and Mr. Watson, from different motives concurring in the same resolution, for the spirit of a gamester will carry a man as far upon such an occasion as the spirit of patriotism. We soon provided ourselves with all necessaries, and went to the Duke at Bridgewater. The unfortunate event of this enterprise, you are, I conclude, as well acquainted with as myself, that I escaped, together with Mr. Watson, from the battle at Sedgemoor, in which action I received a slight wound. We rode near 40 miles together on the Exeter road, and then abandoning our horses, scrambled as well as we could through the fields and by-roads, till we arrived at a little wild hut on a common, where a poor old woman took all the care of us she could, and dressed my wound with salve, which quickly healed it. "Pray, sir, where was the wound?" says Partridge. The stranger satisfied him it was in his arm, and then continued his narrative. "Here, sir," said he, "Mr. Watson left me the next morning in order, as he pretended, to get us some provision from the town of Columpton. But, can I relate it, or can you believe it? This Mr. Watson, this friend, this base, barbarous, treacherous villain, betrayed me to a party of horse belonging to King James, and at his return delivered me into their hands. The soldiers, being 6 in number, had now seized me, and were conducting me to Taunton jail. But neither my present situation, nor the apprehensions of what might happen to me, were half so irksome to my mind as the company of my false friend, who, having surrendered himself, was likewise considered as a prisoner, though he was better treated, as being to make his peace at my expense. He at first endeavored to excuse his treachery, but when he received nothing but scorn and upbraiding from me, he soon changed his note, abused me as the most atrocious and malicious rebel, and laid all his own guilt to my charge, who, as he declared, had solicited and even threatened him, to make him take up arms against his gracious as well as lawful sovereign. This false evidence, for in reality he had been much the forwarder of the two, stung me to the quick, and raised an indignation scarce conceivable by those who have not felt it. However, fortune at length took pity on me. For as we were got a little beyond Wellington, in a narrow lane, my guards received a false alarm that near 50 of the enemy were at hand, upon which they shifted for themselves, and left me and my betrayer to do the same. That villain immediately ran from me, and I am glad he did, or I should have certainly endeavored, though I had no arms, to have executed vengeance on his baseness. I was now once more at liberty, and immediately withdrawing from the highway into the fields, I traveled on, scarce knowing which way I went, and making it my chief care to avoid all public roads and all towns, nay, even the most homely houses, for I imagined every human creature whom I saw desirous of betraying me. At last, after rambling several days about the country, during which the fields afforded me the same bed and the same food which nature bestows on our savage brothers of the creation, I at length arrived at this place, where the solitude and wildness of the country invited me to fix my abode. The first person with whom I took up my habitation was the mother of this old woman, with whom I remained concealed till the news of the glorious Revolution put an end to all my apprehensions of danger, and gave me an opportunity of once more visiting my own home, and of inquiring a little into my affairs, which I soon settled as agreeably to my brother as to myself, having resigned everything to him, for which he paid me the sum of £1,000, and settled on me an annuity for life. His behavior in this last instance, as in all others, was selfish and ungenerous. I could not look on him as my friend, nor indeed did he desire that I should. So I presently took my leave of him, as well as of my other acquaintance. And from that day to this, my history is little better than a blank. "And is it possible, sir," said Jones, "that you can have resided here from that day to this?" "Oh no, sir," answered the gentleman. "I have been a great traveler, and there are few parts of Europe with which I am not acquainted." "I have not, sir," cried Jones, "the assurance to ask it of you now. Indeed, it would be cruel, after so much breath as you have already spent. But you will give me leave to wish for some further opportunity of hearing the excellent observations which a man of your sense and knowledge of the world must have made in so long a course of travels." "Indeed, young gentleman," answered the stranger, "I will endeavor to satisfy your curiosity on this head likewise, as far as I am able." Jones attempted fresh apologies, but was prevented, and while he and Partridge sat with greedy and impatient ears, the stranger proceeded as in the next chapter. Asterisk. The rest of this paragraph and the 2 following paragraphs in the first edition were as follows. For my own part, I had been for some time very seriously affected with the danger to which the Protestant religion was so visibly exposed, that nothing but the immediate interposition of Providence seemed capable of preserving it. For King James had indeed declared war against the Protestant cause. He had brought known papists into the army and attempted to bring them into the church and into the university. Popish priests swarmed through the nation, appeared publicly in their habits, and, boasted that they should shortly walk in procession through the streets. Our own clergy were forbid to preach against popery, and bishops were ordered to suppend those who did. And to do the business at once an illegal ecclesiastical commission was erected, little inferior to an inquisition, of which, probably, it was intended to be the ringleader. Thus, as our duty to the king can never be called more than our second duty, he had discharged us from this by making it incompatible with our preserving the first, which is surely to heaven. Besides this, he had dissolved his subjects from their allegiance by breaking his coronation oath, to which their allegiance is annexed. For he had imprisoned bishops because they would not give up their religion, and turned out judges because they would not absolutely surrender the law into his hands. Nay, he seized this himself, and when he claimed a dispensing power, he declared himself, in fact, as absolute as any tyrant ever was or can be. I have recapitulated these matters in full lest some of them should have been omitted in history, and I think nothing less than such provocations as I have here mentioned, nothing less than certain and imminent danger to their religion and liberties, can justify or even mitigate the dreadful sin of rebellion in any people. I promise you, sir, says Jones, all these facts and more I have read in history, but I will tell you a fact which is not yet recorded and of which I suppose you are ignorant. There is actually now a rebellion on foot in this kingdom in favor of the son of that very King James, a professed papist, more bigoted, if possible, than his father, and this carried on by Protestants against a king who hath never in one single instance made the least invasion on our liberties. Prodigious indeed, answered the stranger. You tell me what would be incredible of a nation which did not deserve the character that Virgil gives of a woman, varium et mutabile semper. Surely this is to be unworthy of the care which Providence seems to have taken of us in the preservation of our religion against the powerful designs and constant machinations of popery, a preservation so strange and unaccountable that I almost think we may appeal to it as to a miracle for the proof of its holiness. Prodigious indeed. A Protestant rebellion in favor of a popish prince. The folly of mankind is as wonderful as their knavery. But to conclude my story, I resolved to take arms in defense of my country, of my religion, and my liberty, and Mr. Watson joined in the same resolution. We soon provided ourselves with the necessaries and joined the Duke at Bridgewater. The unfortunate event of this enterprise you are perhaps better acquainted with than myself. I escaped together with Mr. Watson from the battle at Sedgemoor. Chapter 15. A brief history of Europe, and a curious discourse between Mr. Jones and the man of the hill. In Italy the landlords are very silent. In France they are more talkative, but yet civil. In Germany and Holland they are generally very impertinent, and as for their honesty, I believe it is pretty equal in all those countries. The laquais à louange are sure to lose no opportunity of cheating you. And as for the postilions, I think they are pretty much alike all the world over. These, sir, are the observations on men which I made in my travels, for these were the only men I ever conversed with. My design, when I went abroad, was to divert myself by seeing the wondrous variety of prospects, beasts, birds, fishes, insects, and vegetables, with which God has been pleased to enrich the several parts of this globe. A variety which, as it must give great pleasure to a contemplative beholder, so doth it admirably display the power, and wisdom, and goodness of the Creator. Indeed, to say the truth, there is but one work in his whole creation that doth him any dishonor, and with that I have long since avoided holding any conversation. You will pardon me, cries Jones, but I have always imagined that there is in this very work you mention as great variety as in all the rest. For, besides the difference of inclination, customs and climates have, I am told, introduced the utmost diversity into human nature. Very little indeed, answered the other. Those who travel in order to acquaint themselves with the different manners of men might spare themselves much pains by going to a carnival at Venice. For there they will see at once all which they can discover in the several courts of Europe, the same hypocrisy, the same fraud. In short, the same follies and vices dressed in different habits. In Spain, these are equipped with much gravity, and in Italy, with vast splendor. In France, a knave is dressed like a fop, and in the northern countries, like a sloven. But human nature is everywhere the same, everywhere the object of detestation and scorn. As for my own part, I passed through all these nations as you perhaps may have done through a crowd at a shoe jostling to get by them, holding my nose with one hand, and defending my pockets with the other, without speaking a word to any of them, while I was pressing on to see what I wanted to see, which, however entertaining it might be in itself, scarce made me amends for the trouble the company gave me. Did not you find some of the nations among which you traveled less troublesome to you than others? Said Jones. Oh yes, replied the old man. The Turks were much more tolerable to me than the Christians, for they are men of profound taciturnity, and never disturb a stranger with questions. Now and then indeed they bestow a short curse upon him, or spit in his face as he walks the streets, but then they have done with him, and a man may live an age in their country without hearing a dozen words from them. But of all the people I ever saw, heaven defend me from the French, with their damned prate and civilities, and doing the honor of their nation to strangers, as they are pleased to call it, but indeed setting forth their own vanity. They are so troublesome that I had infinitely rather pass my life with the Hottentots than set my foot in Paris again. They are a nasty people, but their nastiness is mostly without, whereas in France and some other nations that I won't name, it is all within, and makes them stink much more to my reason than that of Hottentots does to my nose. Thus, sir, I have ended the history of my life. For as to all that series of years during which I have lived retired here, it affords no variety to entertain you, and may be almost considered as one day. Asterisk. The retirement has been so complete that I could hardly have enjoyed a more absolute solitude in the deserts of the Thebais than here in the midst of this populous kingdom. I have no estate. I am plagued with no tenants or stewards. My annuity is paid me pretty regularly, as indeed it ought to be, for it is much less than what I might have expected in return for what I gave up. Visits I admit none, and the old woman who keeps my house knows that her place entirely depends upon her saving me all the trouble of buying the things that I want, keeping off all solicitation or business from me, and holding her tongue whenever I am within hearing. My walks are all by night. I am pretty secure in this wild, unfrequented place from meeting any company. Some few persons I have met by chance and sent them home heartily fright, as from the oddness of my dress and figure they took me for a ghost or a hobgoblin. But what has happened tonight shows that even here I cannot be safe from the villainy of men, for without your assistance I had not only been robbed, but very probably murdered. Asterisk. The rest of this paragraph is omitted in the third edition. Jones thanked the stranger for the trouble he had taken in relating his story, and then expressed some wonder how he could possibly endure a life of such solitude, in which, says he, you may well complain of the want of variety. Indeed, I am astonished how you have filled up, or rather killed, so much of your time. I am not at all surprised, answered the other, that to one whose affections and thoughts are fixed on the world my hours should appear to have wanted employment in this place. But there is one single act, for which the whole life of man is infinitely too short. What time can suffice for the contemplation and worship of that glorious, immortal, and eternal being, among the works of whose stupendous creation not only this globe, but even those numberless luminaries which we may here behold spangling all the sky, though they should many of them be suns lighting different systems of worlds, may possibly appear but as a few atoms opposed to the whole earth which we inhabit? Can a man who by divine meditations is admitted, as it were, into the conversation of this ineffable, incomprehensible majesty, think days or years or ages too long for the continuance of so ravishing an honor? Shall the trifling amusements, the palling pleasures, the silly business of the world roll away our hours too swiftly from us? And shall the pace of time seem sluggish to a mind exercised in studies so high, so important, and so glorious? As no time is sufficient, so no place is improper for this great concern. On what object can we cast our eyes which may not inspire us with ideas of his power, of his wisdom, and of his goodness? It is not necessary that the rising sun should dart his fiery glories over the eastern horizon, nor that the boisterous winds should rush from their caverns and shake the lofty forest, nor that the opening clouds should pour their deluges on the plains. It is not necessary, I say, that any of these should proclaim his majesty. There is not an insect, not a vegetable, of so low an order in the creation as not to be honored with bearing marks of the attributes of its great Creator. Marks not only of his power, but of his wisdom and goodness. Man alone, the king of this globe, the last and greatest work of the Supreme Being, below the sun, Man alone hath basely dishonored his own nature, and by dishonesty, cruelty, ingratitude, and treachery, hath called his Maker's goodness in question, by puzzling us to account how a benevolent being should form so foolish and so vile an anima. Yet this is the being from whose conversation you think, I suppose, that I have been unfortunately restrained, and without whose blessed society, life, in your opinion, must be tedious and insipid. In the former part of what you said, replied Jones, I most heartily and readily concur. But I believe, as well as hope, that the abhorrence which you express for mankind in the conclusion is much too general indeed. You here fall into an error, which in my little experience I have observed to be a very common one, by taking the character of mankind from the worst and basest among them, whereas, indeed, as an excellent writer observes, nothing should be esteemed as characteristical of a species, but what is to be found among the best and most perfect individuals of that species. This error, I believe, is generally committed by those who, from want of proper caution in the choice of their friends and acquaintance, have suffered injuries from bad and worthless men, 2 or 3 instances of which are very unjustly charged on all human nature. I think I had experience enough of it, answered the other. My first mistress and my first friend betrayed me in the basest manner, and in matters which threatened to be of the worst of consequences, even to bring me to a shameful death. But you will pardon me, cries Jones, if I desire you to reflect who that mistress and who that friend were. What better, my good sir, could be expected in love derived from the stews, or in friendship first produced and nourished at the gaming table? To take the characters of women from the former instance, or of men from the latter, would be as unjust as to assert that air is a nauseous and unwholesome element, because we find it so in a Jakes. I have lived but a short time in the world, and yet have known men worthy of the highest friendship and women of the highest love. Alas, young man, answered the stranger, you have lived, you confess, but a very short time in the world. I was somewhat older than you when I was of the same opinion. You might have remained so still, replies Jones, if you had not been unfortunate, I will venture to say incautious, in the placing your affections. If there was, indeed, much more wickedness in the world than there is, it would not prove such general assertions against human nature, since much of this arrives by mere accident, and many a man who commits evil is not totally bad and corrupt in his heart. In truth, none seem to have any title to assert human nature to be necessarily and universally evil, but those whose own minds afford them one instance of this natural depravity, which is not, I am convinced, your case, and such, said the stranger, will be always the most backward to assert any such thing. Knaves will no more endeavor to persuade us of the baseness of mankind than a highwayman will inform you that there are thieves on the road. This would, indeed, be a method to put you on your guard, and to defeat their own purposes, for which reason, though knaves, as I remember, are very apt to abuse particular persons, yet they never cast any reflection on human nature in general. The old gentleman spoke this so warmly, that as Jones despaired of making a convert, and was unwilling to offend, he returned no answer. The day now began to send forth its first streams of light, when Jones made an apology to the stranger for having stayed so long, and perhaps detained him from his rest. The stranger answered, he never wanted rest less than at present, for that day and night were in different seasons to him, and that he commonly made use of the former for the time of his repose and of the latter for his walks and lucubrations. However, said he, it is now a most lovely morning, and if you can bear any longer to be without your own rest or food, I will gladly entertain you with the sight of some very fine prospects which I believe you have not yet seen. Jones very readily embraced this offer, and they immediately set forward together from the cottage. As for Partridge, he had fallen into a profound repose just as the stranger had finished his story, for his curiosity was satisfied, and the subsequent discourse was not forcible enough in its operation to conjure down the charms of sleep. Jones therefore left him to enjoy his nap, and as the reader may perhaps be at this season glad of the same favor, we will here put an end to the 8th book of our history.